Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination.
It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, and there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother, Just Due.
Yo, you know the deal. We back again. We never slacking. Word 'em up. Ladies and guys, whether if you drunk or you high, it's time to pay respects to the illest man alive. If you think you got a point, he'll shrink you down to size. And from there it's downhill like a slinky or a slide. Open your eyes, got a deep connection with the rise, so you might see them jump in whenever they go live. Peep it, this channel blowing up now, it's not a secret. With tons of exclusive interviews to listen to. Them other channels I hate, but yo, they missing clues. They start narratives, sip the goose and twist the truth. It don't take a rocket scientist to get the proof. Just click the live at 4 p.m. Eastern time. But when you chime in, make sure you keep it kind. But if cowards want to debate, then it's feasting time. My man Jusdu shine busy all the time. Grind 24/7, 365. Videos he might have 365. My rhyme sick, they make you do a 365. You get a rich if you think you fit to survive. It's Jusdueboxing, time to click the live. Ain't no beginners, if you soft, you ain't down to ride. I crush you, respect too, it's Jusdu. He got the illest boxing show on the internet. The boy been a threat and he ain't even had dinner yet. Word 'em up. Yeah. You know what time it is. $4 p.m. Eastern. Click the link.
What's good? What's good? Shout out to the family. How y'all feeling on this good Tuesday, man? We back to build on this boxing and give it its just due, man. Y'all already know, man. Do your boy a solid. Double tap that screen, hit the like button for me. Sub to the channel. Turn them notifications on, man, and support the grind. We gonna get to this, man. It's been a long day already. Boys tired from yesterday, man. We did an 8-hour live stream, y'all, but we right back. And we're going to build some more, man. We're going to get to it, man. We're going to talk about a few things, man. Y'all know how we do. Talk about a few things. We're going to have some fun. We're going to build on it. You know? It just sound like I need a Red Bull. All right, yeah, I'm a little... You know, I had a long day, long night last night, but I promise you, we still gonna build, y'all. Just hit the like button, support the grind, man. We're gonna get to it. We're gonna have us a good build. We're gonna talk about it, man. Shout out to everybody in the building. Let me say what's up to the family. We're gonna get to it, man. Tim Bradley, bro. I as I've been saying, y'all like the content creator Tim Bradley, man. He's a funny dude, a funny guy, man. He always talking. He give a very different take than what he ever did when he was with Top Rank or on ESPN and all of that stuff. So I like to play his takes because, you know, he had a Hall of Fame career. He's a Hall of Famer at the end of the day, so you got to respect it. But we're going to talk about it. He said he made some interesting statements, man. And y'all all know that it's Jaron Ennis fight week, man. It's Boots Ennis fight week. And he coming to bring the noise, man. I think he's going to shut up a lot of people, but it's going to take some time, right? When he get one of those guys in the ring with him, they're going to see what time it is with Boots, you know? But let me say what's up to my family, man. JP, my dog, was good with it, bro. Son of God is in the building with 5-star boxing talks starts, man. That's my dog, man. How you feeling? Ace, peace, family. How you feeling, my God, man? Always good to see you in the building. Shout out to the Son of God. Be more boxing. What's good? King One. What's good with it? Judith Vision, my dog, Mag 7 Life in the building. What's good, bro? How you feeling? Shout out to Dante's Boxing Talk, my homie. What's good with it, bro? We're going to get to it, man. We're going to talk about it. I got to pull this video up from Tim Bradley, man. It's a pretty funny dude. Like I said, y'all, he be giving these bold boxing takes. And, he might ruffle some feathers with his opinions and stuff like that, right? But it's still good to hear these different takes. And y'all know me, I'm always about giving just due. So no matter what's being said, I'm always have my own train of thought. But, I get it. I get the criticism that Tank is receiving. I understand it to a degree, right? Because, people just like to, had a little fake outrage, right? Or be mad at stuff that, other guys are doing in the sport. That's just how boxing fans move, man. But, Tim Bradley gave a interesting take, man. You know what I mean? And I'm here to say this is Boots fight week, y'all. They got to put some more respect on Boots' name, man. They acting crazy out here, y'all. You get me? Man, Lima is just a stepping stone to better things, man. And, yeah, we have to know that. We have to be able to put that in perspective, man. Get what I'm saying? Let's talk fashion. My dog, Remo, was good with it, family. How you feeling? BVO in the building. What's good with it, BVO? How you feeling, fam? Yeah, y'all double tap the screen, hit the like button, sub to the channel, turn on notifications on. Let's build, man. Let's support the grind. We fresh off an 8-hour live, so y'all got to pardon me. Man. Had a long day, a long morning. We gonna get to this though. But look, check this out. It's fight week, so we got to make sure we giving Boots his just due, man. Look, it's a lot of criticism coming his way. And look, it makes things interesting, right? Long as it's not slander, it makes things interesting, right? Because he's in a division, and I've been saying this for the longest, where he's gonna be able to prove people right or wrong. And I think he's gonna prove a lot of people wrong, bro, when given an opportunity. Watch. Just wait, just sit back and wait, man. Boots gonna cook up, man. They already got him, fighting for an interim title. They're gonna put him in a position to fight for titles, which is gonna lead, I think, to the bigger fights. And I think from there on, you really gonna have to look at Boots in a different light and put more respect on his name, man. He gonna do a number on this Lima guy, man. I could guarantee that. You get what I'm saying? Belt BTA, man. You know what I mean? Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. You hear me? Let's not act like Boots ain't one of them ones. That's why they trying to put up. That's why, listen, y'all, that's why they trying to get all their criticism in now, bro. They trying to get it all in now because, in a couple fights or so at 54, they're going to be having to move the goalposts and say something different. I'm telling you, watch. Remember I had this conversation. Remember we talked about this. Pretty soon they're going to have to move the goalposts and you're going to have to say something different about Jaron Ennis. And they're going to do it. Watch. I've seen it too many times in boxing, man. We'd be quick to throw these guys away. And then when they start beating ass, it's like, oh, but nothing. You said he wasn't one of them guys. You said he ain't want no smoke. You said he didn't want to be great. You said all he wanted was tune-ups. I ain't forgetting none of that shit. Because y'all know I'm all about giving credit, man, where it's due. And I get it, man. You want to see those bigger names and those juicier fights, right? But I think it's just a matter of time when guys getting on the same page. And I think the panic is just a little bit premature because the young man ain't even got one fight yet at 54. Virgil was allowed this grace to get his couple fights at 54, right? Know what I mean? Before he settled in and started going after the smoke. And like I said before, it's going to be no different with Boots. You're going to go out here, you know what I'm saying, on the 11th, and you're going to paint this Picasso. It's going to be and one mixtape Boots in the ring, and Lima going to have his hands full. He's going to have all he could deal with. Once he make an example out of him, you know, his fans going to show up and show out in Philly. They're going to be buzzing. You know, it's going to be people, the naysayers, who was Lima Beans or Lima Beans or whatever you want to call them. It's going to be people trying to discredit Boots. But at the end of the day, that shit, we ain't doing none of that. It ain't going to work over here. You know what I'm saying? Like, you fight who you fight. You get me? And we understand why this fight is taking shape. Lima said yes to that money when multiple guys were saying no, and it wasn't enough. So at the end of the day, if you Eddie Hearn, you looking to be able to save some money if you can get a guy at a discounted price, a guy that's ranked within the top 10. You know what I mean? For the real ones that's paying attention, it's not so much you can truly complain about. It just is what it is. It's a fight to get him acclimated to the division. And I think it's going to do him some good. I think he's going to go out there, show out. He's going to show his levels at 54. He's going to show the difference between him and guys like Lima, bro. I think he's gonna beat his ass. Get what I'm saying? That's what I think. Shout out to my bro, Cal Cooler, man. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you, man. Starting to realize resumes don't mean much if you're not chasing greatness. It just all depends on the conversation, man. Like, you get what I'm saying? Shout out to my homie, Senior the Rise podcast in the building, man. How you feeling, bro? Can talk down Tank. So he's not in the game for what others in game for a year. That's why guys like Greg Hackett level with Tank Davis, and you know he spoke life into him rather than take from him, right? Sometimes guys are gonna talk a little shit, right? It's for the clicks, it's content, right? He said, you know, Jaron Ennis and Tank are dogs with no balls, you know what I'm saying? But at the same token, he's been on record, you know, acknowledging Tank taking the Jake Paul fight and not knocking him for it, right? Kind of shooting him bail money, coming to his aid in a sense, right? So it just sometimes, you know, it depends on the day and the thought process, right? Sometimes these dudes just come up with some of the strangest, you know, shit to say, but it's all good at the end of the day, man. I think all these dudes are dogs, man. I think anytime you step inside that square circle, you proving that you a dog. You get what I'm saying? Always. Ain't beat no champs. Yeah, I had to replay the best in the Trinity game, man. Tell you I appreciate that, family. I really do. Shout out to you, homie. Appreciate you stopping through. As always, Favorite G's what it do. My homie Rod in the building. Korean action movie I was watching. Reef, my homie, was good with it. How you feeling? So yeah, we're gonna get to his little 8-minute video from Tim Bradley. And shout out to Tim Bradley. Like I said, I appreciate him in his content space. You know, I'm not a guy that's always looking to have to argue, but I like to hear what people have to say, man. His you know, he had a little break. He didn't go in too crazy, but I thought it was fitting for the conversation because these are two guys that names are buzzing for different reasons, are being talked about for different reasons, right? But at the same time, for some of the same reasons. You know, you got both Boots and Tank receiving a lot of flack for their next opponent, right? We got who's Lima Beans and why ain't fighting Lima and why he ain't fighting this one? Why he ain't fighting Virgil? He's supposed to be fighting Bud. Why he chased Bud to 160? All this shit, right? Then you hear the Tank. Why he ain't fighting Shakur? He should be fighting Tia. Why he not fighting Haney? You hear the same old whine and stuff, right? So they both getting, you know, a lot of criticism and flack for their opponents. And you know, guys are obviously taking their fights for different reasons. And for some of the same reasons. I think Lima makes sense. Top 10 ranked. I'm pretty sure Eddie got him at a cheaper price than what everybody else was looking to get. So that's credit to him. And he gets to keep his guy active, get him another payday. He gets to fight in front of his hometown crowd. He gets a fight where he's allowed, I think, to acclimate to the division, which would just serve him some good, you know, and people just gonna have to sit tight, man. Shout out to the real supporters of boxing, the real supporters of Boots that understand, man. I just don't see a scenario or a career for him at 54 where he's not trying to entertain some of the best talent in the ring, right, in the world, right, in the division. There's just no way that he's going to be able to make his bones and prove himself the way he wants to. And I said this before, as long as after this fight he's pursuing either the titles or a more meaningful fight, a more recognizable name in the ring, one of those guys that people keep asking for, I don't have a problem with it, man. He gonna stand on business, man. So I say I salute the true boot supporters that ain't quick to throw this guy away because of the names that have eluded him so far in his career, right? Resumes is not the end all be all. It's what you do with the opportunities when you granted them, right? It's how you beat these guys when you get the opportunity to fight them. And that's what I'm looking at with Boots. So he got to go out there and show out. And when you get an opponent that the people ain't asking for, you got to give them a show that they gonna remember. And that's what Boots' job is, right? You definitely not to overlook Lima. You treat him like he a Virgil Ortiz or anybody else that's a top guy at 54, right? But at the end of the day, you use him to make the kind of statement that will keep people talking about you at least until the next time you're in the ring, right? And I think Lima is the sacrificial lamb for the situation. He's the man for the job. He can go out there and allow us to see exactly what Boots is. I think what to expect from Boots at 154, right? He said he can be stronger, faster. IQ gonna be more on point. I'm looking forward to this because Boots being any better than what he was at 47 is scary, wouldn't you think, y'all? That's bad news for the opposition. So I think Castillo Clayton 2.0, peace and shout out to the Queen Shower. But Castillo Clayton 2.0 is about to meet his untimely demise. If the fight, I think it has the potential to end early, but I don't know exactly how tough Lima is. So we gonna find out come fight night. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Jannar. What's good with it, homie? How you feeling? Acclimating to the weight, but it's one of a kind. Yeah, man, you ain't gonna see something like that for a while, man. That's no doubt. Jannar, I agree. Boots needs to not play with his food and get Lima out of there with authority. His skills and being definitive with his offense and defense makes him dangerous. Now that's all facts, man. Shout out to the homie Don. How you feeling, bro? Good to see you in the building, man. Y'all double tap the screen, hit the like button, sub to the channel. Let's build. But yeah, man. This is what you do with guys like that, man. I get it. Ain't nobody jumping up and down and jumping out their seats for Usma Lima, but you know what I'm saying? It's gonna serve a good purpose, I think, at the end of the day. And with it being an interim fight, that could be even good for Boots, right? Put him in a position where he's going to win regardless, whether it's getting one of the names with the belts or getting the opportunity at a belt or one of the names, or both, right? Either way, I think this fight and the right kind of win puts him in a position for all of the things that he wants at 54, man. It just, people got to be patient enough to get it, man, grace to get started, man. And I'm not rushing shit. Like, I get it, y'all. You got 30 fights, 28 years old. I get it, but he just got here. You know what I mean? All those fights was at 147. Now he in another division, and he trying to enter it the right way. Make sure he make the smart moves going into this shit. And cross his T's, dot his I's. Listen, he say he trying to give us all crazy performances. He trying to give us all, breakout, standout performances, bro. The guys like that, you got to support. I don't get it, man. Like, I don't see why people feel like he not trying to fight people and not trying to get in the ring with the top guys. I just don't see him being scared to challenge himself, yo. And I can't wait. Like I said, I'm going to keep saying this. When that opportunity come, people going to be sitting back like, man, I knew he was good. I just wanted him to fight better opposition. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be switching their tune up, y'all. Watch. Watch what I tell you, bro. They're going to be changing their tune. No, I ain't say he wasn't good. Nah. Keep that same energy. Y'all's out there bashing this man, not giving him his just due, making it seem like he don't want to fight nobody. And push Boots through the media like he does Ben. Fights me promoted better. I get it, but I seen some promotion. Shout out to 2 Cents. I seen some promotion and stuff like that. I get what you're saying, but I think you're not going to see it's like super. It ain't going to be ramped up, right? Because it ain't the biggest of names, right? So maybe you don't waste the added or extra amount of promotional dollars, right, on the fight. But, you know, you promoted it well enough for everybody to know he do got a fight coming up. Philly is going to show up and show out for their guy. So I think it's going to do well. But I think as the opposition ramps up and steps up, I think we'll see more of a presence of the promotion that you asking for, Rod. Not saying there's anything wrong with them doing this now, but I would think that's maybe one of the reasons why you ain't seen as much of it as you would like, maybe because of the name that he fighting, right? Ain't the biggest guy, right? So, you know what I mean? Maybe a reason that they need to promote even more, right? So I ain't knocking it, but I hopefully, you know, as time go and as these opponents change and get better, you know, the promotion ramps up and they get more creative. Because I see exactly what you're saying when he came out and did the shit with you know, what's his name? Ben Whitaker. So, you know what I mean? He just promoted him, did a little skit, like, but he makes sure though, he got a hell of a mouthpiece. He makes sure that everybody that's listening, he know Boots is the guy. You know what I mean? Forever Jesus, 154 divisions, like walking the plank. I'm telling you, at that top, Rob, what it do, homie. Shout out to you, bro. Appreciate you. I think Boots is one of the most avoided. People not clamoring to get in the ring with a phenom. He couldn't get the undisputed at 47. People may avoid him at 54 also because he's dangerous. Yeah, and that's when Eddie come in and he got to try to work some magic. And I ain't saying go bankrupt or go out and, you know, do things that, you know, just in essence don't make any sense. But I think that's when he's going to have to work his magic and do what he can to promote Boots and get these guys. I mean, you know, pay these guys, be willing to pay to get guys to want to be comfortable enough to take the risk in the ring against Boots, right? Because, you know, that ass whooping, man, ain't cheap from what we understand, right? That 147 ass whooping ain't cheap. Just ask Stan Jonas. He needed that little that Frank Mark was talking about with Core, right? So that's when, you know, Eddie Hearn's just going to have to work his magic, bro, and figure it out and put Boots in a situation where these guys are getting in the ring with him. Because you can't have another scenario where it's the same old like it was at 147. You don't need that, right? You need the story to read something a little different, and it needs to read that you was able to get the fights for your guy, Boots Ennis, right? You was able to make those things happen and offer up money that would entice and influence and encourage these guys to say, yeah, man, I'll take that challenge. Because at the end of the day, these dudes fight for a living, and it's not that they scared to fight no way, but dudes just want to be compensated the right way and what they deem fairly, especially for the risk that is going to come with fighting a guy like Boots.
Yes, look, hey, yesterday, boy, Blue Blood had me.
Hold on, is that the one? Hold on, this ain't the one. My bad, child. That ain't the one I'm looking for, I don't think. Boop, boop, boo, doo. Oh, okay. Now I think this is the one. My bad, John. Yeah, I hit that like button for me. I think this is the one I was looking for. Hannibal, what's good with it? Boots needs to shut that background wave down. Yeah. Yeah, man. In due time, bro, because BJ would have do, homie, because he's there. He's there for the taking, right? This guy's going to get their opportunities, right? Shit, him and Erickson Lubin was going to run it, but they done canceled their purse bid and nobody had paid for their fight. Both guys end up going in other directions. So, yeah, man, that's a fight that I look forward to seeing Boots in. I want to see him with all these guys, and hopefully he get these fights. After this Lima scrap, he need them names, man. He named them names. You know what I mean? He need
Tim this on Bradley, you already know the rest.
Need them
Look,
guys,
hey, yesterday, boy, Blue Blood had me tripping. I ain't gonna lie. Man, I saw that come in with notification. Man, I reacted. I ain't even look at the video. I saw the title. Woo! Hey, Blue Blood, you need to stop rage baiting people, man. Hey, you call that clickbait? Bro, stop rage baiting, man. Hey, you, man, shit. I just got on, I reacted to just the headline. Yeah, I ain't finna say sorry. I'm not finna apologize because everything I said, I meant it. So anything you trying to do, turkey a la chic, you need to make sure you had them damn bricks out. Yeah, them gold bricks, that's what we want. That's what Crawford needs, that gold bricks. Yeah, he deserved that now. Oh, yeah, bring that money up. It don't matter moving forward. Bring that money up. He the dog now. He the top dog in boxing.
And that's how I feel, bro. I don't know why anybody would sit here and try to overly explain and make a case that the man don't deserve to be paid. But it's crazy, you know, when it comes to dudes' favorite fighters, it's like, yeah, they deserve to get the money. They deserve to get paid. But it's like, why doesn't anybody else, especially if you done went through as many weight classes, many accolades, all the accomplishments, and just being on top of your game, like, you get what I'm saying, making big fights at the latter stages of your career, like, yeah, you deserve the money. Yeah, you deserve to be paid handsomely. You know what I'm saying? They want to get you back in the ring, pay that man. Straight like that, yeah, bug. Get that man his flowers and pay him.
Anyways, look, speaking of Boots Ennis, and speaking of dogs without no balls, yeah, Tank, you can put Tank in the same scenario. Dog without no balls, yeah. And he might grow some though. You know what I mean? You know the dog without no balls, they stay close to home. You know that. They ain't,
look,
you know what I mean? You know
crazy.
the dog without no money up. He the dog now. He the top dog in boxing. Anyways, look, speaking of Boots Ennis, and speaking of dogs without no balls, yeah, Tank, you can put Tank in the same scenario. Dog without no balls, yeah. And he might grow some though. You know what I mean? You know the dog without no balls, they stay close to home. You know that. They ain't out running and chasing, you know, all the baddies out there. You know what I'm saying? The ones that got the balls, they chasing all the baddies. They running around, they trying to get with anything. Yeah. You know, Boots. You know, he's still in a mode of fighting against, you know, jabronis.
Man.
Jabroni season. When he gonna step up and face a real dog? Yeah, Boots, come on. You know, hey. But hey, look. Lima, look, this is the thing with Lima, man.
And real quick, I get it, man. He entertaining, man. But we're gonna talk about it. I don't think they dogs that I know balls. I think Boots is missing the right situations with the opportunities to line. And that's what I've been seeing since 47, bro. That's the way I seen it. I'm not seeing a guy that's moving away from the smoke. Like, there's no book or news or information out there that's saying Boots is out here just not wanting to fight nobody, right? It's just a matter of timing and guys being on that same page, man. That's what I get from it. But I feel like it's all or nothing after this, man. Eddie, you gotta continue to make it shake. After this Lima fight, he need them guys, man.
Yeah, what up?
He's born in Angola. You can research where the hell that is. You know, my geographic sense is terrible. You know, I think he moved. I think I read he moved to Portugal when he was 8 years old. Picked up boxing at 18. You know, just wanted to get his family up out of the hood, right? You know, bring them a better life. You know, that's typically a lot of times for fighters. You know, we come from humble beginnings, and you know, we looking for a fighting chance to make our life better. You know, we not the bookworms of the world, and you know, we ain't trying to go down that road. One thing we can do, we can fight. We got heart, we got balls, and look, Lima got balls. Oh yeah, he do, and he willing to travel for forever. This ain't new to him. Traveling and fighting and beating undefeated guys in their countries. That's what he do. He does whatever needs to be done. Yeah, he does. So, you know, his fighting style is more so aggressive. You know, he can box a little bit. He can fight from any position. You know, I think that's the cleverness about him. You know, it doesn't matter what position he's standing. You know, he's able to throw and land some effective punches. You know, but he doesn't have a whole lot of experience. You know, he's 32 years old, but he's a young 32. So what I mean by that is that he started boxing late. He's not one of those ones that did it from the crib, you know, like a Boots Ennis that started real young, probably at like 4 or 5 years old, you know, and has been training ever since. You know, this is a guy that started at 18. Not sure what he done in his, you know, in his teen years.
And that might be the difference. I mean, outside the obvious separation in talent and skill, overall is the time in which he started. All that picking up boxing late with them damn gym rats, guys that been boxing since they was in the damn bassinet. Telling you, man, they'll make the guys that you are going there playing with. You want to be overly prepared going in there. Throw what it do, homie. I mean, Lima's out this year. Watch, you'll see. He give me Castile Clayton vibes, and I just feel like ultimately he's too slow. He do some things decently in the inside, but I just don't see nothing that jumps out that makes me think that Boots can't handle it and won't be prepared for it.
Whatever sport he maybe played soccer.
Dog was good.
I'm not sure what he's done, but you know, as far as boxing sense goes, you know, the man has his he's 32. You know, it's been 14 years in the game of doing boxing. You know, he has some amateur fights, you know, which is good. You know, I think it was like 40 some odd amateur fights. I think he's only lost 3, you know, in his country. But in Portugal, but I mean, look, even with that being said, I mean, this dude, you can't sleep on this guy. And this is what happens, man. When you're fighting jabronis sometimes, you gotta take them serious. You gotta take them like they a real hard threat. They trying to knock you up off your pedestal. So, and I know Boots always come prepared, always come ready. You know, for me, my expectation for Boots is him to look good. You know, he gonna look good. You know, he got that added weight. You know, he ain't have to squeeze his body down and take from himself. You know what I mean? I know he blows up in between fights. I see him. You know, he be having no chubby cheeks. You know, chubby cheeks, not the other way around. I see some of y'all be kind of clown out there, man. But anyways, so I think he still has to, you know, squeeze down to make 54, but he gonna take a little bit less from himself. So I'm expecting him to be.
Yeah, man. I hope so, JP, and I hope it's like the next fight or the direction, you know what I mean? But like I said, I believe this fight for the interim title. So I could see the play, man. And like I said, 1 or 2 things for him need to be checked off. He either be getting the title shot or one of the names or both, you know what I'm saying, in his next opportunity.
Be stronger, bigger, stronger, faster, you know, and I'm expecting a freaky version of Boots Ennis. You know, he's gonna have a lot of opportunities to land because Lima, he likes to rumble. You know, Lima likes to rumble, man. You know, he comes and he likes to bring the pain. Very active on that front foot, you know. He likes to punch in between shots as well. He likes to punch after you punch. You know, he's a bit of a clever fighter, I would say, you know, with his setups and stuff, you know. Of course, coming in off his jab, you know, when he's in the southpaw stance, you know, he goes down to the body well, puts combinations together well, you know, but he's not the better athlete in this fight at all, by any means. Nope. Not even close. He doesn't have the hand speed, and that's what's going to kill him, man. You know, if you ain't got the foot speed to be able to get away, man, or either the defense, the head movement, because he leave that head straight down the middle, he going to get ate up, man. Boots going to eat him up. And you know Boots like guys that come to him. So, you know, Lima got a lot to fight for, got a lot to gain from this. Boots got a lot to lose from this. He going to come, and he going to bring it. But I expect Boots to look, again, spectacular, using that speed, those angles, you know, inviting this guy in. You know, I'm expecting Boots to have better defense. And see, look, the reason why Boots is okay with getting comfortable and getting hit a little bit is because that Philly in him, man. You can't bring that Philly. You can't take the Philly out of him. You know, if you look at any Philly fighter, man, besides me, Bernard Hopkins didn't really like to take no punches, man. You know, but he can rumble. He definitely can rumble. But a lot of those guys, like the Bilger Taylors of the world, man, they'll let their hands go, but at the same time, they'll receive stuff in return. So, you know, Boots being the counterpuncher that he is, you know, he's there to counter, and he's there and close enough to get hit, right? And sometimes he misjudges, and he uses a lot of his reflexes to try to get out of the way of shots. He gets clipped with stuff, but, you know, Boots has shown he got a beard on him, bro. He got a beard on him. You know, and he trusts his chin, and he trusts his abilities, you know, to a degree. You know, look, sooner or later, we're going to see when he get in there with a big dog how great Boots is. You know, I feel he should be able to rise his game, you know, depending on the competition level. But this fight right here, it should go some rounds. I don't think he's going to stop Lima early. I think Lima is tough and durable, and you know, not unless he hit him with a body shot. You know, he hit him with a body shot, is over. This guy has been in there with a couple of undefeated guys. One in particular is Aaron McKenna, who's still undefeated, an Irish guy who's tough, gritty, can box. You know, he lost to him. That's the only loss on Lima's record. Yeah. But you know, he's been. I would say he's been tested. He's fought decent competition. You know, and he's more prepared than ever for this fight. So you know. Looking forward to this, man, this weekend, man. Looking forward to seeing Boots in the new weight class, and, you know, and seeing if he going to gain more confidence in himself and his abilities, man, and step up and start knocking off all these damn champions at 154 pounds. Boots has the skills, man. He has the skills to wipe out everybody at 154 pounds, right? He does. Damn, but he gotta believe that he does. And once he believes that he does, man, he gonna take off, man, like a damn rocket. Anyways, that's my time, and I'm out.
I'll be rocking with 10 little breakdowns, man. But yeah, man, he just be having fun with it, man. Like I said, Boots been getting the criticism for his next opponent. Same thing with Tank. We understand it more so with Tank than with Boots, but we also get it at the same time with Boots. I get it, y'all. I feel like with the 30-plus fights, man, it's supposed to be those guys, and I get it.
He put that on himself too, though.
Yeah, but yeah, they gotta shout out to Joe Clinton. What's good with it, bro? They gotta get his foot in the door. And again, with it being an interim title, that just puts him in a position to fight for the title and possibly in the next fight, if not a named guy. And people just gotta sit back and see exactly what direction they're going. Shout out to Jose. What's good with it, fam? You just gotta wait and see, man.
His next fight.
Yeah, but I think Boots believe in himself, right? I refuse to see it otherwise, right? I talked to YSM. He's spoken to that man off camera and behind the scenes. And that's the dude that, he sit back and he hear the criticism, he hear the things that people be saying, and he taking mental notes. And I believe it. I think when granted those opportunities, he gonna shine. That's all it is. It's just a matter of the opportunities coming. But I think people want to see it now. They ready to see it now, right? And I'm cool with it too. I'm ready, but I think this first one is obvious, man. Go ahead and welcome yourself to the division. See how you look, test out the the engine under the hood at 54, right? See how everything operating under the hood. You know what I'm saying? Make a nice little statement with Lima, as big as you can. I always say this, when you don't have the name, the biggest recognizable name with the people, you got to beat them a certain way, right? With people, regardless of what he is, they like, man, damn, man, he beat the hell out of him. Or you get what I'm saying? That was a hell of a performance, man. He took him to school, hell of a knockout. That's what you got to worry about. That's what you got to take care of. That's all. Boots just got to go out there and do what he do and be And1 mixtape Boots. Have fun doing it. Break this Castillo Clayton 2.0 ass dude down and be on to the next. I hope it is an announcement for him after this fight. You know what I mean? I know he locked in, but I know he ready to prove himself, bro. I know he tired of the talk, and he know the only way you going to shut some of that shit up is by beating ass, man. And you don't move to 154 pounds without wanting to beat ass. So ain't nobody in boxing going to convince me that this man don't want to beat everybody's ass when given a chance. So I just can't. I'm interested and excited to get it started, man. This is fight week. Like I said, man, it's gonna be a lot of walking it back and moving the goalposts when that fight happens, man. After the fight, or when he start getting them guys that you want to see. I'm telling you, I feel like I know what I'm saying, and not just me. It's guys that actually been in the sport, some of the best. That what I mean, the Floyds, the damn Roy Jones Jr. Like, do you name it? They'll tell you that Boots is one of them. And I refuse to see it somebody gonna have to show me inside the actual ring that he not who he is. All that narrative shit ain't gonna work for me. Complaining about the opponents is not gonna work for me. I see it, bro. And I said this before. I don't know how other people look at it, but for me, I make no excuses for the man. But at 147 pounds, the two champions, it was only two. When they got their business done, where did they go? Out of the division. It's no way he really gonna fight one of them. I don't want to hear about he had an opportunity to fight in between. Them fighting each other. That's nonsense, right? So they get out the division. We always thought him and Virgil would maybe lock horns at 147. He gets sick. Rabdo sent him up. Now Boots down there with what's left of 47. Think he made the most out of the opportunities. Again, this is what people don't get. I get it that they complain about the names, but think about the opportunities and how you take advantage of them. When you get a chance to fight for the title, you get what I'm saying. You get a chance to unify. He makes the man quit on the stool. It's like you're missing it. Like, it's what he do when he get a chance. When them lights shining the brightest, when he got his biggest opportunities, he gonna shine. And I think, again, it's gonna be more the same when he gets somebody in there even more credible, bro. I like to do homework. Lima is at least within the top 10, right? Other guys said no. He said yes. Eddie Hearn, what is Eddie Hearn supposed to do? Wait for somebody else to change their mind? He's like, yo, he doing his job. That's another thing people don't get. You can't force nobody to fight you. You can only get who said yes. And Lima was saying yes pretty much with no questions asked. He didn't complain about no money. And he ready to go in there and try to take the opportunity. So, man, I ain't mad at this shit at all, man. People got to stop complaining about boxing. Sit back and enjoy it, man. And when somebody show me Boots ain't it, then maybe we got a conversation. But I miss me with that. Lima is about to get a damn And One mixtape, y'all. Y'all remember And One? I know y'all remember And One from back in the day. How pretty that shit used to look when they used to get in their bag and do the moves. Boots gonna do that shit with a pair of boxing gloves on. Watch what I tell you. Last time I said it, I was super right. This man was in there playing. He dribbling in between his legs, man. He doing all types of shit. He had damn Stan Jonas. I said it the other day. He had Stan Jonas looking like Tommy Pickles or damn Jason Voorhees without the mask. All types of lumps and swellings, bleeding this shit. Sitting on the stool like, man, yeah, he rethinking shit like, nah, I'm cool. I ain't going back out there with that dude. That's the guy that he is, man. Now you telling me about the move in the division where he could potentially be healthier and stronger. Man, put some respect on him. Somebody getting their ass beat. It's BTA and One mixtape Boots, man. I can't wait to see it, bro. Philly, stand behind y'all, man, because y'all got a real one. Don't let nobody walk y'all off y'all square. I'm not trying to hear none of that. They just did the same shit with Terence Bud Crawford. Claimed he ain't fight nobody. I just heard as recent as yesterday he's the product of safe matchmaking and all types of weird shit. Like, I don't want to hear it. When that dude get in there and it's your favorite guy or one of them dudes that you think he avoided, see how he handle him. And I just want to see what y'all going to say then. Shout out to my homie Prize Fighter. What's good with it, bro? Pull in the building. Shout out to YSM Sports Media in the building. My guy said Bass isn't the intern anymore. He's the champ. Okay. Shout out to my guy, man. Say he was elevated. Okay. Appreciate that. Peace to the Queen, Lisa. How you feeling today? Man, shout out to everybody, man. They're like, maybe I watch consistently support my bro. That supports me. Yeah. Talk to my guy, man. Let's go. Make boxing great again. You know, suckers, watch out. What it do, man? Y'all double tap the screen, hit the like button. We're going to keep building. But like I said, it's just going to be I think it's going to be a good showing for him, bro. You know what I'm saying? I get the expectations, right? Because you see all the talent right there. You see he kind of jump off the screen at you a bit when he out there doing him, but you'll see it. You know what I'm saying? And I urge people to always pay attention to both sides of the coin. What's going on with him, the things that come out of his side, his mouth, or his camp, right? But the other fighters as well. You know what I'm saying? When you hear a guy like, when you hearing the fans like, yo, fight this guy, fight that guy, and then you hear the fighter get a chance to speak, and he telling you in so many words, look, we doing this over here. We not fighting him right now. You still like, yo, Boots don't need to do nothing but what he doing. Just keep being prepared. Keep putting out them And One mixtapes. He single-handedly bringing And One mixtape back. The boxing version. I'm gonna have fun. The chance I got to see him in Philly, that shit was fun. Watching him live in person is fun, yo. He really beat ass. Like, and you know what's dope about it? Because you get to watch the whole card, so you get to see like different tiers and levels of like, you know, fighters and shit. And then you see him get in there, and all of a sudden he having fun in there playing with a guy that could possibly knock his head off. He in there having fun, styling on him. That shit just be one of a kind. I'm telling you, Undertaker theme, crazy. Everybody standing on their feet, standing ovation. I'm telling you, that shit is just it's a show. Boots really a show. That's why I say, man, and he like to fight. So miss me with it. I don't see where the lack of the support. I don't understand where that's coming in at. To think Rashidi will ever get another shot, fight Boots, as that ship sail forever. I think that'd be largely up to Rashidi, Lisa, to me, like in a sense, right? A lot of it, like where is he gonna be at? Where is he gonna campaign at and position himself at, right? You know, he was doing some TCL stuff. And I hate the fact that when he got offered to fight, he said it was not enough. And then he came back and said it was enough. I hated that because it would have been a good fight. And maybe he would have shut some people up right then with that kind of fight. But I think it's a chance if he positions himself correctly for that to be something people talk about. You know what I'm saying? He got to get in the mix. That's the only thing with Rashidi. you know, with boxing, you can't be out of sight, out of mind. You get what I'm saying? So I think it's a possibility, though. It's just up to him getting in the, you know, the mix of things, man, because 154 is stacked with talent, man. And it's like it got a bunch of who's, and it's like, where do you fit in that in the mix, right? Is you gonna put yourself in there by fighting some people? That's what Rashidi got to do. Trying big dog, who's champion. Yeah, I just think I really don't think the opportunities was there like that. I don't think these dudes be you know, like you hear it when guys speak. Like nobody like, man, calling that guy out. I'm telling you, it's for a reason, bro. They know that shit. And watch, I'm telling you, I don't want to. Don't start when y'all get offered the money. Please don't say it's not enough. Please, I do not want to go through this shit at 54, man. Don't start doing that. Nah, go out there and beat his ass. He ain't this, he ain't that. Man, go position himself to be to beat him, man. Somebody show me, man. That's all I'm saying, man. I've been enjoying Boots, man. I'm telling you, and I just want to see what else he capable of doing. And that's a deep division where you can't be. Ain't too many soft touches and shit like that at 54. Who are they? You get me? He gonna be in the thick of that shit real soon. I'm telling you, just let him get his feet wet, man. That's all. Just let him get his feet wet. That's how I see it, man. It's a matter of time for Boots, man. It's a matter of time to get Tim off here. Shout out to Tim Bradley. But yeah, you know, and I be, like I said before, yeah, I be understanding people criticism of these fighters, bro. But I just think it's all a matter of time with these guys, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? He here now, right? He here now. What they gonna say after you get that fight out the way? Like, somebody need to call him out. Somebody shut him up. Somebody show me something about Boots. Show me. I don't want to hear about no other performance. Show me at 54, all that talent there. He here now, man. He here now. I want to see who interested in getting that scalp. Who want to fight him? He gonna make some crazy fights. Tell me, I got a feeling he about to look crazy up there at 54. Nobody wants to fight Rashidi. Telling you, and Rashidi got positioned himself. That's what I think. And this boxing game is a tough game to navigate. It ain't easy at all, man. For these guys, they be trying to figure this shit out and get in where they fit in. You get me? And that's why I just want to see what Rashidi do. Just position himself where the fight can make all the sense in the world. And it's unfortunate with situations like that because it's like, damn, you passed up on it. You know what I'm saying? Maybe y'all didn't think it through before y'all, you know, spoke on it, man. But you could have been the one fighting him. That's the crazy part. So I know a part of Rashidi, like, dang, just a little part. He like, man, dang. I hate it. All I had to say was, yeah, G. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, that's enough. Let me get that. You know what I'm saying? Because you beat Boots, man. And now you buzzing crazy. Everybody talking about you. You know what I mean? You take that bag. You take that scalp. Now you got everybody talking, right? Now you back up all that stuff that you were saying. Remember, they had the back and forth at the press conference with each other when they wasn't even fighting each other, right? You know what I mean? You got the little bit of backstory right there. It's just, you know, and again, I just want to point that out to people, man. I understand in boxing you want to get paid, but keep that in mind before you be overly critical of who Boots is or is not fighting. Guys be asking for money that they've never made, and it's a consistent theme across the boxing, right? With these guys, I'm not knocking them, man. You negotiate, get what you can get, but just keep that in mind. That's not for nothing, bro. Guys understand, like, that's gonna be a challenge, yo. I ain't saying they just, you know, going out there accepting defeat, but they know getting in there with him, they like, man, yeah, I'm gonna need to get paid for that. Man, I'm gonna need that. I'm gonna need to get paid. Money motivated. Was good with it. Yeah, man, it's the lack of relevancy. Money motivated. He gotta get himself in the swing of things, bro. He gotta make it so that people would clamor for the fight. Like, it's a reason for us to be asking for them to scrap. You know what I'm saying? But TCL matches, them going round joints ain't gonna do it. Being out of sight, out of mind, it's not gonna do it. Get what I'm saying? You're gonna have to give people more than that. You know what I'm saying? And my thing is, what division is he gonna campaign at? Because I believe he's fighting in the TCL. Wasn't he fighting heavier than 54? If I'm not mistaken. So that's also the question too with Rashidi. What division is he campaigning at? I don't know if it's 54 or not, but you know, I do want to see him in the mix because he can fight. Man can scrap. The man can fight. Sure, took that Boots fight when they offered. Yeah, man. I mean, now I'm pretty sure looking back at it, they probably looked at it like that, right? Because they switched up. They said no at first and then came back and said something else. But by that time, they already moved on and found another opponent. And that's just the business of boxing. That bag don't wait for nobody, bro. That's what I'm saying. When you get opportunities, you got to secure that bag. And then I'm not in nobody's pockets, but you would have just thought, just with the lack of like presence of being on scene and getting those fights with Rashidi, he may have thought of it differently and been like, you know what, this is an opportunity to get right back on the scene in a big way with a real name. Get what I'm saying? The guy, rising star, man. They looking at him, they comparing him to Roy, and so he getting a lot of praise. I would have thought that shit would have came to mind and would have enticed, influenced him to get in there. But like I said, maybe he thought about it just a bit too slow, and he kind of missed his opportunity right there. So now we get to see what he's going to do with Lima. But like I said, man, every fight is a challenge. It's just what kind of challenge it's going to be. Don't look for Lima being some crazy name, but look forward to seeing how Boots perform against guys that we deem not on his level, right? Or these unknown guys, man. Those dudes sometimes be tricky too because they ain't got shit to lose. So that's something we got to consider too, man. I mean, Lima ain't got nothing to lose. Everything to gain if he could beat Boots. So you got to worry about that. You can't overlook him. But I'm telling you, a Picasso will be painted that night. It will be and one mixtape, Jaron Ennis in the ring. Where your haters at? Lima Eagles, Romaine V, he about to get that treatment, man. I'm telling you, he about to get that tweetment. And it ain't gonna be good. It's gonna be nothing good to him. It ain't gonna be nothing good for him out there. You know what I'm saying? He about to paint that Picasso, shake up the division a little bit. He's gonna shake it up, a little bit of static. He's gonna get there and fight Lima, cause a little bit of static. Right? They're going to try to dismiss him. Just know they're going to try to dismiss him a little bit. They're going to try, oh, man, but it's Lima, it's Lima beans. Who was that? All right. Then when it's you know what I'm saying? Watch. I remember I'm saying this shit for a reason. Y'all seen this before because they be going too hard, man, with all this. He don't want to be great. Remember, Keith Thurman was trolling him not too long ago. I'm like, okay. Okay, G, that's what you want. B. All right, then that's what you on. Shout out to my brother A1 Hoop Zone. How you feeling, A1? Good to see my bro in the building. You stand and fight with Boots, he takes you apart. Yeah, he gonna take your soul. Do a watch along Saturday. I'm thinking about it now that you said it, bro. Think about it. I might just do that. I might try to put a poll up today and see what's up. See who want me to do it and be in the building. The homie put some color in the Chizat. Let's get the likes up, y'all. Let's support the grind. Hit that like button for you boys. Sub to the channel. We gonna build. Shout out to the homie Sunshine. Just my dogs. Zay Quinn. Zay Bot Moses on Boots card. Yes, sir. You know it. L Dub had called that. He had called it. And I think somebody else was supposed to be in that card. I think was Cole supposed to be on there? I forget. But yeah, man. Always good to see Zay Bot back in action, bro, because he constantly growing with each fight. And I like seeing the process, bro. I love seeing a fighter start their career and grow and get through it. And we getting the chance to see all of these fights firsthand. The zone pushing him and keeping him busy, man. And he's gonna just keep getting better. I like his style, man. You could tell you know who he working with. You already
and we ain't never got to box again. Well,
right.
well. I already been getting these back, but now it's time for you to get your just due.
Shout out to Jose. Lima's muscular guy, strong. You know what I'm saying? He could work a bit in the inside, but ultimately, I don't think he had the speed, the IQ, and the overall talent and skill set to overly trouble Boots. Maybe he can make it interesting, try to push the pace or something like that. But I with all due respect to him, he just give me Castillo Clayton 2.0 vibes, and I feel like Boots just gonna be able to figure him out. And it's just, to me, the question that I have going into the fight is how tough is Lima? Like, what kind of chin he really got? Because it's gonna be tested. And again, Boots got a bag that a lot of fighters don't have, and his willingness to engage and go in that bag and showcase this shit makes him really dangerous. You know, the versatility, being creative, man, comfortable, very relaxed. He be at home. It's like that shit is rare where a guy is having that amount of fun and being that kind of relaxed at the level, you know what I'm saying, that he be at, and then performing that way. So this is a fun guy to watch, man. I'm looking forward to seeing his this 154 dominance that I think is in store. And I think he could really do some damage, bro. So here we're gonna see what Lima. We're gonna see if he really ready. You know what I'm saying? But he about to shake. He about to get 154 started on his head, sucker. You know what I'm saying? Now I can see Clayton on his push over there. Until he met that and one mixtape, and gave up. Yeah, he was winning until that. And it's just one of those things, right, where you've been winning and you a solid fighter, good boxer, right? Good, good solid skills. But then you just run into that guy. You run into that damn, you know what I mean? That Ferrari on the showroom floor, and that shit just got a whole different engine under the hood. You know what I'm saying? Got something totally different under the hood. You just run into that joint. He going back, Boots gonna be like a new whip being backed up off the showroom floor, man. You know what I mean? Brand new engine under the hood. You know what I mean? Fresh paint job at 54. You get me? Causing havoc on the block. That's what's going on, man. I can't wait to see this shit. Can't wait to see it, man. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be fun, man. Cause still Clayton 2.0. But yeah, shout out to Tim Bradley, and he got the same. He's saying a lot of the same stuff that other people say, though. I just think, you can show tough love or be critical just because of what you expect or you want to see more. But I think like I keep saying, man, I can't stress this enough. I think in due time, the narratives will shift and they'll die. They'll fall by the wayside. People will naturally move the goalposts because that's how they do boxing, right? When they prove it wrong, instead of just saying they wrong, people don't like to be wrong. But I think when it comes to Boots, they're gonna be wrong in a big way. You get me? They Clinch got Shakur type of skill, but they got more power, that's for sure. Yo, y'all be killing me, man. Y'all killing me, bro. Y'all be killing me, bro. Yo, y'all, man, how old are y'all, bro? Are y'all the same person or what? What's going on, bro? How the hell do you think the young ass, smaller guys punching harder than Shakur? Do you know how ridiculous y'all sound, bro? Y'all gotta do better, man. Y'all gotta do better, bro. Y'all gotta do better, man. Y'all really have to do better. I could see if his opponents was getting out the ring and talking about how soft he hit. That's not the case, but you got like civilians talking about punching power. That shit sounds so elementary, man. Let's keep building though. So like I said, man, Tim Bradley, he also threw Tank in the bunch. He looped Tank in there as well, right? He said, you throw him in there as guys with no balls, but at the same token, he's been a supporter of the move that Tank has made. As a matter of fact, I got a clip where he was talking about it and being supportive of it?
Bradley, you already know the rest. I call cap on all these fighters going crazy on Tank. Call cap on them, all of them. Anybody going crazy on Tank for taking this fight, I call cap. Because I'm telling you right now, if Jake Paul was to call your ass and say, I'm 40 million, get in the ring with me, you will be in that, I'm trying to tell you, you be right. Whatever you want, Jake, whatever you want, you will be right there. 40 million, you will be right there. Don't cap, I'm telling you. Put in the comment section who you think won't take a $40 million paycheck from freaking Jake Paul. Shoot, they going overseas to Saudi Arabia for $5 million, for $10 million, $15 million. That's what they doing. You ain't gonna stay in the United States and make $40 million to fight Jake Paul? Got y'all suckers. All of y'all will take $40 million. Don't matter who you are in the game. You gonna take that $40 million. That's for damn sure. Anyways, peace. I'm out.
Anyways, Peace and out. 704 Joe, my dog. What's good, homie? How you feeling? What's good with you, my guy? Tim funny as hell, man. Tim Desert Storm Bradley, you know? Tim be talking that stuff, man. He be talking that stuff. But yeah, man, look, you see, he was in support of it, bro. Bro, you can say what you want until you're in a position to change your life and everybody around you, and then people that's probably not even born lives you able to affect. That's what you call generational wealth. I can't stress it enough. So, like I said, easy to criticize it, but you know, for the real ones, man, you know what time it is. You're gonna get that money on, you know. So I don't look at these guys as you know, I don't look at these dudes as dogs without balls, man. He showed me more times than not that he got balls, man. He got in there and fought. You just never know what somebody mental is when you're dealing with a sport like this that demands so much from you, right? You know what I'm saying? And then you never know how much he get asked for shit, how much people expect from him, right? You know what I'm saying? Just in the position that he in, I just think that shit get taxing. You know what I'm saying? But one of the things before we move on past this that we're going to talk about, one of the things that came up, y'all, was, you know, it was been some talks about Rolly and Pacquiao fighting. And, you know, that's not done. And one of the other guys that name had came up, you know what I'm saying? One of the other names that came up was Tank name, you know? So, look, you never know. The only reason I would think this would be possible because of the money I think that it would make. You know what I'm saying? The money that it would make. And it would be a real fight. This wouldn't have to be an exhibition. Now, I'm not saying this is something that's happening, but obviously, like, you know, there's some
who else
talk.
might fight. Again, the Rolly deal is not done yet. And I spoke to his advisor, Sean Gibbons, who runs Manny Pacquiao's promotional company. He said the three names they're looking at are Rolly Romero, Gervonta Davis, and Conor Benn. So Conor Benn obviously is going to be fighting Chris Eubank Jr. in a rematch November 15th. On this show last week, Ben told us he's coming back to 47 no matter what.
Yep.
And we have Gervonta Davis, who, of course, has the exhibition with Jake Paul, also in November. And those are the fights for Manny right now. Whether it's the first fight or the second fight, those are the guys he's looking at.
What I will say, though.
Right. So, look, man, like I said, it's always rumblings in boxing. That's just how it go, y'all. They always discussing something. People money hungry. So anytime they think that they can put together a fight like this, something like this that'll make money, they're going to talk about it. I wouldn't hold my breath on it because you just never know what Tank could do. You never know what the opportunity going to be after a Jake Paul fight. You just don't know where he going to stand. He don't even know, right? When asked, he was like, he don't even know. Right now, he's just doing him. You just got to respect it. He's just doing him for right now. And, you know, if people going to throw his name in the hat with other names that make money and kind of try. I think these guys do this stuff to see what sticks, right? To see how people react to it, right? You know, they go looking at the analytics and seeing how people posting and hashtagging and, you know, see what kind of storm they could kind of, you know what I mean? The kind of a snowball effect, throw it out there and see how people start talking about it. So, again, whenever you attain Davis, your name is going to be thrown in there with other names that especially when it's fights that make money. Manny Pacquiao, even with him being an old guy, if they was to make this fight next for Tank after a Jake Paul situation, despite what happened with that fight, this shit would make money because that's just what it is, man. It's something with Pacquiao, and then, you know, the thoughts that Tank Davis getting in there with him, right? That even though him being old, that's not a fight that you think that you would see, right? That's not something you would see. So, I don't know. And you getting there with him, even Manny at this age, man, that's a really dangerous look, man. Him even fighting a guy like Rolly, that's dangerous because Manny, he ain't never been a guy that was super hard to find or hit. So, he fighting any of these young dudes is a risk. We all seen how he looked after he fought Ugas, who's not even known to be a puncher. He had him looking crazy. And I think Father Time is definitely undefeated. Manny has seen better days. He's been knocked out multiple times, you know, to the body, up top. Like, he's been knocked out, right? Been flatlined by Marquez. He get body shot knockouts like early in his career. So I don't know, man. He had a lot of wear and tear, a lot of miles, man. I don't know why he would even still be fighting at this point. But you got to really love the sport, or you must want or need some money. I don't know, but we'll see. But I don't know. I don't see Tank fighting him after Jake. You know what I'm saying? I think maybe if this fight would have been before Jake, maybe then possible. But the whole thing with that Jake Paul fight, it seems like it removes other fights potentially off the table for Tank because of the weight that's going to have to be gained to participate in the fight with Jake, right? To even make this shit somewhat, I don't know, regular, right? As regular as it can be, I guess, right? You're going to have to put on some weight. And you're going to have to do it smart, right? Everybody been posting this clip right here saying this is him working out. I see some people saying it's old, but I see some people saying it's old. I see I don't know. Hey, listen, that's gonna be just a trick bag of a fight, bro. And so shit could really go wrong. That's what people not considering because of the skill gap or the experience level, right? People don't see no scenario where something could kind of go weird, but it be fights like that. You know what I mean? And I ain't saying it got to go bad for one guy or the other, but it's just you just never know. That's the intrigue there. You know what I'm saying? And as much as people call it a circus, don't people show up when the circus is in town? People be right there enjoying the circus. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is, man. I think it ain't gonna be no different come fight night with them. People gonna be right there enjoying that shit, tuned in, locked in, and watching. I mean, he said Pac blew all the money on failed presidential campaign. I ain't gonna lie, I did hear that. You know, he blew quite a lump sum of money with that, and he, you know, is a charitable guy, gives away, helps a lot, does a lot with his money. So. Maybe he needs, man, I'm saying, maybe he need payday. I don't know that. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to 702. How you feeling, my guy? I don't know. He might need it. You know what I'm saying? He said, man, he offered Tank $20 million for the next one. He gonna do it. He doesn't care about what anyone thinks about that bread. Yeah, especially if Rolly loses his title. Yeah. Brown / Joe Flacco. Joe Flacco. Word, man. So I don't know, but like I said, yeah, I wouldn't necessarily hold my breath on this one. And again, just like I said with Boots, I don't look at Tank Davis as the dog with no balls. You know, Tim just having fun. It's a play on words, but at the end of the day, you see not dissing the opportunity that he's taking with Jake. He's rather in support of it. You know what I'm saying? But he's still, you know, in ways critical, right? It's Tim Bradley. It's Timmy. All right, man. Let's keep building, man. So yeah, man. Boots is gonna paint a Picasso on this guy, man. Look at a little muscular. Look at him, y'all. Don't he remind you of Castillo Clayton a little bit? Telling you, Castillo 2.0. The muscles ain't gonna win the fight. Just gonna help him get chopped up. He ain't fast enough or athletic enough for Boots. I think that's gonna be his ultimate downfall. You know what I mean? I don't think he's the talent that Boots is, obviously, either. So, got his work cut out for him, but it's going to be BTA, man. And when I say BTA, I mean BTA, belt to ass. Shout out to the big homie, Hardcore Boxing News. That was good with it, Jay. How you feeling, man? Good to see you. Good to see you. Boxing with 224. What's good, fam? What's good with you, man? So we're gonna see, man. Watch, they're gonna change. They're gonna sing a different tune. They're gonna be singing a different tune. Watch. And Boots, man, I ain't say. I thought I had some clips of him sparring Sean Porter, man, that they had dropped. Damn, I thought I had him. Hold on, do I? Some clips of Sean. Man, he was sparring with Sean Porter. I don't know if I still got him. Did y'all see that when they dropped that little sparring footage, man? I'm telling you, Boots a dog, man. Different kind of guy, man. He has Sean Porter definitely respected him. Where is it? Do I still got these joints? Oh, yeah, I probably deleted them. Yeah, I do. Let me see. Give me a second, y'all. Give me a second. Let me me see, man. I'm telling you, man. As this, it's fight week and it's on. I can't wait to see this shit. Porter said Boots is light years ahead of him. That's crazy, Jay. That's crazy. And that's real too. See how I said Boots wasn't able to help Canelo. I don't think that was the thing though. Not saying he wasn't brought there to help him, but I thought that was more of a PR thing, bro. I don't think. At least I don't know. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. But maybe they did some work, but I don't think he was there on some like permanent basis, like consistently day after day. We working with Canelo. We trying to get him right. You get what I'm saying? I don't think it was that kind of thing. So, and again, sparring is one thing, but that shit wasn't going to make Canelo better. You know what I'm saying? That sparring boosts. In all reality, somebody said it. That shit could have chipped away at his confidence. For real, for real. You get what I'm saying? Boots young as hell and fresh. He could have had him out there looking bad, if you get what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Boots could have had him looking, questioning some things, right? You getting older, you getting there with that young line, man. That shit might not have been the, you know what I'm saying? Just might not have been the smartest thing to do. Who knows, right? But dude is Boots one of them ones, man. I'm trying to dig. And where is it at? I got him and what's the name? Him and Sean Porter had a good little session. It looked like, man. Canelo needed a welterweight switch hitter. Who else was he gonna work with? Yeah. And I just no matter what, I would never think that sparring was just gonna like magically like put him in a position to beat Bud. Like he was gonna have to do like more than that. You know what I'm saying? He was gonna have to do more than what people was anticipating. Like that shit just wasn't gonna be like some secret sauce to beating Bud, right? You know what I mean? It just wasn't gonna be that, regardless of what. You know what I'm saying? Just like anything else, just like I don't know, Shakur sparring Jake ain't gonna mean that Jake Paul would be able to, you know what I'm saying, beat Tank all of a sudden. Like that shit ain't gonna just make you better in that way. And I think Canelo is already who he is, right? I don't think he's gonna switch up. I think he is who he is, and I think his style is effective and it works. You know what I'm saying? It's been working for him, but it doesn't work against. You know what I'm saying? It don't work against that style. He's never had it easy with the kind of fighter, the style that Terence Crawford has. He would never have it easy with them type of fighters, bro. We'll always give him trouble. You know what I mean? Boxers, guys that can box, be smart, athleticism, man. And Bug got them long, freakish, long ass arms, man. Telling you shit, diferente, man. It's diferente, man. Trying to tell you. Boots would give anybody that kind of time. I'm telling you, bro, is 54 is next. They own that. They own that. I'm trying to tell you. 54 is on that. You're going to hurt one of them guys.
This dude punched me with a right hand. The joint came so fast, I didn't even see it, right? And it hit me on the forehead. And I got my headgear on. And it jarred my neck, right? I said, damn! And he moves away like I was hurt. I said, no, I'm good, but goddamn, like he stopped me, like, and I wasn't even coming at him. You know what I mean? I'm good. Goddamn, though. Goddamn. That's
And man, facts, bro. Behind the hand shits and giggles, bro. Because he was never, we never even seen it confirmed. It just caused a stare. Jake's a comedian, a damn content creator, you know what I mean, and a super troll, and he knew what it would cause. And You see that shit? That shit was clean. Like, look, he not for nothing. He probably was in there working Porter ass over.
Or sparring and stuff like that, but my man is
Porter, that's why you know Porter trying to sparring him. He ain't like that. He ain't like
he's
that
moving to
two-piece.
see. I mean, it was marvelous, honestly, to see this dude defensively move the way that he does, the way that he does things.
That's great, bro. Jordan, my dog, was good homie.
During the sparring.
I mean, that's it. You say I didn't like that. Hardy, gotta love that little stuff like that, bro. Gotta love that, man. He be working size differences, dog. I'm telling you, Boots was big as hell, long ass arms, Sean still in there. Like a little ass running back trying to fight him off. That's why he tried to swarm him when they got the ropes. He ain't like that shit. He like, yeah, I gotta get him for that 2-piece. That shit came in hot. Porter ain't like that. Ain't like that other joint that jarred his head back. He wasn't feeling that. He's like, nah, I gotta get his little young ass. Try to work him. He like, nah, he can't. You know what I mean? You gotta love it, yo. But and that shit, those experiences is good for a guy like Boots, man. I'm pretty sure he'll work with anybody. They say he be having trouble still getting sparring and shit like that, man. He just one of them dangerous guys, man. That once he getting in his bag, that shit could get real bad for the opposition. It could be an ugly night in the office for you. You feel me? End up beating your ass. That's what he do. Sean Porter know what SP know what's up. Yeah, I got him painting a Picasso on Lima, bro. I can't see it no other way. I ain't even gonna lie to you. I just don't see it being no other way. Too much muscle, too slow, not creative. It's just not the same talent level. And Lima punching in between what he said. Between Boots punches gonna make the fight interesting until it's not. I mean, if he's smart enough to do that, you know what I'm saying? Tank bad for boxing wise, see Manny list. It's really the truth. Nah, man, I think that's an exaggeration though, Mag Life, because you know what I mean. Look, we could talk about it a little bit. You know what I mean? The bad for boxing thing is a stretch, right? How could you say somebody's truly bad for boxing if they generating millions of dollars? You know what I mean? Each and every time they fight, right? It's an attraction. They're entertaining, right? You get what I'm saying? The part of like the fans in attendance ain't worried about resumes, records, and probably not even the name of the opponent. They just care about seeing them fight. So is he bad for boxing? He just for people that if you can't accept guys doing what they want to do when they're in position to do it, then you'll say things like he bad. But you know what I'm saying? And Manny knows too, though. Manny a businessman too, bro. So he like money just like Tank. He know what make money. He know if he was getting there with him, it'd be a great fight. Yeah, it's gonna be bad business, believe me. Yeah, I think he's gonna do him bad. So you get me, maggot. People just, they over exaggerate with it, bro. It's not that deep. He's not bad for boxing, bro. He's bad for boxing if you can't control his moves, right? That's how I look at it. That's what people do. Alan, my guy, was good, homie. How you feeling? How you feeling? But let's keep building, man. We're gonna get to this We're gonna get to that Benavidez interview, a little short interview that he did with Fight Hub too. But before we do, another one of the fight shot that's coming up that I definitely wanted to touch on again and talk about, because it been a lot of talk about this fight and how it's gonna look, and if Dev can when a certain kind of like the question came up, right? Between Norman and Haney, we all know it's coming up the 22nd of November. Now, I mean, that's going to be sooner than later. That's right. Next month? And it's going to be here sooner than later, right? And I see somebody asking can Brian Norman Jr. win a boxing match against Devin Haney? And can Devin Haney win a fight against Norman? And that's the shit that makes it intriguing. I mean, you seen the way Haney been training lately, right? He always in great shape for us physique wise. You know what I'm saying? And in the fight, he be in shape. He always that. And you know, people been watching him training and stuff.
So you working with that?
See him how he training to be explosive with that hand. Look, there's one thing about this kid. He gonna work, bro. He gonna put the work in. He gonna put the work in. One thing about him, it looked like he working on some explosiveness or whatever. You seen other drills with him looking like he's working on his legs and different things like that. And I think you need that, right? You want your punches to be impactful when you in there with B Norman, bro. You wanna get his respect, bro. You got to, because it's gonna be worse than this. Gonna be worse than I think he's the more dangerous than Ryan. He more focused, he more dedicated, more skills, just dangerous. I think he punching harder, both hands too. Good jab, right? He can box and move. You know, can Brian Norman win a boxing match? Yeah, I think he can. Yeah, I think he can. I think he could win if it's not a knockout. I do. Can Devin Haney win a fight? That remains to be seen. It's very risky. You know, it's question marks surrounding both of them. But if you ask me, I think definitely Brian Norman is a guy that can win a boxing match if he needed to. He got talent, he got skills, he can box. I don't see what people see with the foot stuck in the mud stuff. I don't see that. He got a jab, a heavy ass jab, one that he's gonna use because I know he's gonna understand he's gonna need that jab on track to set up the rest of the offense and position himself to hurt this dude. So he gonna have to switch this shit up, man. He gonna have to be really smart, bro. He gonna have to, man. He gonna have to be smart. This shit can get real ugly and real fast. You get me? Real ugly, real fast, y'all. Real ugly, real fast. And I just don't know if a fight is what he want, right? I think he gonna want a boxing match. I seen him, like I said, doing some drills and different things, working with the legs. You gonna have to move. I ain't saying run. Like I know this post saying don't run dead, but Dev gonna have to box and be smart, bro. Standing in front of Brian Norman is not gonna be ideal, and it's not gonna be smart. It's definitely gonna be detrimental to your health in there, right? You need a good game plan, a great game plan, as a matter of fact. Good, not gonna cut it. I'm just being honest. I expect this to be a really good fight, entertaining for as long as it lasts, however long it lasts. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's distance or knockout. But I'm gonna say this for sure. You got to show more shades of Devin Haney than you did against Jose Ramirez. That shit, that move, and that's not gonna cut it. I think he'll track you down. I think he'll find you in there. I think he'll put a hurting on you. You got to make it count. So I see him training, looking like he's training for some explosiveness, which is good because I think he's gonna need it. He's gonna need his punches to have an impact when he in there with Brian Norman. You're gonna want to be able to hurt this kid, bro. You're not gonna want a situation where he just walking you down, taking your best shots and walking you down. That's not going to be good for you. And he telling you, strong ass dude, power in both hands, fresh off punching a month and a half out of somebody. Like, man, you got to deal with that shit. And you talking about left hooks. And his left hook dangerous as hell, but then he ain't even left-handed. He right-handed. Then he dealing with two healthy hands. He whole training camp to work on the things that y'all think he can do well, which is move and box. And utilize the ring. I don't know, man. That shit gonna be a tough night in the office. You gotta utilize your jab, Devin Haney. Your jab gonna have to be on point. That straight right hand that you like is gonna have to be on point. You know, your decision making and defense, right? It's gonna have to be on point. Confidence has to be intact that night. You cannot come in there timid. You come in there like you on unstable ground, like you on unsteady legs. You're gonna really get it, bro. It's gonna get bad for you in there. You know what I'm saying? You really got to do a lot more, I think considerably more than what you did in your last bout, bro. I don't think you can move like that because, again, Brian Norman is more of an athlete than Jose Ramirez. He's not old. He's not like shot worn, I think, like Jose Ramirez was, respectfully. He's not going to be a guy that that can't pull the trigger when he get close. You know what I'm saying? He's not that guy. He's gonna be able to pull the trigger. He got a 1-inch reach advantage, bro. You gotta pick your poison. The left hand or the right hand. You know what I'm saying? The left hand or the right hand. Which one? Like, you gotta take your pick, bro. Take your pick. Take your pick, man. And I'm telling you, bro, pick your poison, bro. So you gotta fight the perfect fight damn near. I ain't even trying to be funny. Your margin for error is not gonna be, like it was with Ramirez, right? And it was little times here or there where you got caught. But this gonna be different because I think, and I've heard it from people that got in the ring directly with Brian Norman, man. They say he got some really naturally heavy hands, bro. And they watch them box guys that can box. They watch them fight guys that fight. Like, he can do both. It's just a matter of having to do it in the ring. And you got to give him something to respect, young Dev. You got to. Your ass going to get walked through, beat up, and beat down, bro. That shit going to get ugly. Telling you, all that moving, unsteady legs, and Brian Norman going to try to walk you down, cut the ring. I'm telling you, he utilizes his jab, something Jose Ramirez wasn't doing in y'all fight. He wasn't throwing no jabs like that. Get what I'm saying? He was doing all that work to cut the distance and get in front of you, and then he wouldn't even let his hands go. Brian Norman is not going to do that. He's not going to be in his head. He's not going to overthink it. I think he got the necessary tools for the job. You're going to have an answer when he get in close. And man, yo, he got a hell of a hook, man. If he can catch you pulling out, bro, with your head in the air, that shit going to get ugly. You know what I mean? You got to have a presence of a jab, man. If I don't see the jab, I'm going to know very early that you're in trouble. So, I see the training clips. I see the things that you're doing. Look, you always work hard. You work your ass off. There's no doubt, bro. But the thing is, you're fresh off a training camp where you were doing and implementing a lot of things in training camp, and you did none of that in the actual fight. And that was coming right from the guys that work with you. You know, Shane Mosley amongst others, right? Guys put you out there and said, look, you trained a certain way, but you got out there and you didn't fight that way. You didn't fight like a guy that was, you get what I'm saying? That with that confidence, man, that shit was shaky. I'm being very, like, I ain't going too crazy on him. But Devin, man, you know better than that shit, bro. You can't do a Jose Ramirez with Brian Norman Jr., in my opinion. That shit'd be bad. Gotta box this man. You gotta box and be smart. I'm just saying, to even make it a fight, for it to be 50-50 like some of his fans are saying, because I get it. They like, man, it's a huge jump up in competition for Brian Norman. Man, this is going to be a challenge for Devin Haney. He's not fighting no little guy. He don't have the longer arms. He's not the bigger guy. He ain't got no crazy-ass speed advantage. He don't have the power advantage. You two fights back-to-back where you ain't really looked all the way like yourself, right? Especially after the Ryan shit. So you still got them questions lingering. How are you going to look? What's going to happen when the first time he landed a hook on you? Because I don't think you make it to 12 rounds without him landing them paws on you. Bro, fast. He athletic. He talented. He getting better. He's surging. He working with momentum right now. His confidence at an all-time high. I'm telling you that they said that bro got naturally heavy hands. Bro told me Brian Norman Jr. punched him and he seen the light, bro. Say he seen the light. He said Brian Norman got the kind of power that could shake you to your boots. Shake you to your boots. That's not nobody putting nothing on it. That's somebody that's actually in the ring with him. You're not going no 36 minutes just dancing around. That shit gonna get ugly. That boy gonna catch you with one of them damn jabs, and his jab is heavy. That's the crazy part. Brian Norman Jr. jab is wild. Like, I don't know, man. You might have to run shit. You might have to get on that good foot. He said, hey, you ain't a believer. It builds a trainer. I just think in the toughest moments, it's going to stay tough. You know what I mean? GG Champ, what's good with it? You know what I mean, man? Y'all hit that like button, man. Sub to the channel. Double tap that screen, man. We did an 8-hour live stream yesterday, y'all. 8-hour live stream. We did a whole shift. You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody that pulled up and rocked out, man. We going to keep building. Hit that like button. Dank, what it do, homie? How you feeling at night? There's no way Jose, because he never let his hands go. Norman gonna punch. That's what I'm saying. He gonna get there and punch, bro. He gonna get there and punch. Roja, what it do? Talib was good with it. Got a little beat and 8. He been like that since he was a kid. Glad he can show everyone. And then what his dad was telling me about was you know, having healthy hands finally. Yeah, that jab was crazy, wasn't it, Roach? That shit was nasty. His dad was telling me, you know, about having the healthy hands and not being able to have those things since, you know, healthy, pair of healthy hands for a while. You get me? So. My bad, y'all. Spence chilling too. So he said that boy got that mechanic hands. I'm telling you, now them joints. It's a Haney seen Brian Norman flat footed. That's why he picked him. Brian Norman flat footed. I think that's a Hold on, let me see because we talking about. Let me see if I can pull the video up with Brian Norman, bro. Man, I think he flat footed. You know, obviously when you punching, your feet are gonna be set and they're gonna be flat, but. I think he's a guy that could pick his feet up. They think his feet stuck in the mud or something. I think they sadly mistaken, bro. I'm telling you. I think that's where they might go wrong with Brian Norman, man. They messing up with Jordan. Lil B he gonna be out there working. Where that clip at, man? I'm telling you, bro was out there working on them footworks. Telling you, hold on. You know I'm the clip king. We gonna pull the clips up. Next gen. Ryan Garcia flat-footed too. He absolutely is. But that's the thing. Brian Norman could pick his feet up. You know what I'm saying? He could pick them feet up, man. He could pick up them feet pieces. My thing, and if he need to, I think he can box well enough to win a decision box. Right? I don't think Devin Haney could win a fight against him. I'm not trying to be funny. I don't think he got the artillery, man. I don't think he packing the firepower, B. You get me? I don't think he packing that firepower to play like that. You got to get yours and get up out of there, G. You get me? You're going to have to get yours and get up out of there. Get what I'm saying? You're going to have to get his and get up out of there, bro. Like, all that sticking around. Shout out to my guy, Next Gen. All that sticking around and, you know, trying to stand in there. Nah. Box, shoot that jab, get that right hand in there. You're going to have to get in and get out, bro. I'm telling you. And it's not going to be easy because y'all, they underestimating this man's foot speed. Watch. I'm telling you. They're underestimating his ability to move. Watch. Telling you, his feet, he's slow, his feet, he's flat-footed. It ain't gonna be able to move. Watch, Brian Norman gonna be out there. Boy, the last thing you want to do is find out that night that he can actually move. Bro, that shit could be ugly. Telling you. I mean, said locked and loose, said Dad gonna get Norman on oil change. The gap, the skill set. I watched all Norman fights. He good though, 70-30. Okay, shout out to Locked and Loaded, 70-30 in Dev's favor. I hear you. I just think it's what happens when he actually gets hit. What happens? You know what I'm saying? How does he respond? How does he react? You know what I'm saying? If Brian Norman land one of them things on him, you know what I'm saying? Get out of there, Dad. You know what I'm saying?
Still dope bitch. So what the fuck is up? Got your hoe on my dick, whole town on my nuts. I got keys on the streets, I got shooters in the cut. Talking about beefing with me, assisted to it, get your touch. Man, these niggas small fries, choppers coming all sides. Don't associate with pigs, snitch and get your hoe.
Telling you, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna have to edit that, but it's all good. Telling you, man, B. Norman out there working on them feet, man. He hear that noise. He heard that noise like, man, I ain't trying to hear it, G. B. Norman like, bro, I ain't trying to hear it. You gonna have to deal with me, man. You gonna have to see me. You hear me? Devin, you gonna have to see me. Said Norman and yeah, like, but I feel you Locked and Loaded. I know y'all feel like it's a skill gap. But my thing is, if we're talking about Devin Haney 100% on top of his game and looking like him, then I can understand the skill gap thing. But without you utilizing all of those skills, without you utilizing the weapons that made you who you are, that would dictate or demonstrate that it's some type of skill gap, it's hard to see how it's going to look, right? Like I seen a fight, like I said, just your last fight, you worked on a lot of different things in camp, but executed none of those things when it came time to fight, right? Shane Mosley, what was it, Gio? You know what I mean? That you ain't do what you supposed to done. You ain't do what you supposed to done. You got in there and did something opposite of what you worked on. And I think that was just coming from being unsettled, but also trying to make it to the next fight. So I do think there's a fair chance that Devin Haney shows more of himself in this fight because I think he'll need it to get the job done. I think if you if you go out there and you have another like an unsettled type of game plan, that shit, I think Norman and his pops gonna pick up on that. His dad gonna be looking for a weakness. He gonna be looking to see, you get what I'm saying? He's gonna be looking to see how you react and respond to when you get hit. That's the questions to me, and the fact that I still question how he looks once he get hit is what's concerning for me because I think everybody in every fight gets hit, right? It's fair to say. And then you got a guy like Brian Norman. I think he's going to be able to land some punches. I think he's going to be able to hit you. I think he's going to be able to jab with you. His arms are a little bit longer, right? And you got to be jabbing. He could jab with you. You hook, he can hook with you. Like you got to fight smart. And I ain't saying you can't do it, but you got to get in your bag, bro. You got to bring that whip of a jab, bro. That shit can't be absent. Go out there and not fight and it be no presence of the jab, man. Watch how that fight look. It's going to be really difficult because you're going to find yourself being like excessively moving and you're going to fight as if you're trying to survive. And that shit is just not something that you want. You want to fight like you're trying to win, not survive. And that's what all due respect. Haney, I rock with him. I rock with boxing. But that's all. I just want to see the best fight possible. You get what I'm saying? But you can't be out there fighting to survive, bro. That shit is not going to cut it against Brian Norman Jr. You're going to try to send your head to the rafters. You better come out there and fight like you're trying to win. You better come out there and fight like it's a skill gap. But see, that shit going to come with its cons because there's pros and cons to everything. Yeah, you could come out there trying to assert yourself early and show them that it's levels, as you keep saying. But we also seen when you said it was levels between you and Ryan. And I know he cheated, so I know it's an asterisk by that. But I'm just saying, in terms of how the fight played out, you can say levels, but then you get in there, what happens when a person starts to land punches on you with any regularity or with consistency? What happens the first time you eat a real good left hook or a right hook or a really solid jab? Do you get immediately on your bike? Do you stick to the game plan? Can you execute? Like, are you still Devin Haney? But what I mean is, are you still that guy that will go out there, rinse, wash, and repeat? And box a person down? That's what I want to see. Those are the questions I have for him. If he can do that, then he cooking with grease. And we talking about that might be Hanos out there. But I'm telling you, it's going to get tricky. This ain't Jose Ramirez. This ain't, all due respect to him, this ain't the domesticated Jose Ramirez that didn't know how to throw the punches once he got there. This is not a guy that ain't been looking like himself ever since he got beat up by Josh Taylor. That's not him. Again, this is Brian Norman coming off of back-to-back performances where people continue to doubt him. He winning on the road, traveling. You get what I'm saying? He done became a world champion. You know what I mean? Got a defense in. He's smoking shit. You know what I mean? He hot right now. Can you be the one to douse the flame? Can you douse the flame? Because B. Norman is coming for that smizzy. You get me? He said, imagine a New York performance in front of a crowd of turkey-owned people. Turkey not going for it. Nope. And that's in Jordan. Bro, who are they doing business with? I'm glad you added that element. Who are they doing business with? You get me? So can you afford to come out here? Is that in the back of your mind? Can you afford to come out there and do that again? Move, right? Not really throw no punches, right? We understand getting to the bag. Now, this is the bag after. You get what I'm saying? So how do you behave? How do you assess yourself in this fight? You know what I'm saying? So, well, Rams are Canelo, hey, things going to be overhand right. You got to watch out for accurate. And Sasaki timing crazy. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got to pick your poison, right? Is it the left hook that punch 6 weeks of memory out of the dude, or is it going to be the right hand that's healthy as hell too, the overhand? You know what I'm saying? He be cooking, and he got sharp, compact hooks. What is it going to be? Is it going to be a hook, overhand, a jab? Pick your poison. You in there with a puncher. You called him the best guy at 147, and you better be prepared like that's the best guy. Illuminate Psyche, what's good with it, fam? You know what I'm saying? You better be out there prepared like you fighting the best guy. That's for damn sure. Because if not, it could get ugly. It could get ugly. You know what I'm saying? It could get ugly. You know, I'm trying to posterize Dev. I think so too. You're going to try to put him on that poster. They about to go for dead body. I think so too. He gets caught. He doing the running man all night. Shit, he might have to get on that good foot. Might have to get on that good foot. Telling you, look, Norman now to go to that body, close that gap, bro. Telling you, feet don't be stuck in the mud. Take the move. This shit is not gonna be easy, bro. It's not gonna be easy, not in the office, bro. You're gonna have to earn your stripes. In other words, you're gonna have to execute the game plan. That's all I'm saying, bro. You're gonna have to put together the game plan and execute. Ain't been on a decline. It's tough to say decline, right? Because he ain't like he losing. He got cheated against Devin. Devin cheated against Ryan. Ramirez was I feel like he fought unsettled, but he also fought in a way to get the bag. That's what I thought, to make sure he was getting to that next bag. Like I said, this fight, he needs to show more of himself. He needs to be 100% Devin Haney. If he's that, we got a legit 50-50 fight, and it becomes more of a toss-up. But you can't be unsettled against him the way he was against Ramirez. I think that makes the fight a lot more tougher. So, of course, you want to be on your best behavior, bro. You got to. Anything less is uncivilized. You know what I mean? But the jab, I need to see that right from the rip. He got to be using that thing. You get me? Got to be jabbing, because that's how he set up over 90% of that offense. If he's jabbing, then I know he comfortable. You know what I'm saying? He jabbing, shooting that right hand, then I know he comfortable. You know what I mean? Go to the body a little bit, try to stab to the body. You know what I mean? Reset, right? Just little things that he doing there to let you know that he good, right? And he got to be working that stick. You get me? Don't abandon the jab. Don't abandon. We want to see the best fight possible. Brian Norman coming to fight. You might be coming to box. Can you win a fight? Can he win a boxing match? It's gonna be a hell of a one. Shout out to Art, man. What's good? He said Devin 10-2. He ain't going. You know what I'm saying? He ain't going. He said Dev is 10-2. 10-2 that guy. Said he levels above him. We'll see. Yeah, he did. I don't think a decline, but I get what you're saying. He said after the Ryan fight, he lost that confidence. Yeah, it take a little bit to get it back. You know what I'm saying? Defensive speed was on point. Yeah, it was. He did good defensively, but I feel like in this fight, you need your offense, which you need to be presently there. Like, the thing that concerned me the most is the people that work with him speaking on all the things that they worked on, and felt like he was going to execute those things, and he didn't. He did totally different than the stuff he worked on. That would be a concern or a red flag for me, because we know Devin Haney is a damn master at sticking to that game plan, is he not? He damn good at sticking to that game plan and getting it done, figuring it out. You know what I mean? Rinse, wash, and repeat your ass. He'll jab, 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 straight right hand, you body shot you the hell up out the building, right? You know what I'm saying? So that's all. Get back to his winning ways, and that's utilizing and sticking to the game plan that you worked on and that you crafted in training camp, right? And not going against it. So betting against Devin, no cap. I ain't tripping. I ain't mad at you. I get it. You feel like he just ain't all the way back since Ryan, but I think he had to get some of that back in spurts, right? That was a lot that happened on the night, and I think he had to work himself back into the fold. I think sometimes when you take, punishment in fights like that, then you take time off, added to it, and on top of that, also trying to move up to another division, right? It's just going to be a bit of a climb back, right? Think about how much work it take to get to the point where he was at before he ran into cheating Ryan, right? So I think, after you go through that shit mentally, physically, emotionally, all those different things, it's a bit of a process getting you back to where you once was. And I think that's where Devin is at. He's in that space where he's still like, hey, man, I'm still me. I'm still him. Look, yeah, I might didn't look as settled as I looked in some of my other fights. It might not have been as offensively dominant as what you've seen me do before, but I still won. I still didn't take a lot of punishment. I was clean. I did get up out of there and get in and get up out of there clean, right? I was swimming without getting wet for the most part. So it's not all negatives, right? I'm a fair person. I'm a real person. Look at it on both sides. I just feel like that same approach makes the fight 2 times more difficult against Brian Norman. You need more of Devin Haney to be the boss in there, to be confident in what he's doing. And like I said, you got to use that whip of a jab. You know what I'm saying? There's only been one guy that has been able to counter the jab and kind of take advantage of you using it, and that was Ron. And we all know what that was. So at the end of the day, the hell with his cheating ass. Now, Devin, now this is you'll be 2 fights removed from that, or a fight or two removed from that. This would be 2 fights since, Ryan, right? Now, are you ready to show more of what you've been working on, more of what you're capable of, right? Are you going to show your fans as well as the naysayers that you all the way back to yourself? Because if so, this is the fight that you need to do it in. This is the right opponent. You fighting a young, dangerous, hungry, undefeated world champion that's been winning on the road, that's surging with a lot of confidence, man. It's not a lot. It's not a lot you don't like about what Norman has been doing, right? You've seen him get battle tested. You've seen him hit the canvas. You've seen him get up. You've seen him get cut. You've seen him win an ugly fight. You've seen him win a polished fight. You've seen him look even better. You've seen him win being an underdog, being counted out. You've seen him win on the road, right? But you've seen Devin Haney travel to Australia and win on the road as well twice. So these guys have experience. They have been tested. Devin Haney more so than Brian Norman, right? He feels like he's levels above him. And, right, I get it. I respect it. But he's going to have to show that he levels above him. One is saying it is one thing, proving it is another. He'll have that opportunity the 22nd. And can he win a fight? I mean, anything is possible in boxing, but I think the likelihood of it is very slim. I don't think him trying to fight or stand in front of Norman too long would be ideal. I think his game plan would be very simple. Box, move, stay away, keep him on the outside, keep him at bay. I don't think he's going to be looking to go mid-range to inside to have a fight, because then things get rough. And you give a guy like Norman Jr. more opportunities to close the gap and make something happen. So you got to pick your poison. Fight a smart fight, stick to the game plan, listen to your dad, and execute, right? I want to see him be more settled in there. You know what I'm saying? Be more willing to stand your ground in spots, of course, right? I'm not saying stand there and trade and nothing like that, but he was giving up ground a lot with Ramirez, so much so it just looked like he wasn't comfortable, right? Just didn't look all the way comfortable. And I get it. I see what you went through. So I gave him the grace to need more than one fight to kind of bounce back to get where he was at. You know what I'm saying? Where he once was. So we just got to see. Shout out to all things. What it do, homie? Corey Graham says, dude trying to sell Devin Haney. It's not about trying to, man, you just not a boxing fan, dude. You just not a boxing fan. I don't got to sell him. You just not a boxing fan. What, you want me to shit on him? Man, y'all dudes are weird, man. Sell Devin Haney. You don't got to fucking listen. I don't got to sell him, but I ain't going to shit on him. He a world-class fucking fighter that ain't even lost officially yet. What the hell you want me to do, shit on him? Y'all some dumbass boxing fans, man. Devin Haney will beat your ass and probably everybody you know. You ain't got to sell him. I ain't got to sell him nothing. Everything I'm saying is real. That's the shit that he got to do. He got to this level being a world-class athlete, bro. You don't got to like it. You don't got to love him. But the man can fight. He can box his ass off. But, again, for him to get to the level that he's trying to get back to and be at the top of things, be, snatching up belts and shit like that, he got to be him. He got to box. He got to be smart. Yeah, he got to use his jab, shit like that. Right hand, use his feet. Get in and out, stand his ground when he needs to. We got to put something on Brian Norman's mind, make him respect him. Yeah, you got to do them things. Y'all been taught to not like boxing, you weird-ass dudes. I ain't one of them. I like Devin Haney. I support him, and I like him. I ain't got no issue with him. I want to see him bounce back. But look, if I'm being honest, I think Norman is about to cause all types of hell for him. I think it's going to be it could be a really bad night for him. You know what I'm saying? I think Norman catching him at the right time. I think they made up their mind that he's some type of slew-footed ogre or something in the ring that can't move and don't know his way around the ring. They're going to find out the hard way. I just don't like weirdness. Why are y'all think about this? I can see if this dude been getting his ass beat left and right. Like, we talking about a matter of one fight where he got cheated and one fight where he was bouncing back. You can't make this shit up. Boxing fans are terrible, bro. That man gave you, 30 straight fights before any of this shit happened? Why are we acting like we can't get a man a little bit of grace to bounce back? He got drugged through the ringer, embarrassing, getting physically fucked up, man. He was getting jaw swollen. Come on, man. That shit had to be embarrassing. You
Feel like you losing money, you questioning yourself, you questioning your team, man. Y'all not real, man. Y'all not real boxing fans. Go through that shit. I know y'all ain't never been through none. Some guys that probably don't even fucking return. Some dudes take a loss like that and don't come the fuck back. Get what I'm saying? Dumb, man. Dumb. Goof, man. Goof, man. Goof. Man, listen, man. Bro, I ain't in the mood today. Fuck out of here, dude. Man, you think about that in the kids' corner. Don't tell me what to tell. I don't even know you to tell you. I'm gonna tell you what the truth is. Man, y'all people be pissing me off. You goof troop. He went to Australia twice and stood on business. I don't give a fuck what you think about that opportunity. I don't like you boxing fans that minimize everything that these dudes do. Do you know anybody personally that traveled to Australia and fought on a world-class stage? Do you know anybody? Fought in front of thousands and thousands of fans. Do you know anybody? Y'all some toxic, weird boxing fans. Y'all have been conditioned and programmed to minimize everything these guys do. Oh, don't tell me he went. Shut up. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to say it again. He went to Australia and beat the hell out of George Kambosos. Back to back. I'm going to speak the truth always. I don't give a damn what you don't like. Man, you don't listen to the conversation. If I'm going to speak about how Brian Norman traveled and won on the road, you think I'm not going to speak on the other side and speak about how Devin Haney traveled and won? Man, learn how to have a conversation, bro. Y'all some goofy ass people, man. Sell you Devin Haney. Don't watch him, goof truth. I support boxing. What? Now give me a reason why you don't watch him. Let me guess. Because he got beat up by Ryan, right? That's why you don't support him. Let me guess. A lawsuit that never went nowhere. That's why you don't support him. Shut up, man. Tell you where he went. Man, he took his ass to Australia. Like I said, some shit you ain't never do. Everybody wasn't willing to do that. I ain't got to call no names, but everybody wasn't willing to do it. Y'all got to stop thinking we supposed to sit up here and minimize everything these dudes do. And I heard them silly-ass boxing fans, we're going to Australia and beating George Kambosos ain't nothing. But then when an actual boxer speaks on him doing it and then having to travel there twice and do it, they breathe life into how that can be difficult because you got to trick your mind to go over there and do this shit all over again. Then not to mention the first time they did the funny shit with his dad and he didn't have his dad in his corner, man, shut up. Dude had his dad the whole time. It was a different experience. Yeah, it was a guy that we felt like he could have figured it out and beat up, but damn it, he did it. It could have went wrong. It wasn't etched in stone that he had to win. He could have went over there and got his ass beat, but he didn't. Stood on business without his dad. Then the next one, his dad was there and he kicked his ass even more. Truth be told, he the one that started sending George Kambosos on that losing streak. That was Devin Haney work. And he did that shit on the road. Yeah, you respect that shit. What's wrong with y'all? He got all his fans screaming against him. Yeah, let me guess. It don't mean nothing. That ain't nothing. Yeah, that ain't shit. Yeah, nah, I don't know why we giving them credit for that. I don't like y'all type of fans. I really don't. Y'all piss me off, man. Y'all toxic, not good for the sport. Y'all don't even know how to highlight when somebody do something that's decent, halfway decent. I'm not overpraising it. I get it. We don't think the most of George Kambosos, but it's the opportunity. He had to travel. He had to prepare mentally. He had to be ready to go without his dad, a voice that he's used to having in his corner all the time. I'm tired of y'all, man. Learn how to watch some boxing, man. Learn to appreciate this shit. Then maybe your conversation will change. Y'all really terrible. Y'all terrible. All of y'all. I'm on y'all last. And I'm going to bat for Devin Haney. Y'all all wild as hell, treating a man like he done, washed up, finished or something. What do we have to go off? Like, what fight did he lose? What fight did he lose? You get what I'm saying? What fight did – and shout out to Patrick. And he beat Tio. You get what I'm saying? Facts, bro. Facts. That's all facts. We always downplaying shit. He did it after that, coming off his best win of his career. Come on, man. Nah, it ain't shit. It ain't nothing. Nah, because it was only George Kambosos. He was undefeated. He was a fucking world champion. And Devin Haney went over there and took his shit. Went in his backyard, took his shit, doubled back, and beat him up again. Made that man respect him. George Kambosos was talking all types of shit. Devin Haney humbled that man with his pillow fist, as y'all like to say. Y'all not good for boxing, man. I don't hate these dudes. I like seeing them do their thing. So when he took his ass over there to Australia, me knowing other guys could have did it and they didn't do it, yeah, I respect it. I don't have to overpraise it, but I'm going to appreciate it. I like boxing. That man stood on fucking business over there. That's all. I don't dislike him, but I can't acknowledge that he did something good. Yeah, that's what's up. He seen the opportunity and he took that shit by the horns. That's what you gotta respect. Man, he could have said, nah, I ain't going to no Australia. They gonna cheat me. He could have pulled that card. And we was hearing people saying that shit. Come on, man. Nah, I respect that he went over there, bro. I respect it. And then furthermore, I respect how he gave Lomachenko an opportunity he didn't have to. Yes, I respect it. Yes. Whether you thought he lost or whatever, a close fight, whatever. He gave him an opportunity he didn't have to. Man, y'all got to start putting some respect on these fighters' name. Yeah, it's like the first time they come up short and they have a couple of, not the best performances, we forget about all the work they put in. It's like, man, Devin Haney's declining. Oh, he's done. It's over with him. Man, shut up, man. Damn. Brian, let's let it at least see if Brian Norman going to show us if he's done, if it's over with. Man, but at least let the man fight, bro. He got fucking cheated. Ryan was pumped up with Osterine. Yeah, I get it. He fought the wrong game plan. I get it. That man was pumped up on some cheating shit. And then he had the nerve, the same guy, come back and get beat up by by Rolly when he didn't have his secret serum. Nah, I'm rooting for Devin Haney, bro. 1,000,000%. I don't know what kind of boxing fans we got in today's world, bro. I really don't. Y'all be really sitting up here not liking these young men, these young-ass kids, bro. 26, 27, 28, yeah, they kids, man. They young men. You get what I'm saying? Nah, man, I respect the grind. I respect what him and Bill did, going and get it out the mud in Mexico where people are frowning upon it. And then he got his son on the mainstream and they ain't looked back since. Y'all bogus, man. Y'all act like what he doing is easy. If it was easy, everybody would be doing what Devin Haney's doing. Y'all, I don't know who y'all listen to, but I ain't that, bro. I ain't saying he the best thing in the world. He better than everybody, but bro, he is he fit inside that percentage that we talk about, that very small percentage of fighters. Yeah, he fit in that. Whether you like him or not, I don't give a damn if you put him in the top, middle, or very bottom. He up there. Damn, that shit ain't easy to do what these guys is doing, bro. Y'all crazy, bro. Y'all not even realistic, man. Remove just being an analyst and try saying how hard would it be if you had a chance to start your career in boxing. Would you be able to make it to the level that he made it to? Without any, and think about it. Let's not fucking act like the first time he got dragged through the ringer, it wasn't an unfair advantage. The dude was being cheated. I ain't mad at Devin, man. Yeah, I want to see him bounce back. I'm not rooting against Brian Norman. Like I told y'all, I rock with Brian Norman. I think he's going to give him hell. I think this could be a really bad fight for him. You know what I'm saying? I think Norman is slept on, underrated, and he going to prove some shit. But, man, in no way, shape, or form am I distant Devin and mad at him. For what? He not done. He ain't declining. We don't know that yet. I think he trying to bounce back is what's going on. That's what you seeing. He got his ass handed to him, bro. Yeah, that shit was a different experience. He got beat up. Let's call it what it is. Dude cheated, but he got beat up. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of getting back, bro. But I don't know where this disdain be coming in for these young men just trying to be great. I like them. I don't dislike them at all. And I don't have a single problem with his style. His style is his style. That's what he is. That's what he brings to the table. He a pure boxer. He's a smart, sharp boxer. When he at the top of his game, y'all bugging, man. Man, y'all used to listen to that toxic shit, man. Devin Haney could scrap, bro. He can box, bro. The kid can box. Kid can box, man. And I just want to see a good fight the 22nd, man. I root for people to get their just due, to get with, you know what I'm saying? Like, after seeing how he got dragged by the media, after getting cheated all over a lawsuit that ain't really go nowhere, that shit just nasty work, bro. It's like you would have thought he was pumped up with the Osterine, bro. And we already writing him off. Now he's declining. You're trying to sell him. You're not trying to sell that. I ain't got to sell you shit. The man was undisputed at 135, moved up, fought Regis, got the title, got cheated by Ryan, bounced back against Jose, and here he is already with another dangerous fight. Put some respect on the younger name. Win, lose, or draw. Win, lose, or draw. He fighting Brian Norman, somebody that just punched a month and a half out of somebody, a memory out of somebody, bro. Nah, hell no. I respect it. And he wanted smoke with T.O. and T.O. left it on the table. Yeah, no. Nah, man. Win, lose, or draw, Devin Haney got my respect because I've been paying attention. I'm not sitting here trying to overpraise him and none of that. I'm just giving the credit for the things he deserved credit for. His mentality since getting cheated. People say he wasn't going to run it back with Ryan. he was set. The stage was set for them to do exactly that. He shot that narrative down. He didn't blow the bag. It was Ryan that did. That's the reason the fight didn't happen. Then he went over there and pressed Tio, somebody that he argued back and forth with years ago, for years going back and forth. Tio was the one that left the money on the table. So we still gonna shit on Devin Haney. I'm talking about mentality. Yeah, he didn't get back in the ring yet, but look what he was on. And then he said, Brian Norman? Man, nah, bro. You gotta respect that, bro. This could be a bad fucking fight for him. This shit could get ugly. Nah, you gotta respect that, man. I don't know who do y'all listen to? Seriously, like who teach y'all to just not like boxing? Who? Like, where do y'all be at? Man, it ain't that bad. This dude really, he a talented ass fighter, bro. Ain't no run-of-the-mill fighters beating him. Him and Ryan was familiar with each other. Make no mistake, everybody won't be able to do what Ryan did to Devin to him. Everybody won't be able to do that. Everybody won't be able to do that to him. You get what I'm saying? Like that's shit, man. I don't know, man. We be talking about some of the best guys in the world. I just don't understand it. I don't understand how y'all watch boxing, bro. So y'all telling me y'all don't root for people after a loss? That's basically what we doing. So he can't even, and it cheated. It ain't even an official loss. So if somebody have a couple of off nights, we like, yeah, man, it's over for him. He's declining. Move on to the next. It's not a real boxing supporter, bro. I'm telling you, that's not. That's not, bro. Give that man a chance to bounce back. I want to see it. You know what I mean? Emmanuel, what it do, homie? How you feeling? I agree, say 50-50. Yeah, at the top of his game, it is. Top of his game, got 500 on Devin all day. Shout out to Holmes Enterprise. You new in the building, double tap the screen, hit that like button, sub to the channel. Let's keep building. Like I said, man, I just had to go off on a little rant. Look, we got to, I can't tell nobody how to think, but don't make it seem like me giving a guy his just due is like a crime, like it's a bad thing. Yeah, we can't talk good about Devin Haney. You see how he looked against Ramirez? Yeah, I see how he went. I see how he won. Yeah, it wasn't the most offensively, aesthetically pleasing to the eye, right? But I seen him win. I seen Ramirez ain't do shit. I seen him make a whole bunch of promises and ain't deliver on none of them. And nobody critiques the guy that actually lost. And we gonna be overly critical of the guy that won in what universe? Nah, man, kick ass. Kick ass. And if it wasn't Brian Norman, if it was somebody else that I didn't like, that he was going in there against, I'd be rooting for him to beat their ass. But, you know, I like B. Norman. I got a chance to talk to him. He seemed like a genuine, real, authentic guy. And I know he putting that work in. Him and his pops, I know they ready for this fight. They asked for, I mean, you know, they wanted fights like this to prove themselves. And now they got a chance to do so. And that's what I like to see, man. You know what I'm saying? That's what I like to see. Oh, boy, man. These fucking idiots, man. Y'all some idiots, bro. Some days I just, like, I don't even know why y'all even click to listen, bro. Saving them. Like, nah. So talking positive is saving them, bro. You think you need me to save them? It's not about saving them. It's having a real conversation, a real discussion. If I was up here talking about how done he was and how he finished and how he about to get destroyed on the 22nd, I'll be cooking, wouldn't I? Shut up, dude. Just shut up. Maybe you might learn something. Just sit in the back, man. Sit your ass in the back because you clearly don't know where you at, man. Read the room, dude. Man, I ain't going to be on here too much longer, man. We did an 8-hour joint. We're going to keep building. I got some more before we get out of here, man. We ain't done just yet. Like I said, man, I'm going to continue to breathe life into these guys. That's what's wrong with boxing right there. They don't have no real support. They got these fake-ass fly-by-night fans that is used to people, yeah, man. I ain't get him out of here. There you go, bro. There you go, whatever your name is, dude. Back to what I was saying. So I'm gonna continue to breathe life into these guys because that's what they deserve, bro. One bad night against Ryan, one bad game plan, one, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you have a tough night in the office. I'm a realist, bro. You wake up. Yeah, I had to. You wake up every day of your life. Do you have the best day of your life every day at work or in life, period, right? You have tough nights, right? Some days you get up and life just smack the shit out you and you take an L, right? It's no difference with these boxers, bro. Losing shouldn't be a death sentence. It shouldn't be an indictment on the fighter. It shouldn't be, oh, we can't support him more. You see, he got beat up. That's part of the game, bro. He fought Ryan Garcia, thought they could make a bunch of money. They made whatever they made. It didn't go in his favor. I said all of the same shit you said about having a bad night. It wasn't a good night, the wrong game plan, but he did get cheated. And I put context to it. I didn't say the reason he lost is just because he got cheated. No, he got dragged, but Ryan was the one that cheated. See, I make this shit make sense, but you want to hear the same old rhetoric. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to hear that shit. Vince Hicks was good with it. Devin, yeah, he might have to move in and out. He going to have to. I think you're going to have to be smart. You get what I'm saying? You're going to have to be smart, box, and stay consistent with it. You get what I'm saying? Rinse, wash, repeat kind of thing, right? You want to be on point. Your margin for error is not going to be what it was in a Ramirez fight, and I think it's going to be important, right, for him to know that. Devin Haney's going to have to be aware that this ain't the same kind of physical. This ain't the same kind of athlete. You got a different kind of athlete in front of you with Brian Norman, right? That dude is different. He looking to destroy. You know what I'm saying? And he gonna be able to let his hands go when the time comes, right? He ain't gonna just sit there and not want to, engage. He gonna want to get you, and he got a dad in the corner. That's gonna be a battle to Brian Norman Sr. and Bill Haney going back and forth. It's gonna be interesting to see any possible end fight adjustments made from either guy on either side. You know what I'm saying? Like I said before, Devin Haney just got to be settled. You got to be willing to stand his ground a bit. Like Ant McQueen has suggested, maybe you, not saying you get hit and punched on purpose, but maybe, if you do take a good shot, you do need to know that you can handle that shot and you still good, right? We haven't seen him get hit really, really flush, like with nothing crazy since the Ryan Garcia fight. So I know that's still in the back of his mind naturally because he's human, right? Damn, what it's going to be like if he get hit. You know what I mean? Maybe that's lingering. So I don't know. He just want to be smart that night, bro. Be smart. Put yourself in good positions. Take your, you know what I'm saying? Take your, take what he give you. Try to create your openings. Use your jab. Box. Be smart. Listen to your daddy, your corner, your league. And there you go. Yeah, bro. I don't know what it is with these people, bro, but they're fake boxing people, man. Devin garbage. That's what's wrong with boxing right there. Devin is garbage. Nah, your knowledge of boxing probably was garbage, most likely. Yeah, it's probably so. Probably your knowledge of the game was garbage. You know what I'm saying? It ain't Devin. It's definitely not Devin. Definitely not Devin. It's more than likely it's you. Let's get the lights up, y'all. We're going to keep building for a bit, man. I'm trying not to get too distracted or annoyed, but I ain't going to be on as long as I was yesterday. But, boy, I'm still tired from yesterday, y'all. I swear. But we got to put this work in. But like I said, great fight. I don't know if it's 50-50, more like 60-40, something like that in the favor of Norman for me. It's the time, right? I believe in momentum in boxing. I believe in momentum. I believe, when guys are building and constantly winning, that confidence that's growing is real, especially when it's coming from a humble guy like a Norman, right? He's going to put the work in. Like I said, they start talking about his feet being stuck in the mud. You start seeing the videos of him paying attention to detail, working on his feet, legs, and movement and shit, bouncing on the toes. And I think, you get what I'm saying? You prepare yourself, you're going to be fine fighting that. And that's what it's all about. And I've been able to talk to some people that know him personally, work out with him personally. And they tell me the work that he's putting in is top notch. Like he's on top of his game. He putting in dog work. He hearing everything they saying and he crossing the T's and dotting them I's. That's what you want to hear. And look, you see the videos of Devin surfacing about how he working out, trying to be more explosive. He working his legs. Like, I'm pretty sure he's preparing to box, move, and try to keep beating him on the outside, the end of his punches, and try to make the punches count. That's what I feel like. I seen that video with him trying to be explosive, but you got to be smart because any loading up or anything like that could be detrimental, man. B. Norman is sharp, fast. He got sharp, fast, compact punches, and them shits get to the target and they do damage, bro. So you got to be really smart. Pick your poison with that kid because he can hurt you. I mean, you already know, John. We on it, man. Just Devin fans say ain't worried because his last performance, they literally lying. Just hope the old Dev shows up at Fort Loman Regis. That's all I'm saying. These people be idiots, man. He has to be more of that guy than he was against Ramirez. And I'm going to say this, and I'm standing on it. If you come out with the same mentality you had against Jose Ramirez, you might not make it to the 12th round. Then again, you might make it there, but I don't think you're going to win. I think you're going to be booed, criticized, ridiculed, all that. Then now you're fighting for Turkey, and that's what you're going to do again the second time around. Let's not act like it ain't no pressure to go out there and perform. You can't lay another egg. Yeah, you won, and I gave him credit for winning something that people don't do. But you can't go out there and do that again. I mean, yeah, you could, but you better win. But then it's going to come with scrutiny and criticism, and you got to worry about who going to want to deal with you after that, right? It's just creates a whole nother problem, right? I'm pretty sure if that Tom and Jerry shit existed, it still exists now, right? And that ain't just a train of thought that Turkey is abandoning. No, he's still on that, bro. No Tom and Jerry shit. He's trying to see people knock their heads in the rafters. So Devin Haney, no. You come out there with that Jose Ramirez mentality, you're getting cooked respectfully. Or you not going to have a good night in the office, and it's going to be very dangerous. You're going to be fighting basically on, like, you know, eggshells. Basically, I'm damn near losing my voice, y'all. Pardon me if y'all hear my voice going in and out. But you're going to be fighting on a bit of eggshells. You're going to have to fight cautiously, and that's not what Devin Haney is. Devin Haney is a confident boxer. I don't give a who don't like him. He's a confident boxer that knows what he wants to do in the ring. He knows how to stick to a game plan, right? He knows how to create his openings, jab, get out of the way. This is a guy, when he's on top of his game, he can be a problem for you, right? You know what I'm saying? So on some boxing shit, yeah, he's a really good boxer, bro. I don't understand why people act like that's something hard to admit. And again, I root for a guy like that to be able to return to 100%. Why would you not want to see him be good after getting cheated? That's what people don't get. That's why I bring up the Osterine like that. I'm not saying, oh, that's the end-all be-all. If it wasn't for the Osterine, he wouldn't have lost. Now that game plan sucked. Even Bill Haney said that. But I'm not about to shit on the man. He gotta get back. You know what I'm saying? Damn, this is what we do. We don't support the guys. Like, we gotta shit on them until like, what we doing? Nah, man. I want to see if he can bounce back. I want to see if he can bounce back. You know what I'm saying? I want to see if he can bounce back. He said Haney is ass. Haney ain't ass. Haney got cheated, and Haney's bouncing back. He got cheated. He got beat up in the fight that he got cheated in, and he been trying to bounce back since. You know what I'm saying? I don't think he ass though. From like he did against Ramirez or Turkey's done with him. Puts hit on his stock, probation and parole. Shout out to you, yeah, man. Look, I think it hurts. I think it hurts him, man. I think it hurts him. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate you getting the goofy out there, because I was just about to cook his ass. But back to what I was saying. Yeah, man, it will. I think it will affect his stock if he perform like that again. I think the way people look at him, the rumblings, right? That background noise will get really loud. The way people view him, it's not going to be something he wants. That's not what he wants. He don't want to be, in a situation where he can't get opportunities, right? So that is something to worry about. I'm not saying that Turkey will completely wash his hands with him, but you can't imagine that he's going to be in a rush to give him opportunities if he feels like that's how he's going to fight, right? Unless he low-key just saying that shit for entertainment and he cool anyway. He just going to keep, you get me? But nah, I really think the man has a problem with those type of fights. I don't think he wants to see that again. The matchup is an intriguing one. It's a clash of styles, different styles. And, man, it's a tough night in the office. I mean, a win is a win at the end of the day. That's the most important thing. Let me be clear. But when you coming off the kind of fights that with the Ryans, with that whole situation, and the Ramirez in which you won, right? But the criticism that come from both fights, you know what I mean, whether fair or not, right, or unfair, you've been getting it. And if you go out there in another fight and you perform in a way like that, then people going to be all over your ass again. They're going to be on your helmet. You know what I'm saying? They're going to be criticizing you. They're going to be saying you done. You'll never be the same. You're a broken fighter. And I understand that. But, yeah, man, look, boxing is real. That shit could change your life. The wrong kind of ass whooping really could change you. But I'm not going to start trashing the man. Because I seen what he had to go through. And I seen that fight wasn't just on a 100% even playing field. And people just don't understand that regardless of how bad the game plan was or wasn't, it's the fact that it was a bad substance in the mix of all of that will always taint that damn fight. You know what I'm saying? And it will always make me, as a man, level with Devin Haney, the athlete and the man. That man, you can say what you want about his style, how you don't like it. he can't punch, all this different stuff, but he ain't got in the ring cheating. He wasn't in there cheating. He wasn't pumping Osterine. I don't want to hear no snack shit. He wasn't pumping no illegal substances into his body. You know what I'm saying? So call it what you want, man. No evidence what it do, homie. Showing you he's gonna run. I'm training with track coaches. Hey man, I think the movement. I think movement will be I would say implemented a part of the game plan, no evidence. And I think it has to be, but it has to be smart movement. I think the excessive move, unsettled nature, I think that will I don't think that will cause the kind of frustration for Brian Norman. I think that'll motivate him, right? I think that'll egg him on to close the gap and try to get you. So you have to fight in a way that proves to your opponent that you're not fighting scary, if that makes sense. You don't want to even create the illusion that you're being shook out there, that you're being like, you get me? You can't do that. You gotta really, you really gotta fight out there. You gotta stand your ground. Like I said, you gotta take chances. You gotta be sharp. You gotta be smart, man. You gotta be Devin Haney, bro. That's what he is at the top of his game. Pretty smart fighter. Yeah, that excessive movement, no evidence. Same thing. I'm with you, bro. Same thing I said. It can't be that excessive shit without without making him, how my bro Ant be saying, making him pay that toll, bro. You got to make him pay that toll. Bro, I tell you, it's reef stupid. You know what I'm saying? You got to pay that toll. So he say Court blatantly has picks. Literally say he'll go up to 147 Conor Ben because it's style Taylor made, but he would say he would fight the least. Welterweight don't make sense. Nah, I think. Yeah, I mean, look, you can say that, bro. You can say you got picks. Look, I think it's like this. You'll be willing to entertain certain opportunities for it, right? And because he sees something in him, right? He see Conor Ben got a name. It's really business more so than anything, right? But it take a more careful consideration if it's some of these other guys. It's just what it is. Not saying that he won't fight him, but I think it's, him even speaking about fighting Conor Ben. That's one of those things where I think I can beat this guy. You know what I'm saying? But some of these other dudes you might second guess going up there for. Yeah. Because I don't see him at 47, but I don't think he shook at nobody. I just think, pick and choose. It's just like shit, man. You seen once upon a time that him and somebody was supposed to fight, right? But that shit wasn't going to happen at the weight class. So do that person have picks, right? Who he fought at what weight class? You get what I'm saying? It's all about business and opportunities, bro. And I think he feels like Conor Ben picked up boxing late. He's telling you what it is. You picked up boxing late. He got a name, got some buzz to him. It'll be like a one-off type of challenge. You feel like you could do it. But I don't want to see Court at no 47, truth be told. Not right now anyway, no time soon. So I get you, but nah, man, that shit ain't about nothing. At the end of the day, bro, I don't overanalyze that stuff, because when it's time for him to fight somebody that's in his actual weight class, if he's ever not willing to do that, then with Houston, we got a problem, right? But other than that, all this, he said he'll fight this one, but not this one. I don't give a damn about none of that. As long as he's willing to fight any and everybody in whatever weight class he in, that shit gonna always matter. And McQueen, my guy, what's good with it, bro?
Chilling, man, chilling. Yeah, I don't have any qualms with the picks. Mm-hmm. I understand what it is. Mm-hmm. The biggest thing that sticks out to me, I went and looked at the numbers for what the hell was that? Conor Ben versus Chris Eubank Jr. Right. That was a massive event, bro. It was like over 65,000 people in there. Mm-hmm. So if you could potentially be a part of something like that, it's like, why not do that? That's anybody else is just a tough time.
Right. That's why I say it's more like a business move. Like they think in terms of like scared of him, but not scared of that one. Nah, man. Certain opportunities, like something that I like that Hitchens said that people gave him a lot of flack for, but I respected it because it's like we ask these guys to be honest, and then when they do, we bash them for it. So it's like, damn, like at least give him credit for doing what you asked him to do. When he said that, in terms of that 10-pound IVF rehydration shit, with certain guys, he's more willing to do it with, right? As opposed to it being against a guy like Subriel Matias, where you feel like he's more dangerous. You need to be 100% of yourself going in there against him, right? Like, I don't think that's scary, at least to me. I think that's just being real. It's like, yeah, these other guys might not be as dangerous as him, and I could afford to be a little less of myself against these guys. But him, just in his mind, he's like, man, I need to be 100%. I wouldn't want to do that with him. Like, you might knock it, but for me, I just appreciate the honesty, bro. You get what I'm saying? And that's all it is. Certain chances that guys are more comfortable taking, right? So, yeah, you look at a guy, Conor Ben, that got somewhat of a name, right? Like you said, man, he fought in front of a really big crowd. It'd be a buzz. And even Conor Ben said they put those guys on the pedestals, the Shakurs are over there where he's from, right? That's a business move. When you hear him suggesting some shit, possibly, I think he thinking like business, and I probably got a little advantage over him. You a bigger guy, so it ain't like it's not like a bully thing. It's like, shit, I'm taking a chance. So, you know what I mean? So I just hear him, just throwing something out there, man. I don't think too much of it, bro.
You think so, probation and parole? You think that him and Devin Haney is a bigger fight? I'm not too certain because, I mean, where would that fight be staged? The only way I see that fight being relatively close to being big business is possibly if you got the involvement of a dude like Turkey Al-Sheikh. Outside of that, I mean, Conor Ben, Chris Eubank, you see what that did, and they have the venue to facilitate that.
Right.
I don't even know where the biggest arena or the biggest venue Devin Haney's fought at. That would probably be I'm not going to say probably. By my estimation, that would be the better fight. It'd be the better quality fight because you got two high-level guys in there. No disrespect or no shade intended to Conor Ben, but we know how he coming. Straight rock him, sock him. I think Dev and Shakur is the better fight, but the bigger fight is probably Conor Ben and Shakur between the two of those.
Right.
And that what's-the-name thing is real too, man. That Subriel Matias situation, Richard Hitchens was speaking on. If anything, folks should take it as respect to Subriel Matias. Like, I can't afford to half step against this dude.
Yeah.
I think it's more of an endorsement than it's anything else.
Right. And it's just like awareness too. It's like, man, I see what this dude do. I definitely know I want to be 100% myself to get in there with him. It's just like I respect it. We expect guys to, yeah, you did it with this one. I mean, shit, if I ain't gotta do something, I ain't gonna do it until the time is right. And now with guys having titles, you see how it don't make sense no more. Now it don't even matter. And that's what Subriel was saying. Now no excuse, no hydration. However he said it, because he was butchering the hell out of it, but I knew what he was trying to say. You know what I mean? That should be a unification. So that's all I'm saying, man. Yeah, you get what I'm saying? No evidence. That's a genuine, like, we ask for the truth and they tell us, nah, man, you see, because he's scared. You're scared of that Subriel smoke. Shut up. You sound like a kid, man. It's like a little kid. Nah, man. These dudes be trying to be smart. And yeah, sports has always been about the ups, the advantages, finding a hole in somebody's game and exploiting it and taking advantage. That's just what it is. You know what I'm saying? That's just what it is. Right name, firewood, put it all. Nah, but look at it this way: probation and parole. Conor Ben said they put the Shakur Stevensons of the world on a pedestal where he from. So he's saying he want to be mentioned with the likes of those type of guys where he from, because he said that. I heard that more recently in one of his interviews when he spoke on it. So I think it'll be a fairly good event, should I say? You know what I'm saying? How big? Yeah, but I think it'll matter for sure. Him fighting somebody like that, hell yeah, they'll get behind that shit immediately. They'll get behind that because again, crossing the pond. Imagine it over in the UK too. Imagine that shit though. It'd be interesting.
That's a fair point, probation. But what I'm speaking to is more so the residual of that event. It was so big that they had to do it twice. Like my man Mo City said, and like you alluded to, yeah, you got the history of the dads, but the results are the results. So if you're a promoter, it's like, why not go back to the well if you can have Conor Ben out there again? And people, I feel like they paid equally for both of those guys as well. And just the venues that they have to facilitate such a big event. That's something that we don't really see too often over here in the United States. Like that Bud Crawford Canelo at Allegiant Stadium, that don't happen all the time. And many of our arenas only seat but however many people. You know what I mean? Madison Square Garden, considered the most famous arena in the world, only seats about 19,000. You know, Shakur does really good at the Prudential Center. That only seats about 15,000.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny even saying only because 15,000 is a lot of people. 19,000 is a lot of
my
people.
dog. Mm-hmm.
Don't get me mistaken.
But I know what you mean when you say that.
Yeah, but like when they got like O2 and Wembley and this, that, and
I
the
knew
third.
exactly what you mean. Like when you compare it to them big joints. So just again,
like when people complain about Inoue fighting out there in Japan all the time, it's like, yo, it's 55,000 people on a random Tuesday in the damn Tokyo Dome. You'd be a fool not to stage his fights out there. You know what I mean? Like, it's a lot of people.
Right. Hey, man. And then you, somebody like Shakur, you thinking about opportunities and what it could do. And fights like that will do something for his profile. You put a name like that on his resume. I'm telling you, that's what I be hearing. I be thinking deeper than, you know what I mean? Dudes will seek out certain opportunities. Yeah, I'll try that with him. I'll one-off go up there and fight him. But then somebody that you feel like is obviously more elite, you're going to take some more careful consideration into doing that. It has nothing to do with being scared. It's being aware. It's being smart. And who knows, should have kind of been say that happened. That could backfire too. It ain't no for sure that you guaranteed to win. But I think guys will size you. Heard he was being so transparent. I love listening to that dude talk. He's like, man, I will size you up. You ain't that big. I'm like, yo, Corey be on that shit. Say what you want, bro. I'm sizing you up, bro. You're not that big, yo. I'm gonna cook you. You telling you when you throw the box? Oh, you cook. I'm like, yo, say what you want, man. Bro, be confident as hell in his approach. He don't be beat. That confidence do not waver with Corey, man.
How do these animals hunt in the wild? You think a damn lion gonna see a gazelle with a gimpy leg and be like, no, I ain't gonna chase him. I need some more resistance.
Talk to him, bro.
Hell no.
Talk to me. They like, yo,
you as good as food.
A little name about yourself. You got a little name going. They like, nah, man, mess around. Kick buddy ass, bro. Kick buddy ass, man. You know what I'm saying? I see slippage and they respect him. He still got a name and he bigger than me, so it ain't like I'm bullying, right? Makes sense. Like fight the guy. You know what I'm saying? Fight him. Fight him. Fight him. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't be, you know what I mean? I ain't tripping. I wouldn't. Shit ain't the worst thing, man. It ain't the worst. It ain't the worst, man.
Yeah, them feeding damn Muhammad Ali to Trevor Berbick and Spinks and Larry Holmes at the end of his career. I mean, it is what it is. This is the business of boxing.
Right.
Somebody's looking to have the ups.
I'm telling you, they are.
You got to take advantage of your advantages.
Yeah, G tatted up, man, because you learn, bro. You learn. It's easy. Like I said, it's easy. We're going to get to that too, bro. Got drunk and filming the second half of the episode, the interview. Damn, did he? I was going to say we could get to some of that too in a little bit, man, while we here, man. We getting through. Shout out to the homie Dubboxing. What's good, my guy? How you feeling, bro? What's good, man? That's crazy. Yeah, I had downloaded that joint, but I had got a Benavidez one. But like I said, I like this fight with Norman and Haney, the contrasting styles, his expectations out there. It's you know, some unknowns out there, some questions that you can ask on either side respectfully, like, you know, all right, this the best opponent that Norman's been in the ring with, highest level guy. How is he going to respond and react on the stage, right? When he's in front of this type of guy, this type of challenge, right? How's Haney going to respond having another young athletic guy in front of him that he's not super big, you know, had this crazy ass size advantage and nothing over, right? Might be a little taller, but you ain't too much, you ain't really bigger than him, right? His arm's longer, so your height don't really even matter. How you going to deal with this young, hungry lion that's been doing nothing but winning lately while people been counting him out and winning on the road? Like, so he looked like more of what he needs to look like than what you look like, right? So that's why I look at it like a 60-40 affair, and I think Norman might have a recipe for that ass, man. I think he shot out the art, man. My guy, he said 10-2. Yeah, I was like, shit, 10-2 is tough, man. Tough. He got 10-2. man, that's respect right there. If he can tend to it, Brian Norman, I don't care what nobody say. If you can tend to that, man, it's nothing nobody can say. You just gotta respect that shit. But how he fights, there's got to be pressure there. What Turkey Al Sheik expects, there has to be pressure there. You noticing that your pickings are slimmer, right, in terms of who you can, I think, go to facilitate these fights. That's why I don't think it's no surprise that you over there where you at, right? That kind of fixes the money issue, so to speak, if there ever was one. So, because there got to be some truth to them. He's a guy that, he want to get paid a certain amount, and everybody might not be willing to pay whatever it is you might be looking for after a certain fight. But that's why I say it was good that a Turkey Al Sheik exists in the sport, because it kind of could eliminate some of that money talk, and we could just see fights. So another good fight should be on the way, man. I just want to see guys go out there and see, what they worth. See if Devin Haney really could show with the performance that he belonged at 47. You know what I'm saying? Even win, lose, or draw, do you belong? Is Brian Norman about to continue to solidify himself further as a welterweight, as one of the top guys, and do it with the biggest name that he's going to be in the ring with to date? There's some intrigue there. I want to see that shit. I'm interested. I'm definitely interested.
I think a lot of folks are hyper-focused on the power, whether or not Devin Haney's going to be shell-shocked.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But what the hell happens if, you go out there and it's an Ali Norman type situation?
God damn, man.
Where the guy that you don't anticipate being able to box with one guy is able to do it.
Mm-hmm.
It could very well turn into that type of thing. I think that Brian Norman's got like sneaky good skills.
Right.
I know that Jin Sasaki knockout was sensational and grabbed a lot of attention. But outside of that, like he does some pretty crafty things in there, man.
Yeah.
Like he really does. And he's got a solid jab himself.
Mm-hmm.
And he got some crack on it.
Yeah, he do. Heavy-handed. And I talked to my guy Terry Jones on the phone. He said it was a couple people that, I forgot how he put it. He said shuck him to the boots, but he made, or seen the color. He said his B Norman was one of them. You know what I'm saying? He said dude really could crack, man. Like really. And that's been the story for a while. So we see it anyway, but it ain't just that. I think it's the growing confidence behind the power, right? Him being able to set up his shots and take his time, and the way he responds, how he responded under so much duress and pressure from Sasaki, man. He just, guard up tight, high, tight, and just was clipping, punching in between shots, being very calculated and calm. That shit go a long way in fights, bro. So yeah, I think he's a mentally strong fighter too, man. Maybe that don't get spoken on enough because he low-key a road warrior as a champion. And I think that's a lot of respect comes with that, bro. The dude been counted out, and they've been counted wrong for the last 2-3 fights for real. Why he continue to look phenomenal. So, and when they start dissing everybody you fight, what that means. You dusting guys off. So, man, I get it. The level jump might be something for him in terms of competition, but will those levels be fully on display if you're not 100% you? You get me? That's where the problem comes in at.
I think even if he was, though, because here's the one thing that we don't know, what the game plan will be. We'll see the night of. I mean, there's only but so many things that you can realistically do in a boxing ring. That's for one.
Right.
So when we talk about these crazy levels and levels and levels, there really ain't the greatest amount of separation as we make it out to be.
I swear it's not,
A lot of that shit is reputation.
Right.
Oh, this guy was a champion, or this guy's this, that, and the third, and then turn around and he's in there with a tough fight with some unheralded dude. Like, reputation alone doesn't dictate not only somebody's skill and preparation, but also the execution on the night.
Right.
Like any Saturday, a guy can go in there with a phenomenal game plan.
And
that's really what it takes oftentimes, is understanding what the other guy's strengths are and being able to turn it into a liability, so to speak. and knowing how to address it.
Right. Shout out to Shakur being a good dad. Yeah, he got his baby girl with him. I love to see that too, man. That's why that was one of the first questions I asked him when interviewing him. But yeah, man, telling you, man, it's a fun fight to watch, bro. And it's gonna come down to how much Devin is really doing, what he's working on, and how successful could he be while doing it. Where's his confidence level at going into this fight? Because yeah, one thing about him, he know how to do the stare-offs and the face-offs, and he'll give you that look like he ready to go. But we all know that that's what it is. But at the same token, what you gonna look like in this fight? How confident are you gonna be in your approach when he's on the other end of you? Not when it's just a face-off and ain't no punches being thrown. Like, you know what I'm saying? Are you gonna be looking to keep him at the end of your punches and from range? Right? Is that what you want? That's what I want to see. That's what you're gonna be doing, boxing and trying to keep him on the outside. But it gets interesting with him having the longer arms. You get
That's
what
what I
I'm
was
saying?
gonna say. Like, that's where it gets tricky. It's like you want to keep the guy on the outside, but that's gonna require some type of variance of the jab. You can't just be out there throwing it the same way all willy-nilly. You got to be able to mix it up, because otherwise you're gonna mess around. He's gonna be able to time the jab, and not just for big shots, big counter shots. But hell, if I'm Brian Norman Sr., I'm telling him jab with him.
Yeah.
Jab with him.
Right.
Keep your backhand in the front. Jab with him. We've seen guys who had phenomenal jabs end up on the losing end of a jab battle because the other guy just had the right mechanics to be able to jab with him and take less of the damage. And then the other question I have, because the consensus seems to be if Brian Norman wins, he's supposed to just walk in there and dispatch Devin Haney, just knock him out. The guy can't take a good shot. He can't defend the left hook, so on and so forth. Where I beg to differ, I thought that Devin actually did a pretty solid job of defending the hook. Now, what I don't think that they prepared for was Ryan Garcia's timing of the jab. Like the first solid shot that he got hit with, the one that shook him down to his boots, he was firing a jab. He wasn't out there brawling. He wasn't out there throwing recklessly. He was shooting his jab the same way he always shoots his jab. But Ryan Garcia timed it, placed a shot right on his chin. Now, with that being said, from that point on, what I liked what Dev did in the remainder of the fight, well, for majority of the fight, I would say like rounds 2 through 6, 8 through 10 maybe, like 11 and 12, I thought he did a better job of changing up the rhythm and the cadence of the jab. So instead of just firing it, he would hit him with a couple foot feints and keep Ryan off his heels. And then like when Ryan would react defensively, then he would jab. So he made it a situation where now Ryan couldn't just time the jab. He had him guessing, mixing it up, layering it with the feints. No butt naked jabs. So I think that's something that's going to be of extreme importance with Brian Norman Jr. because he does have pretty damn good timing. I think that's one of his I think that's one of his best attributes, and I feel like that's what actually maximizes his power. Is the fact that he's able to, like you said, punch in between. If you look at when he caught Sasaki, he didn't just walk him down and clip him with a shot. He stabbed to the body. Sasaki tried to react in kind with a stab to the body. He basically mirrored what Brian Norman Jr. did. And before he can disengage, Brian Norman Jr. was firing the left hook. So he pretty much conditioned him to go stab for stab. And then he just caught him on the hook, caught him at the end of the hook. Similar to like what we seen, what's his name do? Floyd Mayweather do with Diego Corrales. I'm pretty sure you all of y'all seen that setup where he stabbed him to the body 4 times. Then he got Diego Corrales thinking stab to the body. Then he hooked him up top.
Went up top, yes.
Brian Norman Jr. did something similar to Sasaki. Like if you go back and rewatch that, what's the name? Rewatch that sequence. Damon Wester, that's what I'm saying. It's gonna come down to timing. Devin's got fast hands, but I think that Brian Norman Jr.'s hands are not only fast enough, but with his reach, with good timing, and timing can negate speed, because timing is nothing but what? Pattern recognition.
Duh, a lot of people said what you're saying right there too. I heard that often. People felt like Ken Norton won all 3 of them fights. And back to the point you was making, man. Brought up an interesting point. That's what I want to see. What kind of creativity Devin gonna bring to this fight? Get what I'm saying? Like I always used to say he good at wrench wash and repeat, but would that necessarily be the token to victory in this fight, right? First things first, he gonna have to find some stuff that work on a consistent basis that's giving Brian Norman some trouble, right? Gonna have to make him think. You get what I'm saying? That's why when people just make it seem like it's gonna be some easy boxing match, I don't know about that, man. You got a guy that can box too. That's why I say, man, when I posed the question, or like I heard the question being asked, can Norman win a boxing match? I think if he had to, that's more probable than Devin Haney winning a fight per se. And I'm pretty sure it's going to be in his best interest to keep this a boxing match, because that's what's going to be interesting. Can he avoid, being dragged into any potential fight? Because that is where he's going to be forced to answer questions for sure, probably faster than what he would like.
That's a fair point, man. That's a fair point. And I thought that was actually one of the mistakes that Devin made in the back half of the fight with Ryan. If you look at, I think it might have been the second knockdown. No, the third knockdown. Because the second one is the one where Ryan chased him down to the ropes. But the third knockdown, Dev was on the inside and he was trying to tie him up, but he wasn't strong in the clinch. And Ryan was able to bump him off. He tried to fire with him at the same time, and then he caught Dev at the end of the right hand. So that's one area where I also feel like Dev, it'll behoove him to be strong in that regard. Like, be strong in the clinch. Damon
Yeah.
Webster was talking about the Quentin Randall fight, and I agree with him that it wasn't an aesthetically pleasing fight, and Brian Norman had his struggles for sure. But for one, Quentin Randall is a crafty veteran dude. And if you know about the work that he's been getting in behind the scenes, like this dude does spar with the best of them. Terence Crawford to Errol Spence and so on and so forth. So this dude knows his way around the ring, and he knows how to tie up. He knows how to slow down the pace. He's one of them dudes that'll hop you to death if necessary. Keep the jab nice and long, and then boom, step in, tie you up. But one thing that stood out to me in that fight, if you look at that compared to the fight that Rohan Polanco had with Quentin Randall, was Rohan, he couldn't find a way to resist the clinch of Quentin Randall. Quentin Randall was tying him up at will. Double jab, tie him up. Double jab, rear hand, tie him up. And it was like that the whole damn fight. And what's name was getting noticeably frustrated. But one thing I noticed with B. Norman Jr. was every time Quentin Randall went to tie him up, he put the crown of his head like right in his chest. And he kept himself on the inside of his arms to prevent the tie-up. He tucked his arms in, made himself compact, and he was able to work on the inside. Now it's not a pretty fight. It's ugly as hell. But like, to me, that was like some Henry Armstrong shit, to be able to resist the clinch, keep your hands free, not allow yourself to be tied up, and work. And one thing we know about Devin Haney, and I hated that Top Rank did this to him, or I should say ESPN. I didn't like that clinch counter thing that they had going on during the George Kambosos fight.
Yeah, that shit was weak.
I didn't like that.
It was definitely trying to discredit him.
It wasn't the first time it happened though. L-Dub, you gotta help me out, because there was another fight where they mentioned the number of clinches. It was an old fight. It was an old fight from like early 90s, late 80s. I can't remember what fight.
Shout out to the Butcher, man. The Butcher Elite was good, Elite. Yeah, hit that like button, man. We're gonna keep building.
He gotta be strong on the inside. If he goes to tie Brian Norman Jr. up, he gotta be strong on the inside. Because Brian Norman, if he's able to remain free of hand, he's gonna chip away at him. He's gonna chip away at him. And by chipping away,
I was thinking?
That erodes the footwork, the mobility, all that.
He gonna have to be able to stand his ground at certain points, bro. He can't just give up ground repeatedly like that. I think that'll make the confidence in Norman grow. You're gonna have to pick his spots when you stand your ground. And I see him look like he's working on being more explosive. He's gonna have to make his punches count when they land. And how do you do that? You're gonna have to be assertive at certain points, bro. I like the way he asserted himself against Regis in spots, like just standing there and really delivering his shots the right way. He gonna need that against Norman, bro. You're gonna have to keep that man honest, and you're gonna have to make him respect you. If not, he's athletic enough, fast enough, got them compact, sharp shots. His left hand cracking, right hand is cracking. It's like pick your poison. The jab is cracking. You're gonna have to box and be really smart. Pick your poison.
Hell yeah, I gotta echo those sentiments. As you were saying, that one fight came to mind in particular. Hurtado versus Sweet Pea. Now in that fight, Sweet Pea got dropped twice in that fight. He got dropped twice in that fight, and he got buzzed. I know he got buzzed at least three times. But what Hurtado was doing was he was moving in a fashion similar to Dev. Like he was using true lateral movement, not perpetual movement, but lateral movement. And he was just moving. Then he would stop on the dime, and he would fire the same damn combination. He fired the 2-1. That's that same fight where Sweet Pea punched him through the ropes in the 11th round. He's like, he's got to get in there. He's got to get in there. So about the referee had to get in there and stop the fight. But to your point before, mixing it up. So, see, Hurtado, he had a lot of success with the lateral movement, then stopping on the dime, then firing the 2-1 before Sweet Pea could defend himself. So I think that he should incorporate things like that, but mix up the punch selection and the trajectory of the punches, so you be able to catch him by surprise. Because I do think that Devin Haney's got enough pop to hurt Brian Norman Jr. But I think the thing is, he's got to be able to disguise it well enough, like a Trojan horse. I don't think that Devin Haney's issue is power. That's just me personally. I think his power looks solid. I've heard guys like Jojo Diaz say, like, man, he was surprisingly solid in there with his punching. Regis Prograis, damn, he's stronger than I thought. Jorge Linares gave it up to him after the fight. But part of it is what you said, Just. It's the commitment aspect of it. Like, you got to be willing to plant your feet in moments and fire, and also be willing to punch in between guys' shots and do so with confidence. That's why my personal favorite Devin Haney performance was the Antonio Moran fight. Yo, the dude was magnificent in that fight. Like, the way that he was giving angles, punching in between Moran shots. And oddly enough, prior to the Andy Cruz fight, Devin Haney pillow fisted Devin Haney. And I'm not saying this, I'm just saying what people say about him. Pillow fisted Devin Haney was the only guy to stop Antonio Moran up until Cruz, Andy Cruz. And we seen the type of run that my man Antonio Moran has been on as of late. I'm sorry?
Right.
He's been on a nice slow run, man. He gave Jermaine Ortiz all he could handle. He just upset Mikewan Williams, who was one of my favorite fighters at 140. Shout out to Mikewan Williams. He get busy.
Mm-hmm. Shout out to Dub, man. He did find that clinch count versus Razor Ruddock and Tyson. Clinch
I knew I could count on my man Dub, because I knew it was one of them fights.
54 clinches, 54.
Yep.
Shout out to Dub, man, for that fine. 54.
I'm like, I know that Devin Haney one wasn't the first one, but
But it was bad, boy. They tried to nail him with that one, man. Like, he wasn't winning the fight. He winning. You know what I mean? And the second time around, I think what it was, he was piecing Cambose's ass up, man. But that's all I'm saying, man. The dudes be expecting us to trash Devin Haney. Why, bro? He had a rough night in the office against Ryan. Try to rebound against Ramirez. All I'm simply saying is I think he has to add more to the arsenal and the game plan and be a lot more steady in there. I think if he's unsettled on his feet, it could be a rough night for him. And again, it's a lot to consider. It's a turkey card that you fighting on. They running around here talking about no Tom and Jerry shit. You definitely did the Tom and Jerry shit in your last fight. So that's still floating around. But if he can maintain and block out the noise and fight in a way that's best for him, I mean, shit, you can't trash him if he get a win. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, maybe you could criticize it, but it's all about getting that dub, man, at the end of the day. Because it's one thing to be criticized after a win, but try losing and see how they're going to talk about you. You think they saying you done now and you declining now? Go ahead and lose to somebody even as good and as dangerous as Brian Norman and watch how they talk about you. He going to think you ain't never did nothing for the sport. So you know how these fans do it. They give it up. They throw you away after one tough performance, a couple tough, let alone two. And we talking about a guy that's still undefeated officially, bro. And they ready to throw him away. I'm like, that's tough.
Yep. But that's how it is, though. That's fandom, though. That's fandom in general.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody look like something other than as they've been advertised for one night, and they washed. We seeing slippage, so on and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
But as far as Devin Haney is concerned, I do think that he should incorporate some type of movement where he's got to find spots to ambush him. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Find spots to ambush him. Get him moving, get him following you, stop on the dime, and you control things, regulate the pace and all that good stuff.
Right.
And then stand your ground when you have to. And the reason why I don't feel like he could fight the same fight that he fought against Ramirez, not because he's going to go out there and get knocked out or anything like that, but how the hell do you expect to win on the cards in the event that this young man comes out there and he looks like he's asserting his dominance?
Yeah.
And you look like you're surviving.
Yeah. And that's
because I just don't, I can't see in my mind's eye, I can't see a situation in which he puts forth that type of performance. And I'm not saying it was a bad performance, but I mean I'll say this, that type of tactic.
Right.
And Brian Norman Jr. gets in front of him and he doesn't let his hands go at all.
Mm-hmm.
Even if Brian Norman Jr. is not having the ultimate success, like he's not punching Devin all around the ring, if he's the one letting his hands go more frequently and he's the one pressing forward, the optics just don't look good.
Nope.
Even if Dev finds spots where he's having some good work in there, I think it could play out like Robson Conceição versus Oshaki Foster, where it just looks like one guy is moving, and he's never settling himself into the fight.
Right.
Optically, I just don't think it looks good for Devin Haney, especially after the Jose Ramirez fight. One thing you said that I do believe is important as well is some of the questions that have to be answered or have to be willing to be, he has to be willing to answer them in spots. And I can't necessarily knock him for the Jose Ramirez thing because Ramirez never really asked those questions of Devin Haney.
Mm-hmm.
It was on Jose Ramirez to go out there, as you pointed out. You made all these promises. You're gonna bring the fight to him, yada yada yada. My personal belief is that Ramirez was still dealing with some of the residual from his last two fights, the Barboza fight and the Francis Barthélemy fight. Francis Barthélemy, like low key, he was piecing Ramirez up whenever Ramirez tried to cut the ring off. Ramirez tried to close the gap. He stepped in. Francis was firing some quick, hot shit on him.
Yeah, he was.
Wobbled him a couple times. So in my mind, I'm looking at that fight with Devin Haney. I low key can't even blame Ramirez because the last time you tried to press somebody out, you was out there getting wobbled.
Right.
So he's probably thinking like, damn, like Devin Haney got quick feet, he got quick hands. You know, Devin Haney, when he want to be, he could be a sharpshooter. He wasn't trying to walk into no damn landmines.
Overthinking it, and then you doing
overthinking, bro.
Getting there, and then you allowing them to exit. Now you got to do all that work all over again, just with hopes that you do something different than you did the last couple times. And he was rinsed, washing, repeating nothing. Like you do all that work, get it there, work, you get in close, and don't throw no punches. Throw one slow ass punch and allow him to exit out. I'm like, nah, that is not gonna cut it. G. Irvin Mack, my dog, was good with homie. After like, but we still gonna keep building. We gonna get to the Benavidez joint in a second, but I definitely wanted to talk about this.
That's how my dog Christopher Diaz was looking too in that damn Henry LeBron fight. I was like, what is this? But he redeemed himself. He bounced back in that Sugar Nunez fight.
Yeah. Yeah, 310 man roof was good, man. Was good with it. That shit is rough, man. So Man, Devin Haney, I hope you packed the lunch. Hope you're prepared. I see you working out. I see you with Bill. You always in shape. One thing about the kid, he going to work. He's going to put the work in. But the question, like I said, and I don't think I'm exaggerating the point, the red flag for me is the possibility now of him being a guy that can put in his work but then not execute. That wasn't an issue before. I don't know fully right now if it's an issue. It's just a bit of a concern based on the last outing. I'm only just going off of fight by fight, and not to mention the debacle with the Ryan shit. So you got 2 fights where shit just didn't all the way go your way. One of them you won for sure, right? But just from a performance standpoint and from fight to fight, that's not Devin Haney at his absolute best, is what I'm saying. You showed your worth in the Ryan fight despite getting knocked down and shit, but you know, that didn't go your way, and the other fight went your way, but that's not a fight that can give you the kind of confidence that I think you need going into this. Like, so I want to see how he approach it from a confidence standpoint, right? Like, you gotta be points where you gotta try to be the boss in there. Can't just be give up ground and be on the retreat. You know what I mean? Have a real game plan and execute it, bro. Put my red flag to bed. You know what I'm saying? My little concern to bed by showing me that you're going to go out there and be the assertive guy that you know you can be when you're on the top of your game. You know what I mean? Sharp shots. Like, that's why I say all that pillow fish stuff. Y'all got me. Man, man. Do y'all see when them shits is on point and they like lasers? Them shits ain't feeling good for the person on the other end of them shot.
He told that man George can't base his face up. Like, he had his ass looking like
chopped his
paper mache or something like that. He was looking twisted.
Leaking. Had Regis shit on the gubs.
Had my guy Rougarou all lumped up.
Yeah, Rougarou looking crazy, man. Rougarou trainer was like, man, I'm gonna stop the fight. I'm like, oh shit.
That was phenomenal though, man. He was phenomenal that night.
You never hear no threatening shit. Jojo Diaz was rocking Regis' ass, and they wasn't threatening to stop it like that. Bro, Devin them shits was just 2 sharp lasers, and you know it. The more you take, it's like, bro, it's slowly chipping away at you. It's not even good that you.
That first knockdown, man, that was probably one of the sharpest right hands Devin Haney never threw. That thing was a damn laser. That between that and that Antonio Moran, that right hand he threw versus Moran, you got from Moran up out of there, 1 punch.
Damn laser, man. He was hitting Regis. Them shits was sharp, accurate, well timed, well placed. I'm like, bro, it's a number of things that contribute to punches being effective, and he has those qualities to get his punches off with efficiency and be well timed and placed and pick the right shots. He's very capable, you know what I'm saying? But he got to work. He got to believe in himself. He got to be confident. He got to be willing to stand in there and take some type of chances. I'm telling you, on that box move shit, it might work for a while. I'm telling you, I think Young gonna catch up to you, bro. We're gonna figure some shit out. He ain't gonna go easy. He the champion. He got something to prove. He been doubted. He been in this position before. I think he the favorite now, though, low key, and rightfully so. Telling you, DHP, you better come to fight and box, bro. You better.
That confidence is going to be crucial, though, man, because that one interview that he did after the Ryan Garcia fight, the thing that was most telling to me was that comment that he made about feeling overpowered or like overwhelmed or something like that. I was like, damn. Because that, to me, that signifies a lack of confidence.
Right.
But I can also understand the lack of confidence because confidence is trust, right? You've been successful 30 some odd times, or 30 times at that point. He was 30-0 going into the Ryan fight. So you've been successful 30 times. And the work that you put in, it has always yielded you positive results. It ended with you getting your hand raised. This time you put the work in and it didn't. And then now it's like, can I trust that? Am I leaving stones unturned?
You see? Now you got questions that you don't typically have. You know what I'm saying? Now you in situations where you put a certain kind of work in, but now you get in the ring and it's like, oh shit, do you trust the work now that you just put in? And that's where I'm at with it. Like, I got real questions and I think they're fair. You know what I'm saying? And you could check them boxes, man. You could be cooking with grease. You got yourself a really good shot at pulling off a W over a very dangerous, young, hungry, committed young champion, bro. So that shit gonna come with resistance, bro. I just see like I really want to see how he gonna respond when he get hit. I really think Brian Norman could hurt him. And it's crazy because it's like a pick your poison thing. I'm telling you, last time he was getting hit flush and clean with shots that could be as hard as what he got was Brian. I'm telling you, he got speed too with it. Man, he ain't slow. He's athletic. That's the thing that makes it interesting, and it's gonna make it next to impossible to just think you're gonna invade him all night. I don't know. I don't see it. He gonna catch up to you. A shot gonna land. You gonna have to sit still for a second.
And even if you do evade him to some degree, you got to be able to put some offense together.
Mm-hmm.
They're not giving out no Willie Pep rounds in 2025. You think you about to just skate around the perimeter of the ring without creating any type of offense? That ain't happening.
And you gonna get booed. You gonna get booed. And you gotta worry about Turkey want to have you back on his card. And if that's not the case, then who you going to get me? Is this shit, this pressure there to perform based on your last win. And that's the nature of the beast of boxing, how tough it is. Like, I just don't think that type of performance will suffice. And I don't think that mentality will beat a Brian Norman Jr. Not that young dog. You're going to figure some shit out. You're going to approach it like that. You're going to give him all the confidence he needs to get you, land some shit and hurt you. So that's what I want to see, again, how he going to deal with punches, man. That's all. Like, that's going to be interesting. You know what I'm saying? But, guys pretty good at taking body shots. But for me, it's like, what's your chin like, man? Is your chin in order? Chin got to be in order for Norman, man. Got to be in order. Defense got to be intact. Decision-making got to be spot on. You got to be sharp, man. It requires that. He's that kind of threat where I don't let the youngin build confidence because he's going to use his jab and he got the slightly longer arm. Are you willing to try to jab with him? Are you confident enough to try that? Because you can't I don't think you can afford this fight without that. You need that weapon to be on track. It has to be present. There needs to be a presence of a jab, something consistent where, all right, Norman ain't just going right through your front door and fixing lunch. You know what I'm saying? Because you don't need them in your house. You know what I'm saying? You don't need them kicking the front door and, you know what I'm saying, walking through the living room and get up in your kitchen and just start fixing shit. Putting pots and pans everywhere. You don't need that. You don't need him disturbing and disrupting the silverware, bro. Silverware gonna be everywhere, bro.
And also to your point about the chin, I feel like you could also tie that in with the confidence as well.
Mm-hmm.
The confidence to take a shot and to be able to withstand and be able to rely on the chin if need be. Not saying you just offer it up.
Yeah.
But that was one of the things that we found out about Cool Boy after getting dropped by Roman.
Mm-hmm.
Like he was, not Roman, Castro. When he got dropped by Castro, he took the knee. He didn't panic. He popped back up. He was ready to fight on.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, so what happens if you get hit with a shot? Do you go into panic mode and now you're not throwing any punches and you just like looking to survive?
Right. And based off how he was looking just for an entire 12 rounds, that was a concern for me too. And I'm like, I get the win, but he could be his biggest fan. You don't tell me that you're the least bit concerned with how he, consistently moved and didn't really settle himself into enough. Like, he did it. Of course, you're going to do it in some spots because you can't spend the entire night moving like that, but he still moved excessively for me. And I was like, nah. Yeah, he definitely need an A game. He need to be Devin Haney. I'm telling you, anything less, Brian Norman is going to sniff you out. And I think it could be a bad night. Your defense got to be sharp. Those mistakes that you've made in the past defensively, you have to shore those things up, man. Because I'm telling you, all it takes is the wrong shot and the right shot, and I could see it. I could see you trying to lean or bend and catch you with one of them wide joints pulling out. I could see it. I could see it, bro. I'm telling you, but Devin Haney's being a boss, I could see his right hand being a weapon in this game, in this fight. Straight right hand. Being able to get out, reset them feet. He gonna need that. I'm telling you, he need his weapons. He better bring his weapons, and they better be loaded too.
and combine some damn foot feints with the movement.
Yeah.
So that way Brian Norman can stay off balance. He don't know when he's gonna throw. Especially if he plans on getting the right hand into the act. You want to use your right hand and be able to catch him with something you don't see. You can buzz him, because let's not forget, Brian Norman Jr., he got dropped in a fight before. Boca Chica. So Devin Haney, catch him off balance.
Right.
Especially if he's the one that's pursuing. That's one of the beautiful things about being on the back foot sometimes. You don't always have to be the one who's under duress. You can be the one who's controlling things. You get the guy to go where you want him to go. So once he starts following you, especially if he's not cutting the ring off, but he's literally just following.
Right.
Mix up that rhythm. Hit him with a couple feints so he don't know when you're going to attack. And then boom, then you drop the attack on him.
Right.
That's how he dropped reaches with that right hand. He was moving, and boom, stop on the dime, right hand.
Dang. Right on the money.
Come on now.
Ain't even expecting it. I'm telling you, you just got to be, confident and sure of yourself, right? That uncertainty shit ain't going to work. I don't think that night of the fight, you need to be
no, sir.
Sure. You know what I'm saying? Like, you got to know what you're doing and why you doing it. Don't just be in there, fighting some old jittery ass fight where you ain't sitting still and you irking, jerking. Nah, man. Hell no. Even if it take you a couple rounds, I can understand that, but you're gonna have to settle in this fight. And like I said, pick your spots, be smart doing it. Shout out to my baby girl, the queen, Miss Chester was in the building.
That was the thing that was very jarring to me, man, in that damn Ramirez fight. It wasn't just the movement. It was how he looked. Because we've seen guys box phenomenally, on the back foot, moving around.
Right.
I didn't have an issue with that. It was the jittery. I'm like, he looks like he's on speed or something.
Right. Right.
And then it was just a pattern that he established with his feet. If you go back and watch, he would hop to his left, hop to his right. No, he would hop to his right, hop to his left, and go back to his right. And he was doing that the whole fight. Hop right, hop left, go back to his right.
A little bunny, man, just unsettled little bunny rabbit, just like, and thankfully for him, fortunately for him, you was in there with a guy that just wasn't athletic enough to do anything about what you were doing. And I think that's the exact opposite with Norman. So you want to create an environment where you can keep him thinking and not really be able to hone and key in on what you're doing and your cadences and patterns. You know what I'm saying? Because all these guys are pretty damn smart, man. You show them something enough times, they'll figure it out. And it'd be no different with Norman. Like you was mentioning, he's gonna punch when he get in position because he get me. He ain't gun shy. He know what he got to do when he get there. Question is how he gonna approach it too to get there, right? Close the gap. Because I know you're gonna want to move, and I ain't knocking it, but I know it because it'll be in your best interest to create, movement and not be a stationary target for sure. Don't want that because any scenario where, like I said, where it goes from a boxing match to sort of a fight, that could get really dangerous. And I know that's not something he's trying to do. So I'd be surprised if I'm wrong about anything. Only thing I could say different that would surprise me, and not even surprise me, it'd be good to see if he actually settled and taking the chances, being a bit of a boss in spots. But that unsettled shit, I'm telling you moving around, I already know you're going to be looking to be on the outside of the box because I know you're not trying to fight. It's not going to be a good idea to do so. So better make sure you the game plan that y'all work on, the work that you put in, be confident enough to execute on fight night. Ghetto Fab, what it do, man?
I'm going to say this too about but Devin Haney's footwork. If he implements a similar style of footwork, again, lateral movement, having himself squared up, because it's one thing to be moving perpetually. Like you're moving in a circle, but to still be able to remain somewhat of a small target, be somewhat like bladed. Because if you look at that, what's the name? You look at his footwork. He didn't always implement that type of footwork in his previous fights, Devin Haney.
Right.
Like that lateral stuff where his feet are like, I guess you could say perpendicular.
Mm-hmm.
So what that does is now he's square. He's square as hell. So that means what? The whole front of his body is available.
Exposed, right?
That's the thing that I didn't understand with Ramirez, with his game plan, or even with homeboy, what's his name? Robert Garcia with the instruction. You got a guy that's basically squared up in front of you. Instead of focusing on trying to clip him with a big shot upstairs, just stab him to the body. That's available to you.
Right. Take what he giving you and stop trying to look for the perfect shot. That obviously ain't presenting itself because you ain't setting it up. You know what I'm saying? And you see that shit a mile away. You're not no spring chicken. You're not the most athletic guy or fast guy. And you doing the same shit with the same setup. So you can see that shit a mile away. And you're not even getting a return on your investment, man. Like I said, you do all that work getting there and just to throw the wrong shot or not work. And man, attack the body, especially with a guy that's looking to move. That's the thing that be tripping me out about these fighters. It'd be like, where do your IQs be at? Like, he clearly gonna be harder to hit to the head, especially early. And you know, you would think you're gonna concentrate on the body. Got to, because I don't care what you say. You make them early deposits, man. That shit is slow anybody down if you're getting the right shots off.
Hell yeah. I mean, especially if the body is available too. Because I mean, I could understand if it was a situation in which Devin Haney was fighting in some sort of shell and he was protecting his body. If you look at the way he was moving, he had his hands up high. He's prepared to defend the headshots, both with his guard and with his legs. So what does that mean? His body is right there. It's pretty much serving it up.
Right.
And you don't even got to throw no crazy wide looping shots that'll put you out of position. Commit to the stab jab. Stab him, and then when you have the chance to double up and throw hooks, then you do that too. But for the most part, just go for the stab, and then just take a little bit of flesh out of him every single time. Just chip away. Chip away. You don't got to don't look for the big shot. Just chip away. And hell, we've seen guys do miraculous things with the stab jab. Ask my man Jamel Charlo. Had that dude banana shaking all over the ring, convulsing and shit off a damn stab jab. Off the stab,
that man
bro.
Convulsing, bro.
He's looking crazy. So it's like, if that's going to be available, just take that and just chip away. And then here's the other thing too, with him being squared up, even if he does try to return something, how much power can he really generate from that position? I'm just looking at his feet. How much steam can he really put on a shot, even if he does return with something?
Right.
So that should incentivize you even more, because now his feet aren't really set for him to throw anything, substantial in terms of a counter. Keep going to his body with the stab. And then not only that, if you're gonna use the hooks, like I was saying before, if you look at the pattern of the footwork, hop to his right, hop to his left, go back to his right. Time that. Wait for him to exit out to his right. As he's exiting to his right, you meet him with what? A left hook. You corral him and contain him.
Yeah.
It's no different than football on defense. You got the guys, the edge rushers.
Right.
You want the guy in the middles to collapse the pocket or push the center and the guard up onto the quarterback's lap. And as soon as he try to roll out, that's where the defensive end comes in. The guy on the left or the right. Contain him. And I think that punch selection is ultimately the same thing. You can attack up the middle, but then when the guy is clearly looking to escape to his right, which would be your weak side, meet him there with the hook. Run him into the shot. He's literally going that way anyway.
Right.
That's what I would have been telling Julio Ramirez in that situation. If I'm Bill Haney, I'm telling him, hey, keep doing what you're doing. Clearly, he ain't trying to come up with a plan to stop it. You keep doing what you're doing, and you do this.
In fact, yeah, he gonna have to put that girl drama to the side.
Let me know how.
He definitely gonna have to put that girl drama to the side and focus up and get right. Because any distractions, man, that shit could lead to a rough night in the office, especially when it's looking to continue to grow. I know he want to try to put the welterweight division in a stronghold, and if he can, he gonna do it. I mean, but Devin got a chance to be a 3-division champion, so I know it's got to be some motivation on his behalf or his part too to want to go out there and not only win but try to be impressive doing it, make a statement. You want that. You want to make a statement if possible. I know B. Norman, same there. Dudes ain't just trying to win. He hungry, man. He want to hurt some shit. And I know him and his dad gonna have a game plan that they feel like is going to put Devin in some bad situations. So I can't wait to see this fight. Motown, my God, what's good with it? We gonna keep building, man. I wanted to pull this little interview up from David Benavidez. You know, there's been a lot of talk about him fight Crawford. I just don't know why people be forcing this shit. It's like no matter, it's like we ignore what the fighter's saying. We just keep talking about what we want to see or what somebody should do. And I think that's how those conversations get started, where we don't even like remember how you got here. Like, why are we even demanding that this dude fight a light heavyweight? Why are we even suggesting that this dude come back down to a weight class where he was already at, like 68? Why? You know what I'm saying? To do what? You know what I mean? To fight Crawford for what, though? But let's hear this, man. Let's hear the Mexican monster. Man, y'all double tap the screen, hit the like button, sub to the channel. We're going to keep building for a bit.
How this fight came about? Because I was surprised that you went this route with Yard.
Yeah, so there was a lot of options on the table. You know, obviously we wanted to get a great fight because the last fight with me and David Morrell lived up to expectation. I think it exceeded expectations. So we wanted to give the fans a good fight. We were in line for Bivol for the belts, you know, but unfortunately that didn't happen. So we were looking, you know, to get a crowd-pleasing fight. And we're trying to fight the best in the division of 175. If it's not the champions, you know, we want to fight the next best guys. We're looking at some options, but the only one that really manifested itself was the fight with Anthony Yard, and I think this is a crowd-pleasing fight. You know, Anthony Yard, you know, he's a great fighter. You know, he still has a ton of fight in him. He's been in there with Artur Beterbiev, Kovalev. So he's been up there with, you know, the top guys, and I feel like this is probably going to be the most he comes prepared for any fight because he's lost his last 2 title fights. And, you know, I feel like he knows that this is probably the last opportunity. Not his last opportunity, but this is, you know, he has to take advantage of this opportunity. So I'm not taking Anthony Yard lightly. I know he has a dog in him. You know, I know he has a lion in him, but, you know, I have the lion in me as well. So this is going to be a perfect fight for my first fight with Riyadh season. You know, we got 2 bad men going in there. None of them is going to back off each other. And like I said, it's time to go to war. So if that's what the fans want to see, let's give the fans what they want to see.
I know. See, this is why he always going to be a fan favorite. This is why people going to always support him, man, because he's one of them dudes. He's going to get out there. He's going to get in these interviews. He's going to talk a certain way. He's not going to oversell it. He's definitely going to let you know he's bringing smoke. And it's like he mean what he say, and he actually go out there and do it. You fight a certain way. This dude is hungry, bro. That's why I said this shit is about to be a war, because I think Anthony Yard pride is going, you know what I mean? He going to be trying to fight. And we about to get a fight. I've seen a few people picking Yard by KO, which is interesting. But I say one thing, you definitely got to hurt Benavidez to me, man. You got to deter this dude, man. If not, he going to cook you.
There's been a little bit of confusion online. You told me earlier, but you're still with PBC, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm still PBC, Al Heyman, Samson Lukowitz. We're still together, you know. But, you know, the thing about with me and Al Heyman, you know, we have a special type of relationship because I felt like, you know, in a way, Al Heyman is kind of like, you know, the grandfather, you know what I mean? Him and Samson Lukowitz, you know, they've taken care of me, and they just want me to succeed, and they want to give me the biggest opportunities. You know, when Al Heyman told me that he was not going to stop my momentum, you know, he said there was an opportunity with the Riyadh season, with Turkey Al-Sheikh, and, you know, I think this is something that everybody's doing. You know, everybody's going out there because they're putting the biggest fights together, and, you know, why can't I get a piece of that? You know what I mean? And so I really appreciate that from my team, Al Heyman, Samson Lukowicz, and you know, they allow me to go this route. And, you know, like I said, I'm very grateful for this. And not only am I grateful for fighting with Riyadh season, but I'm grateful because I don't want to just be a regional fighter. I want to be a worldwide fighter. And this is the first time that I'm going to fight in a different country, in Saudi Arabia. So this is going to be it's going to be a gift for the fans in Saudi Arabia. You know, when I went over there the first time to see Bivol Better Be a fight. You know, a lot of people show love, and I know I have a lot of fans out there. So, you know, this is going to be a great fight for all the fans in Saudi Arabia. Not only is my fight going to be great, but the whole card is great. You got Devin Haney, Brian Norman, you got Abdullah Mason, you got Bam Bam Rodriguez, you know, and then there's probably going to be another fight, you know what I mean, on there. So this is a great fight, man. And this is what I want to do in my career. Not only do I want to headline great fights, but I want to headline great cards. And this is what I think this is our third. This is going to be our second or third. The second card that it's headlined by superstars. So, you know, I'm just excited to just keep this going and, you know, keep this momentum going.
Yeah, man. I like what he's saying there, man. In Zoom, he understands the value of playing up his opponent instead of like trashing him. I like that about him, man. A respectful dude, but when he get in the ring, he going out there to hurt you, for sure. But yeah, definitely praising Al. And again, contrary to popular belief, told people Al be blocking this and blocking that. Nah, man, I've heard it. These stories for years now with guys that work with him directly. He do not stop you from eating. You heard what he told him, Benavidez. He don't want to stop his momentum, bro. If you got an opportunity out there, go get it. And that's what he allow you to do. He don't get in your way of being great and making money and taking other opportunities. That's something people need to really understand. Shakur Booth, Benavidez, Bam will be the food kings of the new generation. I like it. David don't know no damn Sam Noakes. Nah, he don't. He don't.
That card is stacked. There's so many people on there, and I want to get your thoughts on some of the fights on there. But you fighting over there, I know like Samson for a while wanted to keep you here in the U.S. How was that like combo like with Samson?
It's good, man. Samson, he's always been there for me since the beginning. You know, he's the one that gave me the opportunity. But sometimes when, you know, we both live out our contracts, I got to do what's best for me. Right now, we're still together. But like I said, I want to have my own promotion company one day. I want to make my own moves, just like like Mayweather, Canelo, and all them guys are doing. You know, we did what we did for about 10 years, you know what I mean? And I'm grateful for him. And, you know, we're just going to finish our contract and then go to the next step.
You know, when you look at going to Saudi Arabia and training over there, especially for a guy like Yard who like is all action, he's like go, 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 and he's a big puncher. What adjustments do you have to make, David, not only for the time difference, but for the type of opponent you have coming up?
So for the opponent coming up, honestly, I thrive better with these type of opponents because they come to me. I don't have to go chase them. You know what I mean? So we're both going to display our heart, and we're both going to see who's a better tactician, who's better technically in that fight. It's not all about just going in there and throwing the biggest shots. Obviously, we can both throw big shots, but it's how you set stuff up, how you do the defense. And, you know, I'm not going to say it's easy for me, but it's going to be easier. I'm going to be able to establish my game plan easier, basically. Not saying the fight's going to be easy, but these are the fights. This is what I like. I'm comfortable with this. So, you know, just the thing for me is you get to a point where you have to look at the fighter. You have to see what he does good, see what he does bad, break it down, get plans A through B through C through D. And, you know what I mean? If the first plan doesn't work, we go to plan B. If the plan B doesn't work, we go to plan C. So I have you know, a lot of experience of my own. So, you know what I mean? I'm going to just use that. You know, I'm in the prime of my career right now. I've just turned 28 years old, and I turned 29 this year. So, yeah, man, I'm just looking forward to go out there and perform and be the best version of myself. As for acclimating to the time and all the difference over there.
This is your first international fight?
This is my first international fight. Well, not first, because I fought in Mexico, but, you know, but yeah, it's my real international.
In another hemisphere.
But we're going out there. We're trying to go out there a month before to acclimate with the time, and this is something different that we've done, so I can't really tell you how I'm going to do that, but we're going out there for a month in advance, and then, you know, just see what we have to do to make sure we're acclimated and we're 100% ready for the time difference.
Man, you gotta like it. Yeah, this dude, We're constant professional. We're gonna always put itself in a great position to win. Month in advance, they definitely not playing at all. He'll definitely be fully acclimated and well and ready to go. And like I said, this shit about to be a war because I just can't see it being nothing else. The way these guys fight, can't see it being nothing different. Like Yard is a dog. He ain't no guy that you got to go find in the boxing ring. He don't do boxing, utilize the ring, and neither do Benavidez. He's seeking to destroy. Anthony Yard is trying to hurt you. Boxing, you know what I mean? But this gonna be this shit could get crazy, y'all. Yes,
in this weight division, 175 pounds, you have the undisputed champion in Dimitri Bivol, who's reigning, but he has we think a rubber match with Artur Beterbiev scheduled at some point. Has it been told to you, David, that like if you win this fight, you're gonna get a crack at either Bivol or Beterbiev?
I mean, yeah, it's not. They haven't told me specifically that, but you know, I mean, just in the trajectory of what I'm doing, what I am. You know, I'm world champion at 175 with the WBC, so it's inevitable. It's just when it's gonna happen. You know what I mean? I take my career one fight at a time. You know what I mean? I don't really let other fights kind of get into my brain. You know, I'm getting ready for Anthony Yard. I'm 100% focused on Anthony Yard, and whatever comes next comes next. But as for what I'm thinking of, you know, that's. What else is there left? What other fights you guys want to see me fight? You know what I mean? Especially that we're here with Turkey Al-Sheikh. We're getting these fights done. In my opinion, a fight with Beterbiev or Bivol is next. You know what I mean? And doesn't know, you know, if I was a different type of fighter, I'd be like, you know what, I'm going to go talk to my team and see what's the best. No, the fights I want are Beterbiev and Bivol. You know what I mean? Just because I want to challenge myself. I want to be the best without a doubt. But, you know what I mean? Sometimes in the business sense, things happen. You know, so sometimes things are tricky, you know what I mean? And it's a little bit more difficult than just making the fight happen. But like I said, I'm pushing to make the biggest and best fights happen. And if we can't get that, then my plan is to get a fight with Surdo Ramirez at cruiserweight. It's just like, you know what I mean? I've been calling for these big fights. You know, I've been showing that, you know, I back up everything I say. You know what I mean? And I think, you know, I've been held back a lot, not only because these other fighters, they know that they don't want to give me opportunity because they know what's going to happen. And I think that's more and more apparent day by day. So, you know, like I said, if it's not with these big, if it's not with Beterbiev or Bivol, then we're trying to go after Surdo Ramirez. You know what I mean? And I want to reach greatness. And I think it's time to do that. And, you know, with the way everything is happening right now, you know, I'm just grateful for, you know, Lord Jesus Christ and God Almighty and my father, my team, and, you know, everything is going great, and I'm extremely motivated, and I'm gonna accomplish everything I set out to accomplish.
I think I made a mistake. I didn't know that I had forgotten that Bivol had dropped the belt and you got the belt, so he's not undisputed now, because for that to happen, he'd have to face you for the belt. The thing with Zordo though, that I had heard whispers, but now it's looking like it's more and more of a serious thing. If you can't get that fight, I don't know. What's like the ceiling then, like weight-wise, you think, for yourself?
Well, I mean, I'm not going to be stupid and say, oh, if I could get a fight with, you know, Usyk, I mean, I got to give the respect to the weight classes. They're there for a reason. But if I could get a fight with Surdo Ramirez, I think right now is the best time to make it happen, you know, because I always knew there would be a possibility of fighting him, but now this is the best time to make it happen. Two Mexicans, you know, and fighting, maybe we can make it in Las Vegas, in the United States after this fight. And honestly, what else does Surdo Ramirez have? I know they're trying to fight Opetaya, but honestly, I'm a bigger name than Opetaya right now because of what I've done in the fights I've fought. I'm not saying that I'm you know, stronger or whatever it is. You know, I've done the work. I've fought pay-per-views. You know what I mean? I've put in the work. So I think it's solidified that me and versus Surdo Ramirez will be a bigger fighter than Surdo Ramirez versus Opetaya. And then that's just in my opinion. You know, no disrespect to Opetaya or nothing. He's a great fighter. But I think it makes sense on both sides for me and Surdo Ramirez.
You know, you're the type, though, that would go and you'd fight Zurdo and then you'd fight Opetaya as well. You know, just knowing how you are. 205, that's big.
I like
200s. I thought it was cruiserweight, 205.
It's 200. Is it 200?
Yeah.
Okay, you're right. Yeah. Okay, maybe wrong about that.
Bridgeweight is 225.
Yeah, you're probably right. I'm not the fighter.
I think cruiserweight is 200.
And still opponent.
We'll Google it.
Someone Google it. Someone Google it now. But Turkey tweeted after the Canelo Crawford fight, asking like, "Hey, could you maybe come down to 168?" Could you still make 168? Is that a possibility?
Honestly, bro, my plan is after this fight, I want to go down to 154. No, bro. Honestly, I'm done with cruiserweight. You know, I want to take this opportunity, though. Yes, I said cruiserweight. I want to take this opportunity to, you know, congratulate Crawford. You know, he put a hell of a performance. He's up there in the Mount Rushmore of the greatest fighters of all time. And, you know, let Crawford do his thing, bro. You know, at the end of the day, I have no interest in fighting Crawford. I have no interest in going down to 168. I mean, yeah, it's nice that it would be dope winning all titles, but I'm way past that at 168. You know, I found the only reason I wouldn't even go down to 168 for Canelo. And I'm just being real with you, you know, and let Crawford do his thing. Let him have his, let him, I want to give his flowers, man, because he's a great fighter, man. When there's no other fighter that's coming up from 147 to beat a type of fighter like Canelo at 168, you know, and Crawford, you know, he's one of the greatest of all time. So, you know, I have no interest in going down to 168. I'm not saying that I'm scared of Crawford or whatever, you know, but Crawford's a man at 168. That's his weight class. I'm done with 168.
We know boxing is a business, David. If they throw 100 million, 120 million to go down for either or, like, I mean, would you second?
20 million sounds good, but honestly, at the end of the day, no. No. But they won't give 120 million. I don't even think Canelo got 120 million for fighting Crawford, to be honest with you. But no, man, I'm done with 168. They could throw whatever money they want at me. And my job is not only to get the money. My job is to give myself the best chance to win and to give myself the best chance of looking good. You know what I mean? And now I'm done with 168.
What did you think of the Canelo Crawford fight? Were you surprised?
I think I did an interview saying that I wouldn't be surprised if Crawford wins, or I wouldn't be surprised if you know what I mean, whatever. I think Crawford took it way more serious than Canelo, which is kind of weird because you know the amount of money that Canelo was making. And I know all these people say, "Oh yeah, you know, talking shit about Canelo." I'm not talking shit about him. He just didn't look like he really prepared 100%. He's throwing 10 punches around, or I think it was his ego is that big that he thought that I'm just gonna walk through him, catch him with a good shot, and it's going to be done. As you can see, Crawford is a different type of fighter. Not only has he had the boxing IQ, he has that dog in him. He was in there. He was brawling with Canelo like in the 8th, 9th, getting the best out of him. Boxing, he's epitome of a great boxer. Brawling when he needs to brawl, boxing when he needs to box, and using his IQ. You know, he looked amazing. You know, honestly, he looked amazing. Like I said, you know, you got to give credit to where credit's due. You know, Crawford went in there, he did his job, and he won. You know, was it 3-time undisputed? You know what I mean? So that's. I think there's a lot to be learned. There's a lot of lessons to be learned in that fight. You know what I mean? If you really want to make something come true and you really believe it, you can make it come true. And then the other lesson is don't let your ego get the best out of you, and don't think that you don't have to prepare because you're a bigger fighter. You know what I mean? That shit will bite you in the ass.
Was there because of the history between, you know, not being able to get the Canelo fight, was there a part of you that was like happy that he lost at all because of, you know, pretty much 2 years you being mandatory and not getting that shot?
No, if I'm being honest with you, bro, I'm not happy that he lost. I'm just, I kind of feel like that could have been me. That was my moment. You know what I mean? If I would have gone in there, I know I would have beat him. You know what I mean? So I don't want to be a hater, but that's kind of how I feel. But you know what I mean? I give all the flowers to Crawford. You know what I mean?
That should have been me in there. That should have been my.
If I would have got that fight, I would have been me. I would have been the one getting my hand raised. But like I said, it didn't happen, and that's why it didn't happen because Canelo knows that would have happened.
Yeah, you know, a lot of people have said that this kind of marks like the Canelo in decline, given, you know, what happened. And I know for the longest time you're confident that you were the guy to be able to beat Canelo. Do you feel that even at this point, like a fight with Canelo, does it even interest you at all, or does it even still happen potentially?
Oh, yeah, it definitely still interests me. I feel like, honestly, I'm in such good position right now that it could happen at 175 because I don't think Canelo's going to retire. You know, I think the type of person that Canelo is, he's going to be, I didn't prepare for that fight, but now I'm prepared, this and that. You know, there's another storyline behind that. Because of the way he lost. He didn't go in there and get just beat up and destroyed the whole fight. It just didn't look like he prepared at all. And the fighter that was prepared was Crawford. So, There could still be a big storyline 175. Like I said, he could say, "Oh, well, now I'm motivated. Now I have a reason to train. Now this and that." And it'll be a title fight for 175. So, you know, everything is still possible right now. I think Canelo, what is he, like 35?
I think he's 33.
33, yeah. And then imagine Crawford was 38. So I mean, I don't, you know, I'm not focused on Canelo. I got my own stuff going on, but if there might be a way to make that fight happen. So, you know, like I said, I'm not really worried about that. I'm just thinking about the fighters I got to take out. And imagine, I go in there and I do everything I say I'm going to do. I go in there, beat Yard. Then I go fight Bivol, or I go fight Better Beef, and I beat those two fighters. The fight with Canelo is 100 times bigger than it was back then.
Yeah, very true. You saying that you feel like he didn't prepare at all. Like, do you guys, like, as fighters, when you have an opponent, like, that's not, like, the biggest name, like, does that run through your mind?
Not the biggest name, though. Crawford is a big. I think it's just ego. It's just ego that he didn't think. I mean, he brought in Boots.
It would be like maybe like easier than what it turned out to be.
I think that I don't know what he thought. You know what I mean? To be honest, but when you see a fighter, what did he throw the whole fight? Like 200 punches? Bro, that's how you can tell it. You don't go. I mean, okay. Say you're going there trying to get. You know, you're trying to get. What's that word said? You're trying to get ready. You're trying to get your groove. If that doesn't work in the first 5 rounds, then you got to push it the next fucking 6 rounds, 6, 7 rounds.
Cruise control.
Yeah, exactly. And it just looks like that's how Canelo's been fighting these past fights. Even with William Skull, you know, if things don't go his way, then he just kind of lets the fight go. Like, it doesn't really look like he really wants to go and get it. Okay, and then let's put it like this: when he fought Caleb Plant, he was digging because Caleb Plant was kind of winning the first 6 rounds, you know, and then he started to push. So, I mean, that's what I feel like, you know, what a Canelo that's ready looks like, you know what I mean? And if you're the top fighter in the world, bro, how are you only throwing 200, 300 shots? A 12-round fight, they don't make sense. So it's just, I don't know anything about their camp, and I really don't care about anything they're doing over there, but that's what it looks like to me when the punch output drastic way, then he just kind of lets the fight go. Like, it doesn't really look like he really wants to go and get it. Okay, and then let's put it like this: when he fought Caleb Plant, he was digging because Caleb Plant was kind of winning the first 6 rounds, you know, and then he started to push. So I mean, that's what I feel like, you know, what a Canelo that's ready looks like, you know what I mean? And if you're the top fighter in the world, bro, how are you only throwing 200, 300 shots? A 12-round fight, they don't make sense. So it's just, I don't know anything about their camp, and I really don't care about anything they're doing over there, but that's what it looks like to me when the punch output drastically goes down. That's how you could tell a fighter's not putting everything into it.
Or maybe they might have seen better days. I know a lot of people have suggested that about Canelo. Like, maybe he's not the fighter he was like 2-3 years ago.
I mean, you can't really say nothing like that, bro, because if you put age into it, then what's the excuse? Crawford's 38. He didn't fight in 2 years. So that's no excuse. When somebody wants to go get it, they'll go get it. So it's not like, oh, you know what I mean? I guess you could say that, you know what I mean? But I don't know, bro. Like, it's not my problem. That's just not my problem.
Yeah, man, it's just crazy for Crawford to do something like that. You know, like go up 2 weight classes.
Them dudes did not help them.
We always knew Crawford was a great fighter, and that's how he reaches. He's always going to be he's made it in the history books. He's going to be the greatest of all time because he's never lost that hunger, and he's always wanted to prove himself. So, you know, when a fighter wants to prove himself, he'll prove himself.
You've seen a lot of.
You heard me say that about Crawford how many times, yo? He always wanted to prove himself, never lost that hunger, always pushing and trying to be great, challenging himself, bro. Like, his mentality, man. That's another reason why he's still at the top. His mental, bro. He won it.
People in the gym, David, and you've, while you were at the wild card, you've seen a lot of legends as well. I'm just, you know, and this is kind of like a hot topic. I'm just kind of curious, like, pound for pound, like skill for skill, like, how does Terence match with Floyd, in your opinion?
I mean, they're both great fighters. They're just different fighters in their own way. I mean, they're great. I can't say one is better than the other one. They're both great fighters. I think, honestly, if you go to see what has been accomplished, and I'm gonna get a lot of shit for this too, but honestly, there could be the way where you put Crawford over Mayweather. Because of going up, you didn't see Mayweather go up from 147 to 168. That's crazy, bro. And not even, and honestly, I thought Crawford was gonna have more of a hard time because he had a hard time with Madronov. So imagine going up to it. I mean, that's crazy. I mean, but I don't want to take nothing away from Mayweather. Mayweather is the greatest of all time. But I think that was a really big risk that Crawford took, and then he ended up winning. You know what I mean? So you have to give credit to that too. I mean, that's a big risk. That's like that would be like me going up and fighting Usyk right now, heavyweight.
I know that's been kind of hinted.
I'm not thinking of that right now. I'm not thinking of that right now. No, but that's kind of like how that'd be. You know what I mean? So you have to, bro. That's a lot of. He has a lot of balls to do that. And not only to go do that to show the world that he's really like that, you know what I mean? So I respect that man a lot. I mean, I think there's a lot of lessons to be learned just from looking at Terence Crawford. Always never give up on yourself. Always reach for greatness and stay true to your game.
What'd you make about Caleb losing to Resendez?
Yeah, that was shocking. Yeah, right. That was really shocking, bro. I don't know what to say about that. You know what I mean? I think Caleb Plant, he's a great fighter, and he'll definitely he'll come back stronger. But it was probably sometimes, you know, a lot of people go through stuff in their life, and he probably just wasn't hungry for that fight. Or he probably thought it was going to be an easier fight. That's why with me, I say, bro, you can't take nobody lightly. Because everybody's going to try to come and take your head off. If you're not training hard, best believe the next person is training hard, especially at the level we're at. You know, that guy that Caleb fought, he was probably training extremely hard because he knew Caleb had been there with me. Caleb had been there with Canelo. And I don't want to say because I don't know anything about, I don't know what Caleb, how he was training in his training camp, but he probably didn't take it as serious as he should have taken it, you know, in my opinion. But Caleb is a strong dude, mentally and physically, and he'll definitely come back.
Yeah, it's always like, I've heard it before, like you'll get an opponent where like maybe fans think it's like a warm-up fight, but those are always like the most dangerous ones because, like you mentioned, they're twice as hungry as you are because they want to be in the position that you're in. They want everything you have.
Sometimes it's a little bit harder because they're not as known and there's not as much film as them. So that's why with me, bro, I train all my camps at 13, 12 weeks.
Yeah, I always wondered about like why it's so long because it's longer than usual.
It's longer than usual, and I've got used to training like that. But trust me, bro, the more overtime you put in, it's gonna be better. It's like if you train, and some fighters train 5-6 weeks. That's not shit. That's nothing. 5 weeks is nothing. I'd rather go into a fight knowing in the back of my head that I got a good. If I started 13 weeks, I got a good 11 weeks out of it. Then as of going in the fight, being like, fuck. I trained 6 weeks and probably only 4 weeks of those were good training. You know what I mean? It's better for you mentally. You know what I mean? I like to.
Do those thoughts like creep up in the fight?
Yeah. Fuck yeah. It's, bro, everything creeps up in your head, honestly, because they're just nerves, honestly. And sometimes people overthink everything. Sometimes in your head, sometimes your biggest enemy is your own head. Because you get those thoughts like, and that's why I don't like reading shit. I don't like reading no negative stuff because if you read negative stuff on the Instagram or comments and all that, if you read it so much times, that shit stays in your head. And sometimes I'll be in the back of your head and then you'll kind of start to believe it if you read it enough. You know what I mean? And it's bad. That's why you can't have no negativity. You can't read no negativity about yourself because it's only damaging yourself. Even if you know it's not true, but if you read it, it stays in the back of your head. And that's what I'm saying. Some of those thoughts creep up on you. You know what I mean? Like, what if I'm not ready? What if I'm not this? I'm not that. Fuck that. Don't think about none of that stuff. You have to be mentally strong to be in this game.
Yeah, man. I feel like you've been in such a great place like the last like 3-4 years, man. And it's really like
he with
a complete difference from like seeing you and covering you when you were like 19, 20 to like now, you know, and it's.
So the thing about that too is I made a lot of mistakes when I was younger, and everything has been put on the forefront. You know, people have seen me at my worst, and people have seen me, you know, do dumb shit, and I've had a lot of people talk a lot of shit about me. So I have to see that, and I had to go be mentally strong and say, fuck that. I've done what I've done, you know, and I've made mistakes, but now I'm 100% focused on myself. I'm working extremely hard, and I'm not gonna what am I gonna care about what somebody says bad about me? What does that help me in? It doesn't help me at all. So I block all that shit out. I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm capable of, and I know how hard, and I know I know how strong I am, and I know how hard I work. So really nothing.
Absolutely.
Like I said, everything is mental here. You can't let none of that shit get to you.
I'm just happy for you.
Yeah,
like
I'm happy for myself.
you're making. No, I'm just in general. It's like.
But bro, like honestly, that all comes from the power of Lord Jesus Christ and God Almighty. I've really got into prayer, meditation over the past 2 years, and you know what I mean? I ask for the power. I ask for God to illuminate my path and to protect me and give me the knowledge I need. Obviously, you could have your own beliefs, but I really believe this. You know, I really believe that God is talking to me every day. I pray every single day. I pray every single night, and I live my life righteous. I live my life in accordance to what I'm praying. You know what I mean? I try to be a good people to my fans. I try to, you know, teach people as much as I can. I'm a good person to my, you know, my people here. And you see how much respect I get from everybody.
Right.
I'm a good father. I'm a good husband. And I live my life in accordance like that. And I just ask God to bless me every single day. Bless me, bless my family, and bless my passage. And I honestly feel like that's been the main.
Yeah, he talking.
That's been the main change that's helped me become who I am. Because I really believe that God is helping me, that God has his hand on me. And once you believe that God is with you, can't nobody come close to stopping you.
This card, like we mentioned earlier, is really stacked, and one that a lot of people are looking forward to is the Norman versus Haney fight. How do you see that fight? Because a lot of it's like 50. A lot of people think it's like 50-50. If not, maybe they favor Norman because he's a big puncher.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, it's a great fight, and I got Devin Haney winning that fight, and I got him showing out in that fight. Not no disrespect to Brian Norman, but Devin Haney has been, honestly, his track record is the best out of anybody that I've seen. Bro, how old is he? He's like 25 years old. He's fought Lomachenko. He's fought Linares. He's fought Jojo Ryan. He's had a lot of good names on his resume. So he's been there at the highest level for a long time, and he's a great fighter. You know what I mean? So I got him beating Norman. But it's not like, I'm against Norman or anything. Norman is a great fighter, but I think it's just experience. You know what I mean? Experience and
that's fair. I think Devin's
both of them got a lot. I think Haney has more, not more pressure, but after this fight, he has bigger stuff that he could, bigger fights he can make happen. So that gives a lot to your motivation as well. When you got these bigger fights coming up next, that definitely motivate you more. But Brian Norman is a great fighter. He's strong. And that last knockout when he knocked out that Chinese guy, that's how you know the guy is not playing. So it's I always say that these fights are won in the training camps. Whoever wants it more, whoever's working the hardest is the one who's going to win.
Yeah, it's a tricky one.
Yeah, Mike, I love his opinion. He's just being real, and he's saying it with no hate in his heart. Even if you either of the fighters and you from the outside looking in and listening, he not this. He's just giving a fair assessment. He basing it off the experience, which is it is reasonable and understandable logic. It really is. You can understand why he'd say that. Experience is key, man. Very important, especially at the level that Haney's been fighting at and the level that they're both going to be operating at on fight night. But you all know, man, execution is very important and how you deal with different bodies in front of you, right? Like Devin Haney is questions that you really got to answer with Brian Norman being on the other end of
one, because you see like the Ramirez fight and you think, okay, was he fighting that way because that's just the way he wants to fight, or was he fighting that way to kind of be cautious and see like, hey, let's not like ruin the bag because we have this fight with Ryan, and others have said like, oh, maybe it's from the Ryan fight that he doesn't want to just get hit as much. And you see a guy like Norman.
That's what it was. Like he didn't want to really ruin the fight with Ryan, the second fight. But it's funny because Ryan's the one who fucked it up. But that's kind of how it has. Sometimes when you come back from a fight like how you had with Ryan, you have to be more cautious. The thing that I like about the Ryan fight is that he came out. Ryan, even if it was a little bit, he still came out. Why do you have any of that in your body? I don't know if there was messed up with the supplements, but I felt like that was a big advantage for him. It was a really big advantage. No matter what anybody says, you shouldn't have any of that stuff in your body. So, in my opinion, that helped him a lot, and it messed up Haney a little bit because it wasn't 50-50, in my opinion. So I think coming back from that fight, you know, Haney, you know, he was trying to, you know, be cautious and, you know, save that the second Ryan fight. Because honestly, too, it's a big money fight for them. Two big money fights.
See, he's saying something similar to what I was saying. He's trying to get back to
But he went there, he got the victory, and, you know, he moved on to the next.
Just because you spent so much time with him, how cool was it to see Manny come back? And did you feel that it was a draw, or you felt that Manny won?
I think they should have gave it to Manny because, you know, he's Manny, and then he was pushing. He was pushing. You know what I mean? So I think if it could have went one round to Manny, you know, and I think just for his legacy, if you're gonna give anybody a fight, you know, give it to Manny and make his legacy even greater. Yeah. But I wasn't mad with the decision. I mean, the draw. It was a draw, right? It was a draw. I wasn't mad with the draw because, you know, Barrios, he's a hell of a fighter too. He has a lot of heart. So, I mean, both them guys that went in there, they showed that they're world-class fighters.
Like me as a fan, I'm just glad I got to see Manny again, like in the ring, because I thought the last time was going to be the Thurman fight, to go and see him. And then I always remember, like, as a boxing fan getting into this, seeing clips of your brother sparring Manny and just thinking, like, oh my God, like these guys are going at it with each other, and your brother wearing like the gold. Yeah, I think he had the gold gloves in one of the clips that I was watching him spar.
Yeah, and I think they were black. Black,
yeah. He had the gold ones then.
And he had the gold. Yeah. But yeah, it's just, it's cool, bro, because like we started, no, we didn't start, but we got into the scene. We're around these big world champions, and now we're the big world champions. You know what I mean? So it just shows you that with dedication and you being committed to your craft, that you will reach whatever you're chasing. You know, the thing about it too is that a lot of people don't understand that you have to have patience. You have to have a lot of patience. Like this is my 12th year professional boxing.
You mentioned patience, like you're.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. Like I don't get frustrated. And sometimes fighters get frustrated because they don't get the opportunities they want, so they fuck up the training camp. They don't train as hard as they're supposed to train. But like I said, bro, like it's taken me 12 years. It took me 8, 9 years to get a big fight. When was it? It was 8. I was professional 8 years when I got that fight with Caleb. And the fights have just been getting bigger and bigger. But like I said, it's a lot of patience with this. It's a lot of patience.
I'm saying you're living proof with patience because, you know, being mandatory for how many years and, you know, with that situation. I won't take up too much more of your time, David. I know you got to go. I just want to ask you, just because we're in a weird time right now in boxing where we're seeing exhibitions, we're seeing Jake and Tank. Your thoughts on that? But do we see you in a crazy exhibition ever? Is that on your mind at all?
Nah, bro. I mean, I'm not at the point in my life where I want to do exhibitions like that. I mean, no, I'm not after that, to be honest with you. It doesn't matter about the money. I don't care about the money. I care about, you know, reaching greatness and giving the fans great fights they want to see. I do want to fight here in Miami and bring a big fight here to Miami because in, you know, city of Miami has shown me a lot of love. They've supported me a lot, and they haven't had like a real big boxing fight like that. You know, obviously they had the Mayweather and Paul but like we want to bring real boxing fights where you don't, like, it's a 50-50 fight. Like these guys are coming to knock each other's head off. And I'm not trying to disrespect Jake Paul and Tank's fight, but it is what it is, you know. I want to see it. It's a little it's a trip because, you know, Jake Paul, he's a big fighter and he's been getting power, he's been getting stronger, and he's been doing what he's supposed to do. He's been improving as a fighter, but Gervonta Davis is Gervonta Davis, and what I like about this fight, that Gervonta Davis, he's a smaller fighter, but he's not a boxer. He's a fucking killer. So it's just, I want to see like how he reacts to a punch from Jake, and that's if Jake can even catch him. You know what I mean? But this is gonna be a better exhibition fight because Gervonta is not gonna be running from him. He's gonna be trying to hurt him every single round. So it's gonna be a good fight. You know what I mean? But as for the exhibition fights, I'm not thinking about any exhibition fights. I'm thinking about getting these world titles, and then if there's an opportunity, maybe in 5-10 years, and we'll go down that route as well.
Yeah, it's just knowing how long Tank's been in boxing, and like, I know how it is when you guys step in the ring, whether it's an exhibition or not. Like once you get touched, it's like you see red and you're like, okay, let's go. And like that's where I think like he's not.
Sometimes what if there's the only question is what if a flush punch lands from 200? Because Jake is gonna weigh 190, but he's gonna be 210 on a fighter that's 150, 140. You know what I mean? So and there's what is it gonna be? 12 rounds?
Yeah. That I'm not sure. I think it's 10 ounce, but they're trying to lower the glove size. It was 12 ounce gloves. They're trying to lower the gloves to like 8 or 10.
So I mean, if it's 8 ounce gloves, I mean, it goes both ways. You know what I mean? Jake Paul, because those 8 ounces are small, bro. They're really small. So we'll see. I mean, it's going to be a good night of boxing. I mean, it's good for the city of Miami, and then we'll see who's on the undercard. But, you know, we ain't hating on it. I mean, it's good for boxing, and, you know, hopefully we get a knockout.
I don't think it goes the distance, honestly. Just knowing, like...
I don't think it goes either.
It's honestly just knowing Tank. Like, he's angry in there. Like, he doesn't matter who's in there. Like, he's going to try to rip their head off.
Yeah, so that's the exciting thing about Tank. He's going to bring it, and Jake is going to bring it too, so let's see what happens.
Well, you're going to bring it on November 22nd as well against Anthony Yard. David, just any words before we get to that date you want to say to the fans out there?
No, I just want to thank the fans. I want to thank them for the love and support. Man, we're really excited for this, and we're going to give you guys what you want to see. Le quiero mandar un saludo a toda la gente de México, toda la gente que habla en español. Muchas gracias por todo el apoyo. Ya nos vemos noviembre 22. Gracias.
Spanish is getting better, bro. Good job.
Shout out to Marcos Villegas, man, with Fight Hub TV. Always a good chop up with him and the fighters, man. He do his thing. Big shout out to Mike Kirkland for the love and the super chat. He said, for Benavidez and Boots, 2 of the best, in my opinion. I'm right there with you, man. Those are 2 of the best. 2 of the best. Endures by
that dude does a hell of an interview, don't he? David Benavidez?
Mm-hmm. Love it, man. I've been wanting to talk to him, man. I might have to try to reach out and see if I can make it happen. And I like Benavidez' energy. Just like how he answered questions, man. He's just so genuine with his answers, man. It's never that politically correct BS, bro. You know what I'm saying? It's always some real shit that come out his mouth. So the Debo video, which one? It was on there.
And he's very mindful of the way he talks about his contemporaries, too. And it doesn't feel like he's just gassing it up.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe that part of it may be some of his own experience. He touched on it a bit in that interview when he said people talked a lot of stuff about him and not reading the negative comments because it can get into your head.
Mm-hmm. That should be real.
Hell yeah. Because you can see it sometimes. Even with the positive comments, I believe. Even with the positive comments, I think that it can have an effect on the performance.
Yeah.
You see it with some of these guys when they go in there and they press way too damn hard. You in there, it's like, bro, just box the guy, stabilize him, and then when the opportunity presents itself, then maybe you go for the kill. But you see it sometimes where guys are expected to win in emphatic fashion. They go out there, press the issue, end up having a off night. Because they wanted to look spectacular.
Right. Hank said, if anyone get knocked out, he think. I don't think it'll be no knockouts. Jake can let anybody knock him out while collecting his money. Fight is pointless. The thing is, bro, it's tough to say, right? Because with the money that they making, is it really pointless? That's the thing. If it make dollars, it makes sense to a degree, even if people don't agree with it, you know? Just makes some kind of sense. Kill Jake Paul. I ain't saying he can't knock him out. I just don't think it would be one. I think Jake gonna be very cautious. I think Tank gonna be smart. I think he gonna make sure that, you know, Jake ain't landing no boop out bang on him, as my guy Jay called. You know what I'm saying? Tank ain't trying to get sent to no cleaners or no fucking Jake Powell, you dig?
Yeah, Tank gotta be vigilant, man. He's gotta be. That same point that David made about the size, you know, I was having that conversation with Squeeze. I'm saying, like, yo, this is a dangerous weight disparity.
Right. David killed. They've been abused because Jake Paul had
huge advantage in weight. Somebody got, you know, 140 pounds getting hit by a dude that's damn north of 210, 215. You know, you can have all the skills in the world. You know, physics on physics.
Right.
That's what I'm saying. When people say it's not a real fight, let's be very specific. What we saying? Is it a sanctioned fight on their records? Nope. But is it real? Just because it's big gloves don't mean it ain't real. It's no headgear. And punches hurt. Whether it's 16 ounces, people get hurt with those too.
And we've seen guys get knocked out and dropped and dragged out in sparring too with 16-ounce gloves and headgear on.
Mm-hmm.
So anything could happen.
Right. Has to be careful. You got to be more careful. Mm-hmm. Got to be more careful.
I think he's got to be beyond careful in this fight. Like this is a very dangerous fight potentially.
Right. Got to be more careful. Mm-hmm.
You know, I equate it to seeing somebody walk a tightrope without a net. It's like, if you're a good trapeze artist or whatever, you can do it. You can walk the tightrope, but you can't have no slip-ups. You got to be super duper on point.
Broly said, Tank going down, huh? You going down today, boy. You going down today, boy. We gonna find out, though, Lord. We gonna find out. We surely is. Surely is. Paul got power for sure. Yeah, you do, man. Man got some power. Man, I see the weight discrepancy. 133.8, 199.4. Go. It's gonna be crazy. Tank gonna be out there trying to work him over, man. Tank gonna have to work his ass over, That little deviant, bro. Can take you down, boy. You know what I'm saying? Average Joe, they don't know nothing about it. They don't know nothing about it. You know what I mean? That's around show Tank all that. Not good money. Gonna say, hey, Tank, you buy 150 million. That's what they saying. Buy 150 million. 150 million. You know what I'm saying? Vote Majesty, what it do? Remember the saying, you can't play boxing. Nope. I don't care what fashion it is, bro. 200-pound man with 12-ounce or 10-ounce gloves. What is it, 10 or 12? 10, 12 ounce? One of them. 12-ounce gloves. 1, 10. Man. Ain't nothing to play with. Don't let him hit you. Not with that right hand. Jake, if he don't got nothing else, he got a right hand, dog. Got a right hand, but his conditioning is questionable.
His conditioning is doo-doo.
Yeah, after this long.
That's what the strategy should be, man. Make him chase you around for a little bit, attack the body a little bit, get him to blow a gasket, and then boom. That's when you start to put more offense together.
3-4 rounds and Jake will be gas. I'm telling you, you're gonna be tired of something. Hands gonna drop. Man, Tank gonna probably try to clip him or something. Ain't saying it's gonna happen, but I can see him trying to, because he better not get hit with no shot neither. He ain't gonna, man, I don't give a damn what he say. He ain't gonna like the feeling to let that little guy punch on you now. Because he get the punching on you now, it's gonna get crazy. Gonna get crazy. That's to be on point, G. That's to be on point.
I'm excited for that Benavidez yard more. The more I see David Benavidez train, the more excited I get. He just seems like he adds another nuance to his game every time he fights.
Yeah, he might try to style on his own. You might be right, bro. And put it past him, but that styling might get his ass clipped. Style the wrong way and get your ass chopped up. Trying to style on somebody. You know what I'm saying? Get your ass kicked. You're gonna see, man. But lastly, man, one last thing. I seen a little clip Ryan was doing, and they were talking about Yeah, ask Lamont Roach about Pitbull Cruz and do he think he can knock him out?
I feel like he could do a statement and knock him out. Do you think you could knock him out? That's what I really want to know. Like, do you think you could knock him out?
Oh, for sure. I think so. Especially with the. I'm not trying to give away.
No, don't give.
I'm not trying to give it, but I think so. I think so. And if I don't, I promise you, it's gonna be the worst he ever got beat. Ever worse.
Okay.
Man, he said it's gonna be the worst he ever got beat. And you know why I like that? Because I think that needs to be the focal point for the fight. Beat his ass. You know what I'm saying? Like, make a real statement. And I don't know about the knockout part. I ain't surprised that he felt like he could stop him because of things that Pitbull will do. Maybe the holes in his game. I get that, but that shit ain't gonna be easy at all to knock that dude out. He ain't got no neck. Keep that chin tucked behind them gloves, man, and he explosive, man. He like to wig out. He one of the crash out kings, you know what I'm saying? That's definitely one of the crash out kings. Broly used to be a crash out king to a degree, but he ain't really fitting the bill nowadays. He fight a lot more domestic. Down to my guy Lamont Roach talk that talk, right? Right, man. Him and Gary will be a fun fight, but that WBC intern make me think that they could be going in that direction. I hope so, because I love to see. I love to see it. It'll be a good one. It'll be a good one. You know what I'm saying? It'll be a good one.
Lamont said he gonna knock Pitbull out.
I mean, he said he Ryan asked him, do he think he can knock him out? Because he's saying, you need to make a statement. You think you can knock him out? He's like, yeah, you think he can, especially with and then he ain't really getting into the explanation. He wasn't getting out of the way. But he said he definitely think he could. But he said, look, if they don't knock him out, it's going to be the worst beating he ever had. So I like that. I like that talk. I want to see that from him. Belt to ass, Lamont. Belt to ass, because that little meatball gremlin could take a shot, bro. He could take a shot. Jake Paul versus Opatai. You trying to see Jake Paul sent to the upper room. Trying to see him go out like Willie Lump Lump. Because that's where he going out. Like he going out like Willie Lump Lump.
You got to counter that man to the body when he come with them winging over the hands.
Mm-hmm.
Slip. Counter to the body.
The guy for the Opatai smoke eventually going to tell him Benavidez is talking about fighting all types of guys, bro. And his dad said it. They talking about Anthony Yard, Beaver, or Better Be, Zordo, Opatai. They talking about all smoke. All smoke. And I'm here for a G. I'm here for beat his ass, Benny. Nah, I like Yard, though, man. But it's going to be a rough fight for him.
Skill-wise, I got David Benavidez over Jai Opatai.
Me too.
But the thing with Jai, though, man, that dude is a vicious, vicious puncher. Like, that dude has no regard when he punches. The look of disgust on his face after he stopped David Nika, that dude is just tenacious as hell. He looked down at him like, how dare y'all put this dude in the ring with me? That's how he looked. Like, he just looked disgusted that the dude even signed the contract.
Bodega tie in the building was good.
He's sharp, he could punch, all that good stuff. But from a skill standpoint, I done seen, because even that David Nika fight, like David Nika was giving him some work early on in that fight.
Right.
Before he hurt him. And then those Breedis fights, Maris Breedis, I think that Jai Opatai, I think there's a little limitation to his game.
Yeah.
Damn good fighter.
Yeah.
Pretty good athlete up there, especially at Cruz.
Like to throw everything hard. I think that's his problem too. And I seen him already get clipped in the top of the head, get a little stunned in the fight. And Benavidez is gonna place him and execute. Place him and let you have it, man. You know what I'm saying? So you gotta be. The thing is gonna be creativity. I think.
Dante. Breedis broke his jaw. Breedis had him looking twisted. Maris Breedis was putting hands on Jai Opatai.
Breedis broke his jaw.
Like, I think he's good, but I do feel as though there's like some limitations to his game. And then the other thing with him too is he fighting a specific rhythm. In addition to what you're saying as far as him throwing everything hard, If you notice when he's really feeling himself, he fight out that pendulum. And I think that somebody like David Benavidez, that got good IQ, he got good eyes.
Bouncing
He'll
and
be able
shit,
to
like
deal with that.
They pick up on that shit for sure. I know exactly
gonna
what
pick
you're
up
talking
on
about.
that.
You can do that.
Maris
it's
Breeders picked
obvious.
up on it. Maris Breeders, if you rewatch the fight with Maris Breeders when he broke his jaw, he was timing him. He was timing him on the bounce. If you bouncing you up in the air, you can't throw a punch from that position. So you catch him on the bounce, you catch him on the way up, or you catch him on the way down. And that's how what's the name was
right.
Fight you can go in there and act it.
Yeah, Breeders is nice, man. That's why
Get
Obatiah
you go
dog,
early.
bro. That's what be bailing him out. He really a dog. Like
Breeders could fight his ass. He gave probably his best fight.
Breeders is Usyk and Obatiah. Obatiah is a dog, but the thing is, with running into a Benavidez and dealing with that animal is he's learning. He's constantly learning. He getting better. He getting more comfortable, more situated. Like, bro, he's 28. He's still young, man. That dude is an animal, man. He has a lot to deal with and contain, bro. He do not be for nobody's game, bro. That dude be on point like him. You know what I'm saying? And make sure y'all hit that like button too, man. If y'all haven't, man. Another dope build as always.
That's what I'm thinking about, Ty. Is like if David Benavidez holds up, he goes up to cruiserweight, he could take the punch as well. I think that he could deal with a guy like Jao Patai. Because I think that David Benavidez has become typecast, and wrongfully, in my opinion, as this guy that's just seek and destroy. Like, there's a lot of intelligence that goes into what he does. Like, this is a dude who goes through a series of checks before he throws punches. He's not a dude that just goes out there and just swarms and just throws punches. Like, like everything leads to something else. Like he'll just throw a couple of short little shots upstairs with no steam on him just to set up a shot to the body. Like touch. You keep your hands up, then he'll let one rip to the body.
Right. You got setups on top of setups.
Bro. Setups on top of setups, and his awareness is through the roof. Bro, in the Vazdik fight, there was a sequence where this dude threw a damn gazelle punch, right? He threw a gazelle punch, leapt off his feet, through the hook. And before his feet hit the mat, he transitioned to a damn cross block.
Right.
Like, that's thinking on another level. Like, to be able to think defense mid-air, like, you throw a damn gazelle punch, and before your feet hit the mat, you transition into a cross guard to block a counter. Like, that's a different level of awareness, bro. And I love what he was saying about technicality and being a tactician. Like, that lets you know. Like, this dude is a boxer in a brawler's body.
Yeah.
Even his breakdown of Crawford Canelo, when he was like, yo, he brawled when he needed to, he boxed when he needed to. Like, David knows when to press, he knows when to box a little bit. I think he's like sneaky good on the outside if he wanted to be. Because remember, he got dropped by that shot late in the fight with Ronald Gravel, the first one.
Right.
You go rewatch the rematch. The first half of that fight, I would say probably from like rounds 1 through 5, maybe even 6, he boxed damn near exclusively on the outside. And he was boxing on the back foot. And he was the one who was running Gravel in the shit. Like, he didn't press him out. So he got different layers to his game. He got different wrinkles to it. Then he be doing a little sneaky stuff, like with the Vazdik fight. In the third round, there was a moment where Vazdik was trying to establish his jab, right? David went southpaw for like the last 30 seconds of that round to take the jab away. So then now he started controlling his lead hand because he got the right hand out front. I was like, yo, this dude is sharp as hell, and he's sneaky with it. He is very sneaky with the stuff that he does with his feet. Early on in his career, when he would throw his right hand, he would have the dead leg. His back foot would drag forward, and he would square up. He damn near cleaned that up. He used to be straight up and down like a damn, like RoboCop, how David Morrell was proclaiming him to be. But now you watch the Boo Boo fight, he's changing levels and shit. I'm like, yo, this dude, he's really committed to adding to his game. And he's just getting better and better and better. And then I'm not sure if you've seen the clip where he was training and Andre Ward came to visit him in camp.
Yeah.
And Andre Ward was saying to him, like, yo, you don't always got to go into your two-handed attack. Establish your lead hand first, get the jab working, and then after you wear the guy down, that's when you get the other hand involved. But don't bring the other hand out if you don't got to.
Mm-hmm.
Go look at the footage that he's doing right now, like the training that he's doing for Anthony Yard. Bro, there's moments where he's just working damn near exclusively on the jab. And he's throwing the jab in a variety of ways. He's flicking that bitch. He's throwing shotgun jabs. He's jabbing off the hook, jabbing off an angle. I'm like, damn. Like, this dude is really committed to getting back. When they were saying his footwork was trash, he was out there working with Guillermo Rigondeaux, getting his feet together.
Right.
Worked on his left hook with Roy Jones. I was like, yo, this dude is just like, he's really committed.
He's sponge.
Yeah.
Always trying to work, always trying to get better. The shit you say he can't do, he pay attention to it, he take note, and he try to get better and improve. That's why I like that dude the way I do. And that's why I think he's gonna be so difficult to beat. It's gonna take a really good fighter to beat that dude, man. Because he's a lot to deal with. You're gonna have to be able to consistently box him and outthink him. And shit not gonna be easy.
And that's a tall task. I think if anything, it's gonna be somebody, as you pointed out before, somebody's gotta really, really hurt that dude. And I mean like damn near incapacitate him. Because David Morrell hurt him and he was able to fight through that moment.
Yeah.
That shit was looking dicey when David Morrell landed that shot, bro. And then all of a sudden he turned it around in a manner of one exchange. I was like, this shit is unbelievable. Because most guys, they would have folded in that moment. They would have got caught with that shot, then they would have got gunshot. Not David. David was able to turn him to the corner, and then, yo, the guard manipulation in that fight was through the roof. Like every round, he was doing something to Morrell's guard. Whether it was pinning it, we all seen that sequence where he paled his guard 3 times in a row.
Right, man, that
shit like that rarely happens. You might see a guy pale a guard and then place a shot, but to do it 3 consecutive times in one exchange, bro.
That shit was ridiculous, man.
Crazy. Like this dude, David Benavidez, man. Like I ain't gonna lie to you. Like initially, I felt like there was a lot of hype over him, and understandably so. We all seen the clip with Porky Medina. That had to be one of the craziest combinations in like the last 5 years or so.
Yeah, when my speaking of that, when I had sent that to my man before that clip of that combination, he was like, yo, this edited? I was like, no. He was laughing so hard. He was like, yo, this shit look edited, bro. He was like, this shit, he really did that in real time in a real fight to somebody, bro. That shit looked wild.
It looked like AI, bro.
No, I'm telling you, facts. Because if that you was to see that now, that's what people would lean toward. Yo, that's AI? Nah, that's Benavidez. That's the Mexican boxer. That's what that is. Shout out to everybody, man. Another dope build. My good brother Ann McQueen coming up here to rock out with me. Appreciate y'all as always, man.
Yes, sir. Keep fighting the good fight.
You know it. Job, and it's an everyday thing. We're going to keep building, y'all. Much love to everybody in the building. Let's do Brian Norman versus Haney. I got a 60-40 Brian Norman simply because I got questions about Devin Haney and if he's all the way himself, right? Just to be fair, but I think it could be a really good fight. You know, Devin Haney, if he's 100% there, it's 50-50. It's a pick 'em type of fight, but without that, with him being an unsettled guy, not standing his ground, not using his jab, not utilizing none of the things that he worked on in training camp, that caused a concern, man. He got to be better and sharper and more decisive and efficient than that. More confident than what he was against Ramirez, against a young, hungry Brian Norman. You get what I'm saying? But at the same token, Devin Haney has the experience on the side. He's been fighting at the high level for a while now. He's not gonna be easy to beat either. He's not he can box, bro. So presents a challenge for Norman as well. It's just for Norman to try to figure him out, be athletic enough to catch up to him while he's trying to move, because he's going to want to box and be on the outside and create that space, keep you at the end of his punches. So for Brian Norman to close the gap, make that ring small as possible, and land them devastating shots when he get in his position, try to end it. I think it's going to be a great fight, though. May the best man win. And I support both of them, win, lose, or draw, man. I just want to see great boxing. But with that, man, much love. I appreciate y'all, man. Just keep building, keep rocking with me. Double tap the screen if you haven't. Subscribe if you haven't. Hit that bell icon on the way out, man. And we just going to keep building. Shout out to Troy. Appreciate you pulling up in the building, man. Shout out to Troy Dixon in the building. Never fought Brian Norman before, right? And this would be the best fighter that Brian Norman has. This would be the best fighter that Brian Norman shared the ring with, most accomplished, most skilled. And Brian Norman, I think, respectfully, will be the most dangerous fighter that Devin Haney's have ever faced. Respectfully, I think so. You know what I'm saying? It's a nice stream. We're going to get it popping, man. We're going to get it popping. You're going to get it popping. I'm picking Haney 7'5", 8'4". I ain't mad at that either, Bodega, because got the boxing ability on his side. If he can fight the right kind of fight, they'll implement the right things during the fight, make the right necessary adjustments, be smart. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, he can win a fight. You know what I'm saying? That kid can box. I mean, and real quick, they have a little poll up, 67% for Norman, 33% for Devin. Let's see if that's true or not. We're gonna find out. But again, much love to everybody in the building, man. Like I said, I appreciate y'all, and we're gonna be back to build on the sport of boxing tomorrow. So with that, we out. Peace.
Representing Brick City, Shakur.
Finding those levels, too. Look at that four-punch combination. It's a masterclass right now from Shakur Stevenson. That's what you're seeing. A masterclass. And Shakur meeting them with straight left hand.
Oh, there's a knockdown scored with the left hand.
Right now, we're going to give him his just due. Shout out to my brother Just